Chapter 3147. The General's Last Wish. Battle after battle that had occurred in the past played out again before Lin Moyu's eyes. Not illusions created by rules, battle intent, and obsessions, but real battlefields that had occurred in history. Lin Moyu saw how the once powerful divine rune army fought against the Bloody Legion from the Blood Rat realm. Those brilliant Daos, various strange techniques and secret methods of the divine rune army, all displayed before his eyes, letting Lin Moyu experience the style of prehistoric powerhouses. Most importantly, Lin Moyu recognized the true Bloody Legion. The true Bloody Rat monsters were far more powerful than those illusory evolved ones. They also had consciousness, intelligence, and tactics. Whether in group combat or one-on-one battles, they were very powerful. Especially from the 6th mural onwards, Lin Moyu saw those mutated rat generals. 6-winged rat generals were 7th level Dao Venerable. After mutation, they became even more powerful. Although their realm didn't increase, their combat power rose sharply. Mutation gave them various abilities that were very troublesome, and their method of mutation was swallowing great Dao crystals. There were 16 murals in total, distributed on the 4 high walls of the stone chamber. When Lin Moyu saw the 8th mural, he suddenly discovered that the battlefield in the 8th mural was where he was now. A powerful divine rune army fought fiercely with the Bloody Legion here. The Bloody Legion's numbers were 10 times that of the divine rune army, completely surrounding them. Although encircled, the divine rune army wasn't panicked. They formed battle formations and counterattacked under the leadership of a 5th grade general. The divine rune army was very brave. In this battle, they killed several times their own number of bloody rat monsters. But unfortunately, they still lost in the end. They fought to the last man. The 5th grade general finally chose to self-destruct, sacrificing himself to take a large number of bloody rat monsters with him. Reinforcements arrived shortly after the battle ended, slaughtering all the remaining bloody rat monsters. After watching the entire battle, Lin Moyu muttered,
"What a pity. If reinforcements had come one step earlier, it wouldn't have ended like this."
Actually, the Divine Rune Army's battle formation could have held out for a long time even outnumbered. But in this Bloody Legion were several mutated bloody rat monsters. They possessed various abilities, which was the reason for the Divine Rune Army's rapid defeat. And Lin Moyu had seen these few bloody rat monsters. They were the ones used as watchdogs. Of course, on the real battlefield, their abilities were stronger than the evolved ones. After watching this battle, Lin Moyu couldn't help but sigh. If there were no mutated rat monsters, if reinforcements could arrive a bit earlier, this tragedy could have been avoided. But prehistoric history was just history. Everything had already happened and couldn't be changed. When Lin Moyu was about to continue examining the 9th mural, the scene before his eyes suddenly changed. Lin Moyu found himself back in the stone chamber. The prehistoric mural journey came to an abrupt end. The 16 murals in the stone chamber were still glowing, but his consciousness could no longer enter them. He had only seen the first 8. The rest couldn't be viewed. At this time, the 8th mural rippled like water, stirring up circles of ripples. Then a vortex appeared. The vortex before his eyes was identical to the secret realm entrance vortex. Lin Moyu knew that after entering, there should be a secret realm. The murals could no longer be viewed, and he didn't need to stay here anymore. Lin Moyu remembered the remaining 8 murals in his heart. With previous experience, he roughly knew the meaning of the murals. Each mural recorded a battle. Through these battles, some prehistoric situations could be understood. After remembering them, Lin Moyu then entered the vortex. In the secret realm, Lin Moyu looked at the scene before him, showing some surprise. He had just seen the scene in the secret realm in the battles shown in the murals.
If I remember correctly, this is the battlefield recorded in the 3rd mural. That creator of the ancient battlefield created a secret realm to reenact the ancient battlefield recorded in the murals? With real records already existing, why reenact again? It seems somewhat redundant.
Lin Moyu's thoughts raced. He realized one point entering the grave and viewing the murals was secondary. The main thing was still the task at hand. Clearing the watchdogs, viewing the murals, then coming here, all this was related to the task. That being wouldn't do meaningless things. The watchdogs were just to let him understand the abilities of mutated rat monsters. The murals were to let him see prehistoric battles and know the true Bloody Legion. However, all this would converge at the end, which was now.
I understand, so that's how it is.
The corners of Lin Moyu's mouth lifted slightly. He finally understood what the task was and what he should do. The previous 7 murals were actually paving the way for the 8th mural. The 8th mural recorded the final experience of this grave's owner. Through the past scenes, Lin Moyu saw the look in his eyes behind the armor and felt his unwillingness. That general self-destructed with unwillingness. His unwillingness must have a reason. Lin Moyu guessed it should be that something went wrong with the reinforcements. If reinforcements could arrive an hour earlier, he and his divine rune soldiers wouldn't have died in battle. The task required fulfilling that general's last wish, without saying what the wish was. Lin Moyu couldn't figure it out before, but now he finally understood. The general's last wish was his unwillingness. He was unwilling to die like this. He hoped reinforcements would come earlier, hoped his battle would have a turning point. After self-destructing and dying in battle, the general didn't really vanish into smoke. He left behind strong obsession and unwillingness. The obsession and unwillingness evolved into a secret realm. Lin Moyu could even feel a trace of unresolvable obsession here. Later, that ancient battlefield creator further modified the secret realm. His task was to help the general fulfill the obsession left behind. He needed to go support the general, change the outcome of that battle so he wouldn't need to end his life by self-destruction. The battlefields formed by the first 8 murals were strung together, forming a huge map. To go support, Lin Moyu needed to accurately find that general's position. This might be very difficult for others, but for Lin Moyu it wasn't very challenging. A vast number of over 100 Legion commanders appeared, summoning a vast dragon cavalry that flew in all directions. Lin Moyu didn't know if that battle had already begun, how far he was from the battlefield. Time was certainly of the essence now, so he chose dragon cavalry. Dragon cavalry were considerably faster than skeleton generals and could save time. His vision constantly switched between various dragon cavalry, observing while rapidly sketching a detailed map in his mind. Gradually, Lin Moyu discovered some information. The secret realm was based on the 8 murals he had seen. Some of the terrain inside was very similar to that in the 8 murals. Although the content of the 8 murals differed, they essentially occurred on the same battlefield. Realizing this, Lin Moyu knew what he should do. Just following the order of the murals would lead to the correct path. He was now in the area indicated by the 3rd mural. The place he needed to go next was the location marked in the 4th mural, then the 5th, 6th. The murals were road signs. Following the direction indicated by the murals would eventually lead to the location marked in the 8th mural. 3148 3148. Chapter 3148. How to get extra rewards. Others would have to follow the map marked by the murals, but Lin Moyu didn't need to. The dragon cavalry spread out like a large net. They could directly find the location of the 8th mural, without needing to search mural by mural. That was others' method. Lin Moyu chose a method more suitable for himself. Under the Legion commander's command, the dragon cavalry repeatedly launched bloody charges. Their ability that should have been used against enemies now became an ability to rush forward. Charge after charge, their speed exceeded that of skeleton generals by several times. The map became more and more complete. Lin Moyu found the area of the 4th mural from it, then the 6th mural. After finding the area shown in the 6th mural, he soon found the area shown in the 5th mural. Looking at the map in his mind, Lin Moyu couldn't help but smile slightly.
As expected. If following the mural's indications, one would have to go to the 4th, then the 5th, then circle around to reach the area of the 6th mural. Compared to directly going to the area of the 6th mural, it would waste a lot of time.
Lin Moyu still didn't move. He was waiting for the dragon cavalry to find the area of the 8th mural so he could go straight there. A moment later, the 7th mural was also found. In another direction, the first and second murals were discovered simultaneously. Now the map had become very complete. On the entire map, only the area of the eighth mural remained undiscovered. The murals had a pattern. Although it hadn't been discovered yet, Lin Moyu had already locked onto the corresponding location through the current map. A group of dragon cavalry rushed over at top speed, quickly getting the result Lin Moyu wanted. The area shown in the eighth mural was finally discovered. After finding the correct area, the dragon cavalry immediately began searching within this area. Each area wasn't small, and the place where the battle occurred wouldn't be too large. As the dragon cavalry searched, Lin Moyu had already vibrated his wings of time, rushing over at top speed.
Looking at the map, following the mural's guidance would indeed require a big detour. Going in a straight line now, I can save at least an hour. On the battlefield, every second counts. An hour's time can't be wasted. Back then, if reinforcements could arrive an hour earlier, that general and the Divine Rune Army wouldn't have all died in battle.
Lin Moyu rushed over quickly, while the dragon cavalry searched the map for the specific location of the battlefield. At this time, Lin Moyu already knew his task was considered completed. If even he couldn't complete it at his speed, then no one could complete this task. As for how to overfulfill the task, Lin Moyu hadn't found a corresponding method. When Lin Moyu flew into the area of the eighth mural, the dragon cavalry finally made a discovery. They found the Bloody Legion. The Bloody Legion also discovered the dragon cavalry and immediately attacked them. The dragon cavalry didn't fight back, but launched bloody charges to avoid them. They also came with a task. Their task was to find people not to fight. A large number of dragon cavalry ignored attacks from the Bloody Legion, continuing to search for the Divine Rune Army's location. Many dragon cavalry were killed in the process, but it didn't matter. With Legion commanders present, the cavalry could easily revive. Even without Legion commanders with undying undead, dragon cavalry could revive several times.
The Bloody Legion has been found, so the battlefield shouldn't be far. But only a small force was discovered. There should be more.
Lin Moyu thought to himself, ordering the dragon cavalry to continue searching. Soon, the dragon cavalry made another discovery. They found the presence of the Bloody Legion in various positions. The Bloody Legion seemed to have formed an encirclement, and this encirclement was rapidly shrinking. Lin Moyu immediately knew that the center of their encirclement was where the Divine Rune Army was located. However, that area had already been searched by the dragon cavalry, and no Divine Rune Army was found. Lin Moyu ordered the dragon cavalry to search again, while he rushed over at top speed. The Bloody Legion's encirclement hadn't completely formed yet. There were still gaps. Lin Moyu flew in through a gap. Several high mountains appeared in his view.
These mountains.
The moment he saw the mountains, Lin Moyu knew he had found the right place. One of the mountains was identical to the mountain where the general's grave was located. The difference was that the mountain with the general's grave had been flattened. The one before his eyes was still intact. The reason the dragon cavalry hadn't found the Divine Rune Army was because the Divine Rune Army wasn't outside, but inside the mountain. The entire mountain was protected and concealed by a formation. Undead, I was useless, so it was normal for the dragon cavalry not to discover it. Lin Moyu was different. Although he didn't understand prehistoric formations, he could discover them. Lin Moyu stood in midair. As he looked at the mountain, he had already seen several extremely small bloody rat monsters sneaking over not far away. These extremely small bloody rat monsters were really no different from ordinary rats. But on the battlefield, Lin Moyu had seen them more than once. They had no combat power, but specifically targeted formations. On the battlefield, many formations were broken by them. Similarly, they could also discover formations belonging to a special type of bloody rat monster. They were searching everywhere for formations, searching for the Divine Rune Army's position. Lin Moyu pondered.
Such concealment is because they discovered the Bloody Legion surrounding them. Was it the same back then? Discovering they were surrounded, then sending out a distress signal, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Setting up formations in the mountain was just to buy time. The great battle hasn't started yet. It seems I've arrived early.
At that time, the entire battle lasted about 2 hours. Now the battle hadn't started yet, meaning he had indeed come early. Actually, Lin Moyu knew that as long as he arrived within an hour of the battle starting, there would be a chance to complete the task. Coming so early now, before the battle even started, Lin Moyu immediately realized how he could overfulfill the task. That was to prevent the battle, block the Bloody Legion outside, and let the Divine Rune Army avoid this battle. As long as they avoided this battle, that general wouldn't need to die, the Divine Rune Army wouldn't need to die, and his last wish could be fulfilled.
Since that's the case, let's do it.
Lin Moyu's mind moved, and the dragon cavalry distributed outside rapidly converged here. At the same time, space distorted beside him, and another 100 Legion commanders appeared, simultaneously summoning a full 100 billion dragon cavalry. Lin Moyu waved his hand. Fire light flickered, and 3,000 skeleton king thrones appeared in the sky. Skeleton kings emerged in response, standing majestically above the dragon cavalry corps. Then, Flame North, 5-element sword demon, Buddhist Lich, Fate Lich, Giant Sword Dao Venerable, Zhao Dongshang, and others appeared. Lin Moyu felt it wasn't enough. He took out the battle beast corpses killed earlier on the way. Along the way, over 600 battle beasts had been killed in total. Lin Moyu also had over 600 battle beast corpses in hand. Lin Moyu took out 500 of them, waved out flames, and performed Revive the Dead. The battle beasts revived in the undying flames. 500 battle beasts became revived beings. They were all 7th level Dao Venerable, a formidable force that couldn't be ignored. After summoning the great army, a strange aura began to emanate from Lin Moyu's body. The general's seal at his waist automatically flew out, emitting dazzling light. Origin level technique. Strengthen troops. General's seal. Strengthen. The dragon cavalry corps, elemental liches, and revived beings' auras rapidly increased. Lin Moyu said softly,
Kill!
3,149 3,149. Chapter 3149. The hardest part isn't doing the task, but thinking. Knowing what to do, Lin Moyu no longer cared where exactly the Divine Rune Army was. This was no longer important. What was important was how to eliminate the encircling Bloody Legion. The Bloody Legion faced this time numbered about 200,000. Most were 2-winged rat generals, 5th level Dao Venerable, about half of them. A small portion were 4-winged rat generals, 6th level Dao Venerable, about 90,000. The remaining 10,000 were 6-winged rat generals, 7th level Dao Venerable. In the Origin continent, powerful 7th level Dao Venerables were just slightly stronger soldiers on the prehistoric battlefield. But thinking of the outer gods, even their weakest divine pets were beyond 7th level Dao Venerable. It seemed the Bloody Legion wasn't much in comparison. Under multiple enhancements, the 10 billion Dragon Cavalry Corps reached the limit of 5th level Dao Venerable in combat power. Under the Legion commander's command, they cooperated with each other and could revive repeatedly, making them very difficult to truly kill. This kind of army was the most terrifying existence on the battlefield. Even with slightly lower combat power, they could wear down the enemy, truly a nightmare-level existence. The Skeleton King's combat power reached the limit of 6th level Dao Venerable. There were also 500 battle beasts that had just become revived beings. Their combat power also greatly increased. They were 7th level Dao Venerable when alive. After becoming revived beings, they were stronger than when alive. Giant Sword Dao Venerable and Zhao Dongshang, once Lin Moyu's top fighters, now had combat power not as strong as the battle beasts, but they had intelligence incomparable to ordinary battle beasts. Lin Moyu handed the battle beasts to these two to command, making the best use of everything. Flame North was naturally Lin Moyu's strongest fighter at present. With top 8th level Dao Venerable combat power, as long as used properly, he was enough to dominate this battle. Buddhist Lich and Fate Lich cooperated with each other, their combat power also reaching 7th level Dao Venerable. They could attack enemies through the Fate Dao. Their effect in group battles was average, but in one-on-one fights, they were stronger than battle beasts. 5 Elements Sword Demon was a good all-around fighter. The 5 Elements Sword C was a powerful weapon, and it had combat power approaching 8th level Dao Venerable. Its role on the battlefield was not much inferior to Flame North. From Lin Moyu summoning them to the entire army mobilizing took only 5 minutes. The undead army's greatest advantage was revealed at this moment. They didn't need to form up at all. When the undead army appeared, it meant they were already formed up and could enter battle at any time. Most of the time was spent on Lin Moyu reviving battle beasts. With an absolute numerical advantage, the undead army marched imposingly towards the Bloody Legion. While the Bloody Legion was still surrounding from all directions, the Dragon Cavalry Corps had already charged out from the center of the encirclement. At this time, the Bloody Legion hadn't completed their encirclement. The Dragon Cavalry Corps also divided into multiple routes, quickly clashing with various Bloody Legion forces. The great battle erupted with a boom. There was no sound in the secret realm. Even the battle's aftershocks were suppressed. But Lin Moyu could clearly know the battle's outcome. He didn't participate in this great battle. He needed to maintain the strengthened troops state for a long time, so he couldn't take action himself. If he took action, he would have to use a second origin level technique, which would make his soul power consumption exceed replenishment. After all, he wasn't facing real living beings and couldn't get replenishment during battle. From the moment the great battle erupted, Lin Moyu already knew he would definitely win, and the battle wouldn't last long. Even some mutated rat generals in the Bloody Legion couldn't change the overall situation. Flame North and 5 Elements Sword Demon were enough to kill these mutated rat generals. Just as Lin Moyu thought, the Dragon Cavalry Corps quickly gained the upper hand. Large numbers of the Bloody Legion were killed, their numbers rapidly decreasing. Without needing any tactics, just direct overwhelming force, absolute strength nullified all variables in the war. Before the undead army, war became devoid of any sense of art. But from another perspective, this kind of war was also an art. The art of the big fist. Lin Moyu watched for a while, then stopped looking, slowly descending. The mountain below was still intact. This battle hadn't started yet. The mountain hadn't been flattened, and the general's grave wouldn't appear. Now Lin Moyu needed to tell that general that his unwillingness could be eliminated. He took out his general's seal and pointed it at the mountain. As he approached the mountain, the seal hovered in mid-air, emitting a faint light. The seal resonated with the formation in the mountain. The entire mountain rumbled and shook. Numerous divine runes appeared on the mountain's surface. A formation woven from divine runes was revealed. Then, large numbers of divine rune soldiers flew out from the formation, quickly forming into square formations on high alert. Finally, that 5th grade general flew out. His appearance was identical to what Lin Moyu had seen in the 8th mural. Lin Moyu could even feel the powerful obsession on him, and his deep unwillingness. This aura had already connected with heaven and earth, easily sensed. Among the generals Lin Moyu had seen, only he had such a powerful obsession. Lin Moyu was very curious what exactly had happened back then to cause him to have such a powerful obsession. After looking at Lin Moyu's general seal, the 5th grade general flew alone to Lin Moyu's front. He stopped about 10 meters from Lin Moyu, examining Lin Moyu, as if further confirming Lin Moyu's identity. Then he looked around. His gaze seemed to see far away, seeing those great battles. He drew his battle blade, pointing to the sky, as if issuing some military order. From the square formation, 10 divine rune soldiers immediately flew out, flying in various directions. Lin Moyu knew he was sending subordinates to scout. The entire process was silent, without a single sound. A moment later, those 10 divine rune soldiers returned, bringing back information from the front. At this time, the battle at the front was nearing its end. The Bloody Legion had been almost completely killed. Flame North was battling a bloody rat monster that could manipulate flames, identical to the one in the grave passage, just missing a chain. It was no match for Flame North. Being slain was just a matter of time. Lin Moyu remembered that in the mural, this fire rat monster had once rained down flames from the sky, burning through the Divine Rune Army's battle formation, killing at least thousands of Divine Rune soldiers. After receiving intelligence from the front line, the 5th grade general looked at Lin Moyu again. Although his gaze was hidden behind his armor, Lin Moyu could feel his gaze was somewhat complex. Lin Moyu gave him a military salute. This salute contained multiple meanings, telling him that the Bloody Legion had been eliminated, his Divine Rune Army was safe, and this battle had been won. The task emphasized results. As long as the result was victory, it was fine. The process wasn't important. Lin Moyu believed the other party could understand his meaning. Indeed, after the salute, the obsession on the other party rapidly decreased. Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. The task was considered completed. Actually, in the ancient battlefield tasks, the hardest part wasn't completing them, but figuring out their true purpose. A lot of information needed to be pondered and explored by oneself. Fortunately, this was his strong point. No wonder beast race people who weren't good at thinking found it difficult to even join the Divine Rune Army. Beast races indeed weren't good at thinking. The 5th grade general raised his battle blade again, pointing at Lin Moyu's seal. The seal began to slowly rotate, then grew slightly larger. The 7 on it changed to 6. Lin Moyu received an extra reward, becoming a 6th grade general. Then he pointed his battle blade at the mountain again, slashing out. The mountain was cut off with a rumbling sound, revealing a large flat area, identical to the flat area where the grave had been before. 3,153,150. Chapter 3150. Shangguan Wentian, Lord Wentian. It turned out this mountain was flattened by the 5th grade general himself. Thinking about it, this made sense. If the Bloody Legion had done it, the entire mountain would have been blasted to pieces, not so flat. Inside the flattened mountain was a huge space where the Divine Rune Army had been. A formation was set up on the mountain to hide the Divine Rune Army's aura. Unfortunately, it couldn't escape those special small rat monsters of the Bloody Legion and would still be discovered. Now that the Bloody Legion had been eliminated, this mountain serving as a temporary military camp was no longer needed. The 5th grade general flattened the mountain with one slash, then pointed his blade. 5 great Tao crystals immediately flew out from the mountain, directly to Lin Moyu. The 5 great Tao crystals were also part of the extra reward. Lin Moyu didn't stand on ceremony and accepted them all. The 5th grade general returned to his troops, no longer paying attention to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu could feel the obsession on him dissipating, and that unwillingness permeating heaven and earth was also fading. A moment later, the battle ended. The Dragon Cavalry Corps returned. Flame North brought back the spoils of war 6 great Tao crystals. Adding the 5 just obtained, Lin Moyu now had 30 great Tao crystals in hand. Each great Tao crystal's effect could last a year. 30 great Tao crystals weren't enough for him to advance a realm. For him, the number was still far from enough. Lin Moyu planned to continue hunting battle beasts on the way to find the next task after this task ended, to obtain great Tao crystals. Now 36 great Tao crystals would allow him to quickly advance to 4th level Tao Venerable. But afterwards, the speed of condensing Tao patterns would become slower and slower, naturally requiring more and more great Tao crystals. The great battle completely ended. That 5th grade general led all the Divine Rune soldiers in giving Lin Moyu a military salute, as if expressing thanks. Lin Moyu also returned a military salute to him. At this moment, the secret realm space began to shake. The entire secret realm was shaking. Lin Moyu felt the secret realm was disintegrating, not collapsing, but slowly disintegrating, turning to dust. The 5th grade general's obsession and unwillingness had disappeared, so this secret realm naturally had no need to exist. For him, this battle had finally completely ended after countless years. The secret realm disintegrated silently, turning to dust and disappearing. Lin Moyu's feet touched solid ground. He found himself back in the stone chamber. This task was completely over. Lin Moyu let out a breath, feeling somewhat emotional. Although until now, he still didn't know why reinforcements had come so late back then. Why that general had been so unwilling, full of obsession. These had all become unknown, but were no longer important. Everything from the past had ended. Even if the reasons were known, it would already be sealed history. The most practical thing now was the imminent task reward. A few seconds later, a beam of rosy light appeared out of thin air in the stone chamber.
The reward is here. This time I should be able to advance to 5th grade, right?
Lin Moyu thought to himself. After all, he had overfulfilled the task. There seemed to be no flaws to find. But the next second, Lin Moyu felt something strange. This time the rosy light didn't envelop him, but fell in empty space. The general's seal on his body also had no reaction. Suddenly, a hoarse, long sigh sounded.
How many years has it been? Finally someone has reached 6th grade again.
The sudden voice surprised Lin Moyu somewhat. The creator of the ancient battlefield, also the rule setter, had set strict rules. In the ancient battlefield, all who could make sounds were only outsiders. Inside the ancient battlefield, whether the evolved divine rune army or bloody legion, including battle beasts, none could make any sound. So those who could break the rules, apart from outsiders like himself, were only the rule creator. However, in this stone chamber there were no outsiders. And he said, "How many years?" Adding these words, Lin Moyu judged that he should be the creator of the ancient battlefield, that powerful being at least at the Great Tao realm. But Lin Moyu didn't know if he was alive or long dead. He didn't use undead eye to look, out of respect for the strong. Along with the voice, a middle-aged man appeared in the rosy light. The middle-aged man was very strong, emitting a terrifying aura. Lin Moyu felt he was more powerful than the 3 ancestors and Beast Emperor, seeming similar to Whale Elder of the Sea Race. But this was just a feeling, not necessarily accurate. However, it could be certain that he was indeed Great Tao Realm. At the same time, Lin Moyu had another feeling. This senior looked like a middle-aged man, but gave a sense of being at the end of his life. Theoretically, Great Tao Realm beings had infinite lifespans. He didn't know why he had this feeling. Lin Moyu bowed to the middle-aged man.
Human Lin Moyu greets Senior.
The middle-aged man showed a slight smile.
Not bad, little one. Strong luck and fortune. It seems the human race has successors.
Lin Moyu said.
Senior praises too much. Junior doesn't dare accept.
The middle-aged man shook his head.
This old man rarely praises others. You, little one, are worth praising.
As he spoke, he lightly pointed a finger. Lin Moyu's general seal at his waist automatically flew out, falling into his hand. The seal flashed brightly in his hand. The middle-aged man's eyes closed slightly, as if receiving information. Lin Moyu didn't know what he was receiving, but during this process, his expression changed several times. His eyes clearly showed shock. His gaze towards Lin Moyu also became different from before. Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat.
What exactly did he see? What exactly is in the seal?
Throughout the process, the seal had always been hanging at his waist, never put away. If the seal had a recording function, his every move was very likely recorded. Just actions were fine, but the key was his origin-level techniques. If the origin-level techniques were discovered, would this Great Tao realm being before him be unfavorable to him? After all, everyone wanted to obtain origin-level techniques. These were truly good things. Lin Moyu began to be wary in his heart, but didn't dare show any sign on his face. No matter what he thought inside, his expression didn't change at all. If the other party really meant him harm, even if he was Great Tao realm, Lin Moyu would fight to the death. A moment later, the middle-aged man's attention fell on Lin Moyu again. He showed a slight smile.
Young friend needn't be nervous. Young friend obtaining origin-level techniques is young friend's good fortune. Without sufficient fortune and luck, if one rashly tries to obtain origin-level techniques, that would be seeking death. This old man still wants to live for some time, and doesn't want to seek death for now.
His words made Lin Moyu somewhat relieved, but not completely. Lin Moyu said with some respect,
Senior's Great Tao realm naturally can still live for boundless years.
The middle-aged man shook his head.
Hard to say. The immortality of Great Tao Realm is immortality without any accidents. If there are accidents, Great Tao Realm can also die. Like this old man, who almost died back then. I don't know if young friend is willing to listen to this old man ramble about some old matters.
Lin Moyu was delighted inside.
Junior couldn't ask for more. I'm all ears.
The middle-aged man chuckled.
This old man is named Shangguan Wentian, known as Lord Wentian.
3151, 3151. Chapter 3151. Even Tao Lords can die? Lord Wentian told his story. Lin Moyu listened very carefully, not missing a single word, firmly remembering everything in his heart. Although he was just telling a story, sometimes one could analyze a lot of other information from between the lines. Beings like this often only revealed 7 parts while hiding 3. From Lord Wentian's mouth, Lin Moyu heard a story buried in history. Once the Blood Rat realm invaded, the Divine Rune army fought back. This great battle went from outside the realm to inside, from outer space to the origin continent. The war was extremely fierce, shattering the starry sky and destroying the earth. In the end, the Divine Rune army emerged victorious. In that great battle, just 9th level Tao venerable powerhouses died and were injured in the tens of thousands. Dozens of great Tao realm powerhouses died. What he had experienced in the ancient battle secret realm was just the tip of the iceberg of the entire war. Actually, the truly most tragic battlefield wasn't on the origin continent, but in outer space within the Tao. Lin Moyu felt the cruelty of that great battle back then. To fight until the Tao shattered, with so many great Tao realm beings perishing, was an unimaginable scene. Lin Moyu said,
No matter how arduous the process, in the end we still won.
Lord Wentian's gaze held contemplation.
Yes, in the end we still won, but it wasn't easy. From the beginning of the war, we knew we would certainly win. The outcome was predetermined. Compared to the origin continent, the Blood Rat realm was nothing. With their strength, they weren't enough to contend with us at all. If not for the God realm and Black Blood realm, destroying them would have been as easy as turning over one's hand.
Hearing about the God realm and Black Blood realm immediately made Lin Moyu think of the Outer Gods and Black Blood Great Realm. Lin Moyu immediately asked,
Senior, can you tell me about the God realm and Black Blood realm?
Lord Wentian narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Lin Moyu with a hint of a smile, as if he had known Lin Moyu would make this request.
I sense that you have the aura of Outer Gods on you. You must have dealt with Outer Gods before.
Lin Moyu said,
Junior has not only dealt with Outer Gods, but also with the Black Blood realm.
Lord Wentian showed a trace of strange expression.
The Black Blood and Black Blood sword saints you saw in the ancient battlefield were evolved by this old man using great Tao power, not real.
Lin Moyu said,
The first time Junior dealt with the Black Blood realm wasn't here, but in the Realm Sea world.
Lin Moyu briefly recounted some of what had happened back then. After pondering for a moment, Lord Wentian said,
It seems some remnants of the Black Blood realm still remain on the origin continent. But it shouldn't matter much. In that battle back then, they were already heavily damaged and can't stir up much trouble for now. Moreover, even if you know they're still around, you can't do anything about it for now.
Lin Moyu knew he was right. Even if he knew, he couldn't do anything. With insufficient strength, it was difficult to do anything. Lord Wentian continued,
Let this old man ask you, what do you think of the Outer Gods? Naturally, I look at them with my eyes.
Lin Moyu instinctively thought, but said aloud,
Outer Gods are detested by the Tao. When encountered, they must be killed. They have strong and weak ones. The weakest are divine dragons, then mounts, then the Outer Gods themselves.
Lord Wentian smiled.
Correct. Outer Gods come from the God realm. The God realm and our origin continent are mortal enemies, detesting each other. The Black Blood realm is the same, but neither of them is a match for us. Back then they joined forces, but still lost in the end.
Lin Moyu said softly,
But in that battle, we also suffered heavy losses. Of the original 9 continents, only 4 remain now.
Lord Wentian's smile grew wider.
It seems you know quite a lot. But it's normal for you to know. The number of continents doesn't matter much. Even if only 1 remained, it wouldn't matter. What truly matters is the Tao. The situation is very complex, not something that can be explained in a word or 2. But you only need to know that the God realm and Black Blood realm are in an even worse state than us.
Lin Moyu asked.
What about the Blood Rat realm? The Blood Rat realm is just a vassal of the Black Blood realm, a garbage world. They only had 1 Tao Lord, who also died after that great battle. If not for the God realm and Black Blood realm, the Blood Rat realm would have been completely destroyed long ago.
Lin Moyu asked with surprise.
Even Tao Lords can die?
Lord Wentian said.
Of course they can die. So-called immortality is all conditional. Perhaps true immortality exists, but at least it's not at the great Tao realm, nor for Tao Lords.
Lin Moyu sighed repeatedly. Even Tao Lords could die. True immortality was really not easy. It made sense. If even the Tao could be shattered, Tao Lords perishing was only natural. Lin Moyu asked.
Senior, you telling Junior these things isn't just to let Junior listen to your story, right?
Lord Wentian said.
You are indeed very clever. You're now a 6th grade general. 10 more steps and you'll be 5th grade. In the former Divine Rune Army, 5th grade generals were mid to high level, qualified to make some battlefield decisions. If you want to continue rising, just doing tasks won't be enough anymore. You'll need to do some other things.
Lin Moyu knew the main course had arrived. All that talk was for this main course. He showed a curious expression.
Junior has a question here. What's the use of raising military rank to the highest? Or rather, what benefit is there for Junior?
Lord Wentian smiled.
Your question is very practical and good. The Divine Rune Army is already history. It's a memory in this old man's heart. Raising your military rank to the highest now doesn't have much meaning indeed, but this old man here can give some rewards.
Lin Moyu asked.
Can you be more specific?
Even close brothers settle accounts clearly. Lin Moyu wouldn't do some thankless tasks just because of a few words. Rewards had to be substantial. Empty titles were useless. Lord Wentian also understood this point. In fact, those with thoughts like Lin Moyu's were true cultivators. Lord Wentian held up 3 fingers.
First reward, for each military rank you advance, I'll reward you with 100 great Tao crystals. Second reward, as long as you can advance to 1st grade general, you'll obtain the key to the Divine Rune Army's treasury. Third reward, as long as you can complete the final task, this old man has an origin ancestor stone that can be awarded to you.
Hearing the 3 rewards, Lin Moyu was somewhat moved. Not to mention anything else, just the 100 great Tao crystals were attractive enough. 100 for 1st grade. If he could advance to 1st grade, that would be 500. This number wasn't small. Though moved inside, he didn't show any reaction on the surface, continuing to ask.
What's in the Divine Rune Army treasury? What's the use of the origin ancestor stone?
Lord Wentian chuckled.
This old man won't say what's in it, but there are good things. As for the origin ancestor stone, this is truly a rare item. You will go to the origin ancestor land someday, and it will be very useful then.
The origin ancestor stone was related to the origin ancestor land. The origin ancestor land was indeed a place to go in the future. If it was useful there, after some consideration, Lin Moyu had already agreed in his heart. But he still continued to ask.
Junior has a few questions here, hoping to ask Senior for guidance.
Lord Wentian said.
You tell me if you agree first.
3152 3152. Calamity Chapter 3152. Think thrice before asking. Beware of trouble from your mouth. Lord Wentian spoke clearly, agree, and this old man will answer you. Don't agree, and I won't say much more to you. Lin Moyu naturally understood his words. Now there were 2 paths before him. Either agree to Lord Wentian's terms or leave. Lord Wentian wouldn't force him. Lin Moyu indeed had questions to ask, and Lord Wentian's rewards were truly attractive. Lin Moyu said,
"With Senior offering such generous rewards, Junior naturally agrees."
Lord Wentian showed a satisfied smile, lightly pointing a finger at Lin Moyu. A faint yet extremely strange power fell on Lin Moyu. His general's seal glowed slightly, the patterns on it changing somewhat, becoming more exquisite. The key was that the
12.
at the bottom of the seal changed to
2.
This also meant Lin Moyu was the second person to accept the task. Afterwards, he mysteriously disappeared and never appeared again. Everyone believed he had died. Lin Moyu realized that what Lord Wentian wanted him to do was very dangerous. But now, he had already boarded the ship and couldn't jump off for the time being. Lord Wentian said,
"You've probably already guessed. You're the second person to reach 6th grade general."
Lin Moyu asked,
"What about the previous one?"
Lord Wentian sighed lightly.
"Dead."
Lin Moyu had already guessed this answer, now confirmed. Lord Wentian continued,
"What this old man wants you to do is indeed dangerous. But with your strength and intelligence, as long as you're careful, it's not so easy to die."
Lin Moyu thought to himself.
"You probably said these words to that person before too."
Of course, he didn't dare say this out loud. Lin Moyu asked,
"What exactly does Senior want Junior to do?"
Lord Wentian shook his head lightly.
"This old man's matter is simple, no rush to say." "Didn't you have questions?" "Ask."
Lin Moyu said,
"Where do great Tao crystals come from, and how can one obtain large quantities?"
Lord Wentian laughed.
"You're very greedy. Although great Tao crystals aren't the rarest things, they can't be obtained casually either. You killed so many battle beasts before. Did you think you could get enough great Tao crystals just by killing battle beasts?"
Lin Moyu nodded slightly. He indeed thought so. Lord Wentian smiled.
"This old man set rules. When you kill 1,000 battle beasts, powerful battle beasts will come find you, and not just one. It could be 10 or 100, and they'll be either 8th level or 9th level Tao Venerable."
Lin Moyu was shocked. There was actually such a setting. Lord Wentian added,
"Moreover, great Tao crystals and battle beasts are very limited. You can't obtain them without limit. If you want to get large quantities of great Tao crystals, you'll have to complete the tasks I give you. As for where great Tao crystals come from, naturally they come from the Tao. Great Tao crystals were originally called great Tao shards, products of the Tao shattering. When the Tao shatters, the fragments are large and small. Those extremely tiny fragment powders became great Tao crystals."
So that's where great Tao crystals came from. Lin Moyu learned this for the first time. His mind moved, and Lin Moyu took out a box containing a fragment. Lin Moyu asked,
"Do you know what this is?"
Lord Wentian glanced at it.
"This is a Tao fragment. I didn't expect you to obtain a Tao fragment. Good luck."
It was indeed a Tao fragment, not a fragment of some treasure from the great Tao realm, but a fragment of the Tao itself. The Tao could actually shatter. This was unprecedented. Lin Moyu asked,
"Is it useful?"
Lord Wentian said,
Tao fragments remain condensed without dispersing. They didn't shatter thoroughly enough, so they don't have the effect of great Tao crystals. For now, they're of no use to you. As for the future, hard to say."
He spoke vaguely without explaining in detail. Lin Moyu knew when to advance and retreat, not pursuing the question. Lin Moyu put away the Tao fragment. Whether useful or not, it was a good thing to keep. Lin Moyu continued asking,
"Senior, do you know about ancestral water essence?"
Lord Wentian suddenly raised his head, his eyes emitting a strange light, his tone becoming urgent.
"You have ancestral water essence?"
Lin Moyu realized that ancestral water essence was useful to Lord Wentian, truly a good thing. Otherwise, Lord Wentian wouldn't have this reaction. At the same time, he somewhat regretted it. Obviously, Lord Wentian very much wanted ancestral water essence. He shouldn't have asked. But since he had already asked, Lin Moyu didn't deny it,
By chance, a senior gave me a drop of ancestral water essence.
Light flashed in Lord Wentian's eyes for several seconds before dissipating. He sighed deeply.
That's also your good fortune. Since that person gave you ancestral water essence, keep it well. Ancestral water essence has great uses. Don't use it before reaching Great Tao Realm.
Lin Moyu asked.
I heard people say ancestral water essence can increase the probability of becoming Heavenly Tao Realm.
Lord Wentian laughed.
It indeed has that effect, but using it like that would be too wasteful. The true use of ancestral water essence is to enhance fusion with the Tao, increasing the probability of becoming a Tao Lord.
Becoming Great Tao Realm and becoming a Tao Lord were two completely different levels. Which was more important, Lin Moyu naturally knew. Moreover, he also knew that Lord Wentian had initially shown great interest in ancestral water essence, then quickly backed off. The three ancestors also knew he had ancestral water essence but didn't try to obtain it from him. They all had the ability and ancestral water essence was precious enough, but in the end they all chose to give up. This indicated that ancestral water essence carried extremely great karmic ties. They couldn't bear this karma. When Lord Wentian mentioned
that person,
his tone carried respect. The being who gave him ancestral water essence must be extremely powerful, at least more powerful than Lord Wentian. Lin Moyu secretly warned himself to be careful when speaking in the future. Some questions needed to be considered thrice before asking. They couldn't be casually asked, otherwise trouble could come from one's mouth. Lord Wentian smiled.
Becoming a Tao Lord is a very distant matter, but not impossible for you. This old man also hopes you can become a Tao Lord. At that time, you might be able to pull this old man up.
He seemed to be joking, but also seemed very serious. Lin Moyu said,
Junior has no more questions. Whatever task Senior has, please instruct.
Lord Wentian nodded.
Very well, let's go then.
As he spoke, he waved his hand. The stone chamber disappeared before Lin Moyu's eyes. Lin Moyu felt he had stepped onto a magical path. The surroundings first turned pitch black, then lit up with countless points of light. Numerous light points streaked past like meteors. Lin Moyu felt he had left the origin continent, heading to an incredibly distant place. At this time, his speed surpassed the speed of light, surpassing the limits of time and space. It was like teleportation, but not quite teleportation. It was hard to describe the current feeling. Lord Wentian chuckled.
Don't be surprised. We're currently crossing realms.
Crossing realms. Lin Moyu was shocked. Crossing realms meant leaving the origin continent and going to another world? Lord Wentian continued.
It's just temporary departure, and not complete departure. Your true spirit imprint is still on the origin continent. When you want to return, you can naturally come back.
3153, 3153. Chapter 3153. An ultra-long-term task with freedom to come and go. Lord Wentian said some extremely profound things that Lin Moyu currently found difficult to understand. But this wasn't important. After half an hour of realm-crossing travel, they arrived at their destination. Two brilliant Milky Ways hung in space. One Milky Way was light purple, the other bright red. Both Milky Ways were shattered, with countless fragments floating in the pitch-black space. Lin Moyu could sense two extremely powerful forces spreading through space, but these two forces had completely lost their vitality.
This is Shattered Tao.
Lin Moyu wasn't very certain. Lord Wentian said softly,
That's right, it's the Tao. The light purple one is called the Purple Lightning Tao. The bright red one is the Scarlet Blood Tao.
People usually see the Tao as illusory and ethereal high above. When had it ever hung here like broken walls and ruins? Lin Moyu had never seen the Tao in such a state. He couldn't help feeling shocked, and also somewhat let down. Although he knew the Tao could shatter, when truly seeing the shattered Tao, his heart still held complex emotions that were hard to describe. Dealing with the Tao every day, borrowing the power of the Tao, if one's own Tao shattered, would one's power also shatter with it? For a moment, Lin Moyu felt sympathy for those who cultivated the Purple Lightning Tao. Lord Wentian smiled.
Don't think about other things. The purple lightning Tao shattering was a matter of our era, unrelated to your era. People now can't comprehend the purple lightning Tao anymore, so things are as they should be. As for that scarlet blood Tao, you should have already seen that it's not a Tao of the origin continent.
Lin Moyu had indeed already seen this, the moment he saw the scarlet blood Tao. His soul produced a slight feeling of disgust, perhaps because he had half left the origin continent, or perhaps because the scarlet blood Tao had already shattered. This feeling of disgust wasn't strong.
If I'm not mistaken, this should be the Tao of the blood rat realm.
Lord Wentian said.
That's right, it's the Tao of the blood rat realm. In that garbage world, there aren't many complete Taos, just a few. This scarlet blood Tao was already one of the more powerful ones. There's scarlet blood Tao shattering here. You can imagine what kind of blow that was to the blood rat realm. So, for all these years, they've been trying to find a way to bring the scarlet blood Tao back, attempting to repair it.
Lin Moyu asked curiously.
The Tao can be repaired?
Lord Wentian said.
It can, but it's very difficult. You want to ask, since it can be repaired, why not bring our Tao back?
Lin Moyu nodded.
That's right.
Lord Wentian said.
Not bringing it back naturally has reasons for not bringing it back. Those fellow schemes aren't just repairing the Tao. Do you want to know? Tell me in the future.
Lin Moyu was sensible enough not to ask further. Many things weren't suitable for him to know now, so it was better to drop it. The more one knew, the greater the karmic ties, and the more trouble. Lord Wentian was very satisfied with Lin Moyu's answer.
Let me tell you about what needs to be done next. Do you see those scattered fragments?
When the Tao shattered, countless Tao fragments fell into this void. These Tao fragments were different from what Lin Moyu had obtained. They were much larger and still emitted powerful force. Lord Wentian continued.
These Tao fragments, being close to the Tao, still maintain powerful force. Those fellows from the blood rat realm are occupying these Tao fragments, trying to return the Tao fragments to the Tao. What you need to do is go there and kill all the blood rats on them.
Lin Moyu finally knew what the task was. It was nothing but killing people. Oh no, killing rats. Lin Moyu didn't quite understand.
Wouldn't Senior be much more efficient at doing this? Couldn't you clear them out with just a few moves?
Lord Wentian chuckled.
This is the void space between two realms. There are many restrictions. Heavenly Tao realm beings can't easily take action here. We can't take action, and neither can the other side's great Tao realm beings. Forget great Tao realm, even 9th level Tao venerables can't take action here. Here, the strongest are 8th level Tao venerables. I believe you should be able to handle it.
Lin Moyu smiled bitterly.
You think too highly of Junior. Junior is only 3rd level Tao venerable. Even with some methods I can handle 1 or 2 8th level Tao venerables, but if there are more, Junior can't withstand it.
Lord Wentian patted Lin Moyu's shoulder.
Although there are some difficulties, this old man believes you'll be fine. If there's real danger, you can also return immediately through the seal. It doesn't need to be completed at once. You can come back when you have the chance in the future. With this seal, you can come here anytime.
Lin Moyu understood. This was an ultra-long-term task. Lord Wentian didn't require him to complete it immediately. He could do it bit by bit. Moreover, through the seal, he could come here anytime, which was much more convenient. Lin Moyu said.
Then Junior will try first.
Lord Wentian nodded.
You go. This old man can't stay here long. Be careful, don't be greedy for merit, don't be like the previous one. Oh right, some blood rats will condense into scarlet blood essence after death. You can collect it. It might have great use in the future. If anything happens, you can also contact this old man through the seal. If this old man is free, I will respond.
After speaking, Lord Wentian's body gradually dispersed, leaving. From beginning to end, his true body had never come. Great Tao realm beings couldn't enter the origin continent, except for a few special exceptions like the 3 ancestors. Other Great Tao realm beings were all like this. Even if they came for a short time, they would be expelled by the Tao. So Lord Wentian who came was just an avatar, both before and now. Lin Moyu didn't act immediately, but organized all the stories Lord Wentian had told, thoroughly clearing his thoughts. That prehistoric battle was the God Realm and Black Blood Realm joining forces against the Origin Continent. The Blood Rat Realm was a vassal of the Black Blood Realm. They participated in lower-level battlefields, while the God Realm and Black Blood Realm's battlefields were higher level. The Blood Rat Realm's purpose was to wear down the Origin Continent's living forces, leaving the Origin Continent without successors, weakening the Origin Continent's fortune from the root. Moreover, there should be more than one garbage world like the Blood Rat Realm. Lin Moyu thought of the standard-issue battle blades he had seen in the Golden Lion clan's warehouse. Those were Netherworld Realm battle blades, also from prehistoric times. This showed that there was once a Netherworld Realm army on the Origin Continent. The Netherworld Realm was only a mid to low level existence on the Origin Continent. Even they participated in the war. The reason could be imagined. The reason Lord Wentian created the ancient battlefield was firstly to commemorate the Divine Rune Army, and secondly to find cultivators who could come here to deal with the Blood Rats. Great Tao realm beings couldn't take action, and the current situation of the Origin Continent wasn't suitable for forming large armies like before. Individual power became more important, and individual actions were faster, not as easily discovered as large armies. At the same time, Lin Moyu felt that Lord Wentian must have other purposes. After organizing his thoughts clearly, Lin Moyu let out a long breath.
Then let's try. At least if it's done well, it's a win-win.
The wings of time vibrated, and Lin Moyu flew towards the Scarlet Blood Tao. 3154, 3154. Chapter 3154. Has that person really returned? In the deep void, Lord Wentian slowly opened his eyes. Before him sat several great Tao realm powerhouses. They were hidden in darkness, their outlines barely visible. Someone asked,
After so many years, are you satisfied with this candidate?
A trace of complexity appeared on Lord Wentian's face.
Hard to say.
Someone laughed.
There's something you find hard to say? Is that little fellow very special?
Lord Wentian nodded.
Very special. Tell us how special.
Lord Wentian thought for a moment before speaking.
He's only 3rd level Tao Venerable, but has 8th level Tao Venerable combat power.
Just this one sentence made the great Tao realm beings take notice. They had seen many geniuses who could fight above their level, including themselves. They had all once been extraordinary geniuses. If not geniuses, how could they become great Tao realm and survive that prehistoric great battle? 3rd level Tao venerables who could fight 4th level weren't rare. They had even seen those who could fight 5th level. Even those who could fight 6th level appeared a few times each era. But someone like this, a 3rd level Tao venerable who could fight 8th level, that was a bit abnormal. Their gazes lit up from the darkness, looking at Lord Wentian, indicating for him to continue. Lord Wentian continued.
I looked at his techniques. There was one technique that made me feel strange. What technique?
They asked in unison. Lord Wentian's voice became low.
I don't know what technique it was, but in that technique, the gates of hell appeared.
Hiss, the words.
Gates of hell.
Echoed in their minds. The great Tao realm beings all drew in sharp breaths.
Do you think that person has returned?
Lord Wentian shook his head.
Hard to say. He only used that technique once. I didn't see it very clearly. If that person has really returned, it would be good for us. Indeed, it would be good, but you and I both know how difficult it is for that person to return. It's almost impossible. Almost impossible doesn't mean completely impossible. There's always a glimmer of hope among the myriad realms. But even if that person has really returned, they might not be that person anymore. Perhaps just an inheritor. Let's watch. No rush, there's still time. There's another little fellow worth paying attention to.
The void grew darker, gradually swallowed by darkness. The great Tao realm beings once again vanished into the darkness. Lin Moyu vibrated his wings of time, flying towards the scarlet blood Tao. He first passed by the purple lightning Tao. As he got closer to the purple lightning Tao, his perception of it became clearer. The purple lightning Tao had indeed shattered, but it wasn't completely destroyed. There was still possibility for recovery. Lin Moyu believed that those great Tao realm beings outside the origin continent must have ways to restore the purple lightning Tao. But for some reason they hadn't done so. As for what reason, only they knew. But it could be certain that it wasn't a small matter. Those great Tao realm beings must be planning something. The purple lightning Tao was incredibly huge. Lin Moyu estimated it wasn't much smaller than the origin continent. The Tao was usually illusory, but once it manifested physically, it could be so large. Even those fragments, the small ones had diameters of tens of thousands of li. The larger ones had diameters of hundreds of thousands of li. The largest could reach millions of li. If these Tao fragments could shatter even more severely, into pieces smaller than dust, they would form great Tao crystals. Great Tao crystals could help him cultivate quickly.
If I could refine these fragments, could I actively refine great Tao crystals?
Lin Moyu suddenly had an unorthodox idea, but it was just a thought. He was still far too weak. The vast power in the Tao fragments, even shattered, was incomparable to him. It was better not to have such unrealistic thoughts. If in the future he became great Tao realm, it wouldn't be impossible to try. However, by then great Tao crystals would probably be useless.
This purple lightning Tao, why does its power aura seem a bit like the lightning purple striped tiger clan's power?
Lin Moyu felt it was strange. He sensed that the power aura in the purple lightning Tao was very similar to the purple striped origin in the lightning purple striped tiger ancestral land. Almost subconsciously, Lin Moyu took out that origin purple cloud. As soon as the origin purple cloud appeared, it immediately emitted a rumble. The previously silent Tao suddenly began to shake, along with the entire space. Endless lightning suddenly burst forth from the shattered Tao. Lin Moyu was startled and immediately put away the origin purple cloud. As the origin purple cloud disappeared, the purple lightning Tao instantly calmed down. Looking at the motionless purple lightning Tao, Lin Moyu muttered to himself,
"It seems I wasn't wrong. The purple striped origin is indeed related to the purple lightning Tao. The purple lightning Tao shattered here, but its origin is still intact, and no longer here. If one wanted to repair the purple lightning Tao, just bringing the purple striped origin from the lightning purple striped tiger ancestral land here could restore it considerably. Then reassembling those shattered fragments, perhaps the Tao could be fully restored. But I can't do that."
If he restored the purple lightning Tao, he would be disrupting several great Tao realm beings' plans, while also offending the entire lightning purple striped tiger clan. For the sake of an unnecessary Tao, this price wasn't worth it. The wings of time continued to vibrate, gradually leaving the purple lightning Tao behind. Getting closer to the scarlet blood Tao, Lin Moyu could already smell blood. At the same time, a slight feeling of disgust arose in his soul. The disgust wasn't as strong as when facing outer gods. Although the origin continent's Tao viewed the blood rat realm as enemies, they weren't as hostile as towards outer gods. Even if Lin Moyu didn't take action against the scarlet blood Tao now, there wouldn't be any impact. The scarlet blood Tao wasn't as quiet as the purple lightning Tao. Blood chi permeated the Tao, constantly emitting slight vibrations. Lin Moyu activated Undead Eye from far away. In an instant, he saw countless dense soul fires. Most of the soul fires were concentrated on the Tao, about half. The other half were distributed on various Tao fragments. Each fragment floated in space, extremely far apart from each other. The shortest distance was tens of thousands of li, the longest hundreds of thousands to millions of li. Through Undead Eye, Lin Moyu could roughly see their strength. Most blood rats were third-level Tao Venerable. From fourth-level Tao Venerable upwards, the number decreased greatly with each level increase. By seventh-level Tao Venerable, there were fewer than 500. There were only about 5 eighth-level Tao Venerable blood rat generals. But even with only 5, if they attacked together, Lin Moyu knew it wouldn't be easy to withstand.
These are living beings now. If they're living beings, there will be corpses. With corpses, things will be easier.
A slight smile appeared at the corners of Lin Moyu's mouth. The killing intent in his heart had begun to boil. He turned and flew towards another side. Lin Moyu didn't directly enter the Dao, but planned to clear from the outermost area, not letting any escape. Roughly estimating, there were tens of millions of blood rats here, far more than he had seen in the ancient battlefield. But numbers meant nothing to Lin Moyu. In terms of numbers, the undead army had never feared anyone. Lin Moyu flew for a full day, arriving at the outermost area of the Scarlet Blood Dao. There was a fragment here not very large, about 10,000 li in diameter. A blood rat troop was stationed on it, only 1,000 in number, not very strong. Their strongest leader was only 4th level Dao Venerable. Lin Moyu's mind moved, and the Dragon Cavalry Corps attacked. In silence, they swallowed this fragment. 3,155 3,155. Chapter 3155. A far-fetched idea. Facing just 1,000 bloody rat monsters, all only 4th level Dao Venerable 2-winged rat generals, the Dragon Cavalry Corps was sufficient to deal with them in terms of both combat power and numbers. But this time they were facing real bloody rat monsters, not virtual ones evolved by Lord Wentian. There would inevitably be some differences between the two. Moreover, Lin Moyu didn't know if bloody rat monsters on other fragments would come to support. Would his actions stir up a hornet's nest, affecting the whole situation? Facing unknown enemies, everything needed careful observation. So Lin Moyu didn't lower his guard. He watched from afar, not personally participating in this battle. Facing the suddenly appearing Dragon Cavalry Corps, the 2-winged rat generals on the fragment quickly reacted. They simultaneously spewed out blood mist, all 2-winged rat generals hiding within the blood. Seeing this, Lin Moyu frowned slightly. In the ancient battlefield, bloody rat monsters didn't have this ability. The 2-winged rat generals hiding in the blood mist had clearly enhanced strength. But their realm hadn't changed, still 4th level Dao Venerable. After enhancement, the 2-winged rat generals' one-on-one combat ability had surpassed the Dragon Cavalry. Unfortunately, the numerical difference was too great. Their resistance was useless. Tens of thousands of Dragon Cavalry formed Dao battle arrays, invoking the power of the blood and bone Dao, launching bloody charges into the blood mist. This battle occurred very suddenly and ended very quickly. On the Dao fragment, 1,000 bloody rat monsters were rapidly annihilated. Some battle aftershocks spread out. The Dao fragment he chose was far enough away, not attracting the attention of bloody legions on other Dao fragments. As the blood mist dispersed, the Dao fragment was covered in corpses. Black-red blood flowed all over the Dao fragment. Lin Moyu waited for a while before flying over, landing on the ground. As soon as his feet touched the scarlet blood Dao, he felt bloody chi rushing into his body. At the same time, waves of powerful force from the Dao fragment impacted him, constantly attacking. Fortunately, it was just a fragment. The attack power wasn't strong. With his ability, he could easily block it. The power Dao operated, his blood energy emitting a faint rumbling sound, expelling all the bloody chi that had rushed in. Lin Moyu could feel that this impact from the Dao fragment was very high level, surpassing Dao Venerable. Fortunately, the power was weak, otherwise there would be big trouble.
The Scarlet Blood Dao fragment from the Blood Rat realm rejects me as an outsider. This is like how the Origin Continent's Dao also detests them. This also explains why no bloody rat monsters set foot on the Purple Lightning Dao. Even just Dao fragments would counterattack. This is the Dao's instinct.
Lin Moyu somewhat understood why there wasn't a single bloody rat monster on the Purple Lightning Dao. The Dao rejected them. Even if bloody rat monsters occupied Purple Lightning Dao fragments, it would be useless. The Dao fragment Lin Moyu was on was very small, the smallest of all Dao fragments. It had an irregular shape. At its widest, the diameter didn't exceed 500 li. Now, black-red fresh blood flowed on the Dao fragment. A bloody smell permeated the entire fragment. Lin Moyu stepped on the fresh blood, measuring this Tao fragment.
The Tao's physical form is indeed unique. If used to forge treasures, that would truly be a blessing of the Tao. It would surpass any great Tao realm treasure. If refined into fragments for setting up formations, it would also be top-tier formation material. Treating the Tao as material, I'm really being a bit fanciful.
Lin Moyu's footsteps suddenly paused. He thought of a possibility. With his current strength, he naturally couldn't refine Tao fragments, whether into treasures or formation materials. It was impossible to do. That was a fundamental difference, unbridgeable. Even if he reached Great Tao Realm, he might not be able to achieve it. But he thought, once the Tao materialized, visible and tangible, the key was that it had shattered. So, what about using this fragment to summon elemental liches? Lin Moyu was stunned by his own idea. That such a thought could occur. Lin Moyu felt his imagination had completely taken flight. Once this idea appeared, it began to grow uncontrollably. Thinking of doing it was Lin Moyu's consistent principle. But before that, Lin Moyu had to do another important thing. He came before a bloody rat monster corpse. This two-winged bloody rat monster was already in pieces, killed under the dragon cavalry's swords. There couldn't be an intact corpse. Lin Moyu flicked out a ball of undying flame. Origin-level technique. Revive the dead. Lin Moyu tried to turn the bloody rat monster into a revived being. If successful, he could use bloody rat monsters to attack their own people. This method was somewhat vicious, but most suited Lin Moyu's current situation. Moreover, Lin Moyu also wanted to know what these bloody rat monsters were doing gathered on the Tao fragments. The flames burned fiercely. The bloody rat monster's physical body began to recover. Even its soul aura began to appear.
It's working!
Lin Moyu was delighted. Bang! With a light sound, the bloody rat monster that was about to recover suddenly exploded. Countless fresh blood sprayed outwards. A layer of golden light appeared on Lin Moyu's body, blocking all the blood.
Failed!
Saying softly, there was no disappointment in Lin Moyu's eyes. After all, bloody rat monsters came from the blood rat realm, not beings of the origin continent. Bloody rat monster souls and true spirits were in the blood rat realm, not the origin continent. His technique used the origin continent's Tao power. It was useless on bloody rat monsters, which was normal. Lin Moyu wasn't disappointed. He waved out another ball of flame. Origin-level technique. Summon elemental lich. This time the flames fell on the ground, directly using the Tao fragment as material to summon an elemental lich. Although he knew it was unlikely to succeed, Lin Moyu wasn't satisfied without trying. The gray flames continued to burn. The Tao fragment was unmoved, showing no signs of change. Lin Moyu wasn't anxious. He knew very well that the more powerful the material, the slower it was to refine. This was a Tao fragment. How could it be so easy to refine? After waiting a full 10 minutes, the area where the flames were finally showed some changes. The ground softened somewhat. The flames sank slightly, meaning the Tao fragment had melted a bit. But then, the Tao fragment suddenly began to shake violently. With the shaking, the previously slightly melted area quickly recovered. Then a wave of Tao power rushed into the flames, directly extinguishing them.
Failed again!
Lin Moyu was somewhat helpless. Fortunately, he was mentally prepared early on. It was just an attempt. Failure was failure. The elemental lich summoning failed. The flames were extinguished. Seemed nothing was gained, but actually that wasn't the case. When the Tao fragment shook just now, Lin Moyu still sensed something. He felt that between the Tao fragment he was on and the main body of the Tao, there existed some kind of connection, like invisible fine threads extending from the Tao fragment, directly connecting to the main body. It was precisely this connection that allowed the Tao main body to support the fragments. Just now, when the Tao fragment had begun to melt, the Tao main body transmitted a wave of power, directly extinguishing the flames.
Using Tao fragments to summon elemental liches is feasible. The real reason for failure is that I'm too weak. When I become stronger in the future, I can indeed try again. Since that's the case, let's try this then.
3156 3156. Chapter 3156. Lin Moyu's Feng Shui Treasureland. After Revive the Dead and Summon Elemental Lich failed in succession, Lin Moyu didn't give up on his experiments. He lightly pointed, and space immediately distorted. Skeleton Hell appeared. Skeleton Hell's diameter far exceeded the Tao fragment, enveloping the Tao fragment within it as soon as it appeared. Lin Moyu's third experiment was to use Skeleton Hell to eat this Tao fragment. Hell fiends were said to eat anything. So could they eat a Tao fragment from another world? Eating anything, did it also have limits? Lin Moyu didn't let the Hell fiends directly bite the Tao fragment. After Skeleton Hell enveloped the Tao fragment, he first needed to sever the connection between the fragment and the main body. He felt that as long as the connection between them wasn't cut off, Skeleton Hell wouldn't be able to successfully eat the Tao fragment. As for how to cut off the connection, it wasn't difficult for Lin Moyu. When he mastered Great Tao Locking, he had already learned to sever the Tao. But his power was too weak. He wasn't sure if he could do it. Skeleton Hell enveloped the Tao fragment. Everything on the Tao fragment was within Lin Moyu's perception. He sensed that in the center of the fragment, there was a special blood-colored lake. The blood-colored lake merged with the bloody rat monster's fresh blood. Hard to distinguish. Lin Moyu hadn't noticed at first. Only now, using Skeleton Hell, did he sense the difference of the blood-colored lake. Lin Moyu came to the edge of the blood-colored lake. The lake wasn't large, only about 1,000 meters in diameter. At the edges of the lake, the black-red fresh blood was relatively thin, the color also lighter. In the center of the lake, the blood color became dense. The black disappeared. The blood red so bright it made one's heart tremble. Extremely vivid. On Tao fragments large and small, each Tao fragment had bloody legion stationed. And on these Tao fragments, there seemed to be blood-colored lakes of varying sizes. The larger the Tao fragment, the larger the lake. What the bloody legion was doing on the Tao fragments should be related to the blood-colored lakes. Lin Moyu observed for a while but couldn't see anything on the surface. He didn't want to rashly go down. The next moment, large numbers of hell fiends came over, rushing into the blood-colored lake. The hell fiends opened their big mouths, constantly devouring the fresh blood in the blood-colored lake. They ate anything. Fresh blood was no different from anything else to them. As the blood was devoured, the lake rapidly shrank. Gradually, something in the lake was revealed. This was a huge bone tens of meters high, rooted in the center of the lake. Fresh blood constantly seeped out from the bone. The freshly seeped blood was bright red, carrying a strong bloody smell. As the blood spread out, the bloody smell faded, finally becoming black-red, the same color as the bloody rat monsters. The lake was produced because of this bone. Lin Moyu's mind moved. The hell fiends rushed to the bone, starting to gnaw on it. The bone was very hard. The hell fiends had difficulty gnawing it. But it didn't matter. Lin Moyu believed they could bite through it. At most it would take some time, a few more bites. A moment later, with a light sound, the bone was finally gnawed through, splitting open. In an instant, the bloody smell intensified. Lin Moyu saw a fist-sized ball of bright red blood inside the bone.
Scarlet blood essence.
Lin Moyu thought of what Lord Wentian had said before, that killing bloody rat monsters might obtain scarlet blood essence. But after killing 1,000 bloody rat monsters, he hadn't obtained any scarlet blood essence. Unexpectedly, scarlet blood essence was hidden in this bone. The scarlet blood essence emitted a bloody smell so strong it made one nauseous. At the same time, it emitted a strange power very similar to the power of the Tao fragment. Lin Moyu suddenly understood. The Bloody Legion was here to condense scarlet blood essence. They wanted to use scarlet blood essence to strengthen the connection between the Tao main body and fragments. Lin Moyu looked towards the Tao main body. He believed that on the Tao main body there must be a huge lake, maybe not one, but several. Large numbers of Bloody Legion members contributed their blood, forming blood lakes, condensing scarlet blood essence. then using scarlet blood essence to deepen the connection between the Tao main body and fragments, finally making the Tao fragments return and restore the Tao. This was their method. Theoretically, it was indeed feasible. But the condensation speed of scarlet blood essence must be slow. After so many years, there seemed to be no great effect. There might also be some other reasons. Lin Moyu reached out, bringing the scarlet blood essence to his palm, carefully observing and feeling it. Extremely powerful force was contained within the scarlet blood essence. The scarlet blood essence itself was excellent material. Unfortunately, he couldn't use it for now. Perhaps it would be useful in the future. The bone was completely bitten through. There were 3 balls of scarlet blood essence in the entire bone. Lin Moyu accepted them without hesitation. Once the bone was broken, Lin Moyu sensed that the connection between the fragment and main body had weakened greatly. This way, it became easier for him to sever the connection. This connection was very ethereal. Lin Moyu directly used the luck Dao to condense a blade, cutting the remaining fine threads. Bang, bang, bang. With each cut, his soul immediately heard the sound of ropes breaking. This sound could only be heard by someone like him who mastered illusory Daos. The connection between Daos was severed. This Dao fragment was completely isolated. Lin Moyu said softly,
"Eat to your heart's content."
The Hell Fiends cheered. 4,000,000 Hell Fiends simultaneously opened their big mouths, starting to gnaw on the Dao fragment. Not just the Hell Fiends, even the Netherworld Black Dragon under the Netherworld Black Pool poked out its head, taking a bite of the Dao fragment, leaving 2 deep marks on the Dao fragment. For the Dao fragment, it was just a scratch. But it didn't matter. If 1 bite wasn't enough, then 100 bites. If 100 bites weren't enough, then 10,000 bites. The Netherworld Black Dragon was like teething, biting one mouthful after another. Although the Dao fragment was incredibly solid, gaps were still bitten out bit by bit. The Hell Fiends were the same. Each bite could only leave a tiny mark, not even scratching the surface. But there were enough of them. 4,000,000 mouths continuously biting, the marks rapidly expanded. This layer of skin was scratched more and more, getting bigger and bigger, finally becoming wounds. The Dao fragment gradually shrank under Skeleton Hell's gnawing. It was really being eaten. Without the main body, it had no external support. Its fate was already sealed. At the same time, Skeleton Hell's power was growing stronger. This was a Dao fragment containing Dao power. Although the power wasn't strong, its level was high enough. It was great nourishment for Skeleton Hell. After all, this was a Dao fragment. The power contained inside was the Dao's origin power, higher level than origin spirit veins. Lin Moyu could feel Skeleton Hell's power rapidly rising. Lin Moyu looked at the numerous Dao fragments.
If all these Dao fragments could be devoured, I wonder what level Skeleton Hell could reach. If the Hell Fiends could reach 7th level Dao Venerable, then even facing 9th level Dao Venerable, I could fight head-on. And the gates of Hell, could they become more complete? This place is truly a feng shui treasure land.
3157 3157. Chapter 3157. Lord Wentian is really a good person. Lin Moyu felt Lord Wentian was truly a good person, bringing him here to such a great place. As long as he operated properly, Skeleton Hell could eat to its heart's content here, constantly growing stronger. When one day Skeleton Hell devoured the entire Scarlet Fire Dao, who knew how strong it would become, whether it could become a true hell. The possibility wasn't 0, but the specifics still depended on the actual situation. After a full 3 days, Skeleton Hell finally devoured the smallest Dao fragment. The power in the Dao fragment was completely absorbed. Howls of Hell Fiends constantly came from Skeleton Hell. The Netherworld Black Dragon also poked out its head, roaring angrily from time to time. After devouring one Dao fragment, the effect was similar to devouring a low-level origin spirit vein. The Hell Fiends became more powerful. Although they hadn't broken through to the next realm, their strength had indeed increased. The Netherworld Black Dragon was the same. Especially after countless times gnawing on the Dao fragment, its teeth became sharper. The Tao fragment had helped it sharpen its teeth.
After eating a few more fragments, they should be able to break through.
Lin Moyu's gaze searched through the void, again finding a Tao fragment that was farthest away and not very large. The wings of time vibrated lightly. Lin Moyu silently approached. From afar, he saw the blood-colored lake on the Tao fragment. In the center of the blood-colored lake was a huge bone. There were 1,500 bloody rat monsters on this Tao fragment, 500 more than before. The Bloody Legion used 500 as a base number. Whether increasing or decreasing, it was always based on 500. This Tao fragment was slightly larger, so the Bloody Legion stationed more troops on it. All 1,500 bloody rat monsters were two-winged rat generals, 4th level Tao Venerable. There were no 5th level Tao Venerable 4-winged rat generals. Lin Moyu approached, not moving the undead army. He suppressed his aura. When still over 10,000 li away, he pointed his finger. Space distorted slightly. Countless hell fiends rushed out, charging towards the bloody rat monsters with bared teeth and claws. The appearance of bloody rat monsters was already ferocious enough, but compared to hell fiends, they were far inferior. This group of fearless fiends from hell pounced on the bloody rat monsters like wolves and tigers, biting with open mouths. The bloody rat monsters were suddenly attacked. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. With their strength, once surrounded by skeleton hell, there was no possibility of escape. Hell fiends crawled onto them, forcibly entangling them with hands and feet, firmly grasping and refusing to let go. Extremely sharp teeth bit down mouthful after mouthful. Each bite could tear off large pieces of flesh and blood. Blood sprayed, dyeing the ground of the Tao fragment black-red. For a time, blood flowed like rivers on the Tao fragment. Large amounts of fresh blood gathered towards the central blood-colored lake. The bloody rat monsters struggled and resisted frantically, but it was useless. They couldn't escape at all, not even make a sound. In just 10 minutes, 1,500 4th-level Tao Venerable two-winged bloody rat generals were eaten without a trace left. After eating the bloody rat monsters, the hell fiends rushed into the blood-colored lake, starting to devour the fresh blood inside and gnaw on the bone. The sound of gnawing constantly came, making one's teeth ache. This bone was slightly larger than before, with 4 balls of scarlet blood essence inside. Lin Moyu used the luck Tao, condensing it into a blade to cut off the connection between the fragment and the main body. The hell fiends began to formally gnaw on the Tao fragment. This was the main course. Before was just an appetizer. At this time, the Netherworld Black Dragon came out, using the Tao fragment to sharpen its teeth. The Tao fragment became smaller and smaller, until 4 days later, it completely disappeared in the void. The hell fiends strengthened again, getting closer and closer to 5th level Tao Venerable. Again choosing a Tao fragment, Lin Moyu repeated the process. In this special void, every few days a Tao fragment would disappear. There were many Tao fragments, thousands upon thousands. A few less wouldn't attract attention. Moreover, Lin Moyu's choices were very clever. He always chose the outermost ones, farthest from other fragments. He ate away bit by bit, not alarming the bloody rat monsters on other fragments. Finally, after devouring 10 Tao fragments in a row, skeleton hell finally advanced. The hell fiends roared excitedly non-stop, their realms breaking through together, advancing to 5th level Tao Venerable. The Netherworld Black Dragon also opened its mouth to spew dragon breath. Dragon cries resounded through skeleton hell one after another. Amidst the screams of hell fiends and the Netherworld Black Dragon, skeleton hell's own space became more solid. Even 7th level Tao Venerables would need to exert some effort to shatter skeleton hell's space. Lin Moyu felt skeleton hell's changes, his eyes showing some regret.
Skeleton hell has indeed become stronger, but unfortunately the gates of hell haven't become more complete. It seems that to make the gates of hell more complete and hell stronger, we still need to absorb hell fragments. Neither origin spirit veins nor Tao fragments help much in restoring the gates of hell.
Initially, origin crystals and origin spirit veins had helped restore the gates of hell, but their effect was too weak. After the gates of hell recovered to a certain degree, their effect disappeared. Next, hell fragments were needed to restore the gates of hell. Lin Moyu had a feeling that to make hell reappear, the gates of hell needed to be completely restored. The gates of hell were the true core of the entire skeleton hell. Those patterns on the gates of hell hid great secrets. After skeleton hell became stronger, Lin Moyu continued according to his previous plan, devouring Tao fragments step by step. As for the bloody legions on the Tao fragments, they became secondary. Even the task given by Lord Wentian wasn't so important now. Lin Moyu preferred tangible benefits. Devouring Tao fragments could bring him tangible benefits. If he could raise skeleton hell to 8th level Tao Venerable, then he could strut around the origin continent. Killing a 9th level Tao Venerable wouldn't be difficult. Skeleton hell killing enemies one realm higher was commonplace. Time passed bit by bit. The small Tao fragments were eaten up. Lin Moyu began to target those slightly larger Tao fragments. On those Tao fragments, at least over 5,000 bloody rat monsters were stationed, and 4-winged rat generals and 6-winged rat generals appeared. Before skeleton hell advanced, dealing with 6th level Tao Venerable 6-winged rat generals would have been somewhat troublesome. After advancing, it was enough to trap 6-winged rat generals to death. Skeleton hell's advancement became slower and slower. Previously, it had advanced to 5th level Tao Venerable after devouring 10 Tao fragments. Now to advance again from 5th level Tao Venerable, the number of Tao fragments needed increased geometrically. From skeleton hell's power changes, Lin Moyu predicted at least 50 Tao fragments were needed to advance. This number would only be more, not less. Outside the ancient battle secret realm, countless numbers on the huge stone tablet were flashing. 60 days had passed since the ancient battle secret realm opened. During this time, the numbers constantly changed. Some numbers would suddenly turn gray, representing that person had died. According to the numbers clan affiliation, someone would immediately fill in. On a large floating stone in the air outside the secret realm, highest in position and largest, was where the royal clan leaders discussed matters. Many of their decisions would affect the future direction of the beast races. The leaders of the 10 royal clans gathered together. They hadn't gone in. Those who went in were clan elders. Jean Mia looked at the Celestial Fox clan leader.
Old Su, can your clan have someone join the Divine Rune Army this time?
3158 3158. Chapter 3158. Without friend Lin, I'd have trouble even staying alive. Facing Jean Mia's question, Su Mao narrowed his old eyes.
Who can say for sure? Maybe there will be, maybe not. Let nature take its course.
Su Mao was the leader of the Celestial Fox clan, and the oldest among the 10 royal clan leaders. Among the 10 royal clans, the Celestial Fox was the most stable clan. For many years, they hadn't had any troubles. Each clan leader served for a very long time. They also had the most powerful experts among the 10 royal clans, with 5 top 9th level Tao Venerable powerhouses. Other clans usually only had 1, at most 2. For some reason, once a clan had too many 9th level Tao Venerables, trouble would inevitably occur. The extra 9th level Tao Venerables would have accidents for various reasons. If not injured and falling in realm, then dying in accidents. The entire clan might even have problems. Not many people understood the various reasons. Only a few knew the root cause was fortune. For a clan to have top experts, it needed fortune to support it. The higher the realm, the higher the fortune requirement. This fortune referred not just to individuals, but the whole clan. Once fortune was insufficient to support it, either top experts couldn't appear, or even if they did, accidents would occur. The Celestial Fox clan could maintain the most top experts because they befriended many friends with strong luck. Whether from beast races, humans, or even dragon races, people with good luck naturally had good fortune. Borrowing these people's fortune to strengthen their own clan's fortune led to the Celestial Fox clan's constant stability and continuous emergence of powerful experts. Jinnya smiled.
The Celestial Fox clan has strong fortune, with powerful experts emerging constantly. To be honest, I really envy your bloodline.
Su Mao smiled.
Then you can go ask the Beast Emperor to change your bloodline, let you join the Celestial Fox clan.
Jean Mie waved his hand.
I was just joking, don't take it seriously.
Su Mou naturally understood.
Speaking of fortune, that human friend you met this time has the strongest luck I've seen in my life. I imagine his fortune must be incredibly astonishing. You should seize this well. Your clan's fortune will naturally increase. Maybe in a few years you'll have a third 9th level Dao Venerable.
Jean Mie said.
Mr. Lin's fortune is naturally not weak. Someone like Mr. Lin, Jean has only seen once in his life.
His words made the other clan leaders show surprise. With Jean Mie's level of arrogance, for him to evaluate someone like this was indeed unexpected. At this time, Lei Tian also said,
Mr. Lin is indeed also someone Lei has only seen once in his life. Perhaps only the Beast Emperor can compare.
This made the other clan leaders even more surprised. They all asked what kind of person Lin Moyu was. Lei Tian and Jean Mie took turns speaking, telling part of Lin Moyu's story. But they wouldn't tell everything. They knew very well what could be said and what couldn't. However, they also let everyone know that Lin Moyu had a relationship with the Beast Emperor, and it was no ordinary relationship. Even when Lin Moyu exterminated the Flame Divine Eagle clan, the Beast Emperor didn't say anything. Everyone realized that if they met Lin Moyu, they should treat him politely, at least not offend him. Lei Tian said,
When I asked you for that box before, it was actually for Mr. Lin. But my words obviously weren't very useful, so I did something privately.
Everyone asked in unison.
What did you do?
Lei Tian chuckled.
I told the Beast Emperor about this matter.
They could contact the Beast Emperor, but wouldn't do so lightly. Unexpectedly, Lei Tian had contacted the Beast Emperor for this matter. Everyone felt it was making a mountain out of a molehill. Even Jean Mie was surprised.
What did the Beast Emperor say?
Lei Tian shook his head.
The Beast Emperor might be busy. There's no reply for now.
Everyone instinctively felt the Beast Emperor probably didn't want to bother. Otherwise, with the Beast Emperor's power, sparing a bit of attention would be enough. He couldn't be that busy. Su Mao's eyes showed thoughtfulness.
Clan leader Lei Tian, it seems you really value that human youngster.
Lei Tian smiled.
Mr. Lin has shown me kindness. I naturally must do my utmost for his matters.
At this time, suddenly a shout came from outside.
Number 1635 replacement personnel. Number 1635 replacement personnel. Number 1635 replacement personnel.
The same words repeated 3 times, spreading throughout the entire camp. Number 1635 was the Celestial Fox clan's number. Someone from the Celestial Fox clan had died in the Secret Realm. In the ancient battle Secret Realm, casualties inevitably exceeded 30% each time, sometimes reaching 50%. Among all casualties, the Celestial Fox clan's casualties were always the lowest, often 0. This was also related to their strong fortune. But occasional casualties were normal. Hearing the number, no one found it strange. However, Su Mao's face suddenly changed. He exclaimed,
How is this possible?
Everyone asked curiously,
What's wrong?
Su Mao said softly,
Su Fengzi has fallen.
Everyone found it even stranger. Su Fengzi, just from the name, was only a collateral branch member. What was so shocking about a collateral branch member falling? Su Mao said,
Su Fengzi isn't an ordinary collateral branch member. He joined the Divine Rune Army, and in the future, he could possibly reach the top, becoming part of the main branch. Strange, his luck was very strong. He shouldn't have fallen. Could it be that this old man was wrong? Or did he encounter something inside?
Su Mao couldn't quite believe it. His eyes showed great regret. Suddenly, his eyes widened, looking at the Secret Realm entrance. At the Secret Realm entrance, a figure appeared. It was Su Fengzi. Su Fengzi hadn't died, but left the Secret Realm, which was why his name turned gray. Leaving the Secret Realm early rarely happened.
Su Mou immediately transmitted.
Fengzi, come here.
A beam of light fell beside Su Fengzi, showing him the way. Su Fengzi immediately flew up, coming before Su Mao.
Fengzi greets the clan leader.
Su Mao asked,
"Why did you come out?"
Su Fengzi said,
"While executing a task, Fengzi encountered danger. Just as I was about to die, a secret realm exit suddenly appeared. After entering the exit, Fengzi returned here."
In the ancient battle secret realm, anything could happen. Su Fengzi's experience actually made perfect sense. Su Mao noticed the seal at Su Fengzi's waist.
"You've advanced to 1,000-man commander? And become 7th level Dao Venerable. It seems you've gained quite a lot this time."
Su Fengzi said,
"Indeed, the gains were great. This time in the secret realm, Fengzi met a human friend called Lin Moyu. Friend Lin led me to overfulfill a task, letting me advance directly from 10-man commander to 1,000-man commander."
Su Mao made an
"Oh."
sound.
"So you met him and completed a task together?"
Su Fengzi immediately explained.
"Not together. It was friend Lin leading me to complete the task. Without friend Lin, I'd have trouble even staying alive."
These words made everyone feel surprised. They looked at Su Fengzi curiously. Su Mao asked,
"Tell us in detail."
Su Fengzi shook his head.
"I've made a great Dao oath. I can't say."
Great Dao oaths were unbreakable. Su Mao also understood not to force it. He thought for a moment, changing the question.
"That human youngster called Lin Moyu also joined the Divine Rune Army. What's his current military rank? You can say this, right?"
Su Fengzi said,
"When I parted with friend Lin was already a 7th grade general." "What? How is this possible?"
Even Su Mao, who had lived countless years, couldn't remain calm. He stood up abruptly, looking at Su Fengzi. Just joining the Divine Rune Army, in such a short time, from ordinary soldier to 7th grade general. How was this achieved? Su Mao himself was also a member of the Divine Rune Army. He naturally knew how difficult it was to advance in military rank. He had gone so many times, and was currently only a 9th grade general. He couldn't understand how Lin Moyu had done it. At this time, an authoritative voice sounded,
"Friend Lin has advanced to 7th grade general?"
3159 3159. Chapter 3159. This Lin Moyu has quite the face. Mist filled the entire tent. The 10 clan leaders stood up simultaneously, kneeling respectfully towards the newcomer. Su Fengzi also knelt on the ground in trepidation. Everyone shouted in unison,
"Greetings to the Beast Emperor."
The Beast Emperor presided over the northern continent. In the hearts of most beast races, the Beast Emperor was truly the supreme being above all. Every beast race person was a subject of the Beast Emperor. In the northern continent, the Beast Emperor had absolute ruling power. When the Beast Emperor gave orders, none dared disobey. Whoever dared disrespect the Beast Emperor would face death at the least, or extermination of their entire clan at worst. The Beast Emperor's authoritative voice came from within the mist.
"Rise." "Thank you, Beast Emperor."
Everyone slowly stood up. These 9th level Dao venerables who usually looked down on everyone now stood with hands at their sides, as respectful as could be. The Beast Emperor looked at Su Fengzi.
"You said friend Lin has advanced to 7th grade general?"
Hearing the Beast Emperor call Lin Moyu
"Friend."
Everyone realized Lin Moyu's relationship with the Beast Emperor might be even better than they had thought. What was the Beast Emperor's status? How many people could be called
"Friend"
by the Beast Emperor? Even they, the leaders of clans and 9th level Dao venerable existences, weren't qualified to be the Beast Emperor's friends. Being called
"Friend"
by the Beast Emperor meant this person's potential was already terrifyingly great. The Beast Emperor believed he would certainly reach the same level as himself in the future. Only such a person could be called
"Friend."
As for identity and background, they meant nothing before the Beast Emperor. Su Fengzi was somewhat fearful, but still relatively calm. He immediately replied,
"When I parted with friend Lin Friend Lin had already advanced to 7th grade general. With Friend Lin's ability now, he's probably no longer just 7th grade.
The Beast Emperor made an interested
Oh.
sound.
Do you know the reason for Friend Lin's rapid advancement?
Su Fengzi said.
Friend Lin said that to advance quickly, one must overfulfill tasks. Normally, it takes completing 2 to 3 tasks to advance 10 military ranks. If one can overfulfill tasks, then one task can lead to advancement, even advancing twice.
Everyone was hearing about overfulfilling tasks for the first time. Among the 10 clan leaders present, apart from the Celestial Fox clan and Green Wind Wolf clan, the other 8 clan leaders actually didn't understand the Divine Rune Army's task system. They had long given up on joining the Divine Rune Army. Even their clan records didn't have any information. Joining the Divine Rune Army was a matter for the Celestial Fox clan and Green Wind Wolf clan. It had nothing to do with them. The Beast Emperor continued asking,
Did he say how to overfulfill tasks?
Su Fengzi said.
Friend Lin did say. He said to analyze specific tasks specifically, find the key points of tasks, and break through at the key points.
Fearing others wouldn't understand, he continued explaining.
For example, a task requires us to help the Divine Rune Army defend a garrison and repel the Bloody Legion. Then directly block the Bloody Legion outside the garrison, not letting them approach the garrison, ensuring the Divine Rune Army suffers no losses, and doing it in a short time. This would be overfulfilling the task.
Just hearing this, one could feel that overfulfilling tasks was very difficult. Several clan leaders said softly,
This is very difficult.
The Beast Emperor chuckled.
Indeed very difficult, but not beyond Friend Lin's ability. Your name is Su Fengzi, right?
Su Fengzi immediately nodded.
Yes, a collateral branch disciple of the Celestial Fox clan, Fengzi.
A Beast Emperor flower appeared in the mist. The Beast Emperor flower bloomed, its light falling on Su Fengzi. Su Fengzi's aura immediately strengthened. Although his position hadn't changed, everyone could see he had become much stronger.
Su Fengzi showed delight.
My bloodline has improved.
The Beast Emperor had used supreme methods to help him improve his bloodline. The Beast Emperor said,
From now on, you'll be renamed Suze. From now on, you'll be a direct branch disciple of the Celestial Fox clan. When you become a 9th level Dao Venerable, your entire branch can become direct branch disciples.
Su Fengzi trembled all over. His wish to become a direct branch disciple had been realized so easily. Beside him, Su Mao also showed surprise. The Beast Emperor would actually give Su Fengzi such grace. He suddenly knelt down.
Thank you for the Beast Emperor's great kindness. This little one will henceforth go through fire and water for the Beast Emperor, not fearing death.
The Beast Emperor said,
No need to thank this Emperor. If you want to thank someone, thank Friend Lin. You have the aura of a great Dao realm being on you. It seems you encountered danger before, and someone intervened to save you. Due to karmic ties, that being also intervened to save you because of Friend Lin. All things considered, you owe Friend Lin a life debt.
The mist swirled as the Beast Emperor said softly,
I once told you there's a great secret behind the ancient battle secret realm. I can't say what this secret is, but I can tell you it involves outer Daos. If you can achieve accomplishments in the ancient battle secret realm, you'll attract their attention. Your future achievements will be limitless. This was originally your opportunity. This emperor also had selfish motives and didn't open it to humans. Although the ancient battle secret realm is more suitable for humans, what a pity!
The Beast Emperor sighed. Beast race people really weren't smart enough. Several clan leaders lowered their heads. They really were too stupid. They were fine at fighting and killing, but solving puzzles and doing tasks, they really couldn't do it. The Beast Emperor said,
But it doesn't matter. Now Friend Lin has deeply entered it. He alone is worth 1,000 or 10,000. It should be enough. Those existences on the outer Daos want quality, not quantity. If even Friend Lin can't complete it, then no one in this era can do it.
Suddenly someone asked,
Can't even the Beast Emperor do it?
The speaker was the Black Bear clan leader, named Haida. Among the 10 clan leaders, he was known for having the strongest combat power and also being the most brainless. He spoke without thinking. Perhaps he didn't have a brain at all. When he said this, Su Mao turned his head, indicating he didn't know him. The Beast Emperor snorted, clearly displeased.
Even those above Tao Venerable can't do it.
Haida had no sense at all and made an
Oh.
sound.
So that's how it is.
Su Mao immediately changed the subject.
Beast Emperor, did you come in person this time to find friend Lin?
Suddenly 2 boxes flew out from the mist.
This Emperor came to deliver things for friend Lin. This box is a prehistoric artifact, but the things inside are useless to you. You can't open this box either. Since friend Lin needs it, if you have any, give them to friend Lin. By the way, go ask other clans. If they have any, bring them out too. This Emperor is leaving. If anything happens, send word again.
The words still lingered, but the mist had already dispersed. The Beast Emperor left silently. Everyone never imagined the Beast Emperor had come mainly to deliver boxes for Lin Moyu. Someone sighed.
Goodness, this Lin Moyu has quite the face. Indeed, the Beast Emperor personally came to deliver boxes.
Lei Tian chuckled.
You don't understand. All right, bring out any boxes you have. Earlier when I asked you for them, you still wanted to hide them. Now that the Beast Emperor has spoken, don't hide them anymore. These things are useless to you.
Su Mao smiled.
Clan leader Lei Tian, if you could always be this smart, joining the Divine Rune Army wouldn't be a problem.
Lei Tian said.
I still prefer fighting and killing. I can't do that kind of thing.
Under the Beast Emperor's orders, everyone finally agreed to hand over the boxes. At the same time, they also went to ask various small clans. If there were any boxes, they collected them all. 200 days later, the ancient battle's secret realm began to shake, indicating it was about to close. At the intersection of the Origin Continent and Blood Rat Realm, Lord Wentian appeared there again. 3,163,160. Chapter 3160. What exactly did he do? Lord Wentian's gaze swept across the void, a look of surprise appearing on his face.
The fragments of the Scarlet Fire Dao seemed to be fewer.
This place had existed for countless years, and he had come countless times, very familiar with every part of it. He knew exactly how many fragments the Scarlet Fire Dao had. Looking now, the fragments of the Scarlet Fire Dao were fewer by about 60 pieces. The main body hadn't moved. What was missing were all the outermost Dao fragments.
What exactly did he do?
Lord Wentian saw Lin Moyu from afar, seeing that Lin Moyu was currently on a Dao fragment. Before him, a great battle was unfolding magnificently. Large numbers of Bloody Legion members charged from the front, attacking Lin Moyu. While space rippled around Lin Moyu, firelight rose and fell, like an endless abyss swallowing all the Bloody Legion. Huge skeleton kings stood in the sea of fire, swinging bone swords, slaying bloody rat monsters one after another. This battle looked extremely fierce, but Lin Moyu had a calm face, as if watching a play, forming a strong contrast. He transmitted to Lin Moyu.
The ancient battle's secret realm is about to close. Come back first.
Lin Moyu suddenly received the transmission and immediately put away Skeleton Hell, spreading his wings of time and flying back. He left very decisively, not caring about the outcome of the battle at all. The ancient battle's secret realm was about to close. If he couldn't return in time, he would be left here for a very long time. Lord Wentian had told him before that he could come here anytime, but coming here also had rules. Opening a channel from the Origin Continent to here through the General Seal required energy. The General Seal needed 100 days to recover each time it was activated. That meant every time he came, he needed to stay here for a full 100 days before he could return again. Moreover, the General Seal needed to be activated on the Origin Continent. Only this way could it leave position coordinates on the Origin Continent so it could successfully bring him back when activated again. This time he came, Lord Wentian had brought him and he hadn't left specific position coordinates on the origin continent. So he couldn't return through the General's seal and needed Lord Wentian to take him back. And Lord Wentian could only enter the origin continent when the ancient battle secret realm opened. So he had to be taken back by Lord Wentian before the ancient battle secret realm closed. Lord Wentian had told him this before, so after hearing the transmission, Lin Moyu returned without delay, regardless of the battle situation. This was the intersection of two realms. The powers of the two realms intertwined here. In the area of the Scarlet Fire Dao, the power of the Rat Realm was greater, while in the area of the Purple Lightning Dao, the power of the Origin Continent was greater. Lord Wentian was restricted. He could only move in the area occupied by the Origin Continent and couldn't stay too long. Lin Moyu flew back at top speed. Just as he returned to the area of the Purple Lightning Dao, his vision blurred, and Lord Wentian appeared before him. Lin Moyu immediately bowed.
Greetings, Senior.
Lord Wentian waved his hand, a powerful force enveloping Lin Moyu.
We'll talk when we get back.
As he spoke, Lord Wentian glanced at the Scarlet Fire Dao. Then the two disappeared. Lin Moyu again experienced a long teleportation. He felt he had truly returned to the world controlled by the Origin Continent. The power of the Dao became clear and strong. As space changed, the scene before his eyes became clear again. Lin Moyu found he had returned to the stone chamber. The 16 murals were still there. Even his standing position hadn't changed at all. The 200-plus days of life seemed like a dream. But the improvement of Skeleton Hell was real. In the world of rules, Skeleton Hell had advanced to 6th level Dao Venerable, becoming his strongest technique apart from the two origin level techniques. Lord Wentian said softly,
"Give me your seal."
Lin Moyu realized something seemed wrong. As he handed over the general's seal, he asked,
"Senior, has something happened?"
Lord Wentian said softly,
"I'll tell you after I've looked."
The seal recorded all of Lin Moyu's actions. Lord Wentian looked at the seal, his gaze first showing shock, then becoming complex. During this, he looked at Lin Moyu several times. That indescribable complexity, Lin Moyu didn't know how to describe. Lin Moyu also felt very strange. He hadn't done anything, why could it make such a great Dao realm being show such an expression? After all, you're a being who has lived countless years, living from prehistoric times until now, experiencing that terrible war. What could make you so surprised? But this thought could only be kept in his heart, not spoken out. Lin Moyu recalled what he had done in the intersection realm. Actually, these things were very simple. At first, it was just constant repetition, devouring Dao fragments over and over using the same method. It wasn't until after 100 days that some changes occurred. At that time, some of the outermost Dao fragments had been completely devoured. Lin Moyu could only turn his target to Dao fragments closer to the main body. The closer to the main body, the more Dao fragments there were, and the larger their volume. At the same time, the distances between them were also closer. Moreover, the number of Bloody Legion on the Dao fragments began to increase sharply. Four-winged Bloody Rat Generals became the main force. The number of six-winged Rat Generals increased greatly. At the same time, 7th level Dao Venerable Mutated Rat Monsters appeared. Lin Moyu could no longer devour silently. No matter which fragment he wanted to devour, Bloody Legions from nearby Dao fragments would inevitably come to support. Often he had to deal with Bloody Legions from more than 5 Dao fragments simultaneously. Fortunately, Lin Moyu's combat power was strong enough. The undead army, revived army, plus several elemental liches working together could handle it. Only the devouring speed decreased greatly, until Skeleton Hell advanced again, reaching 6th level Dao Venerable. With the advanced Skeleton Hell, combat power again achieved overwhelming superiority, regaining devouring speed. But Lin Moyu also knew that if he got closer, he would face even more Bloody Legions. At that time, the speed would decrease again. The most crucial point was that after Skeleton Hell grew to 6th level Dao Venerable, Lin Moyu felt Skeleton Hell had reached a bottleneck. If he wanted Skeleton Hell to continue improving, it needed a metamorphosis. Metamorphosis could no longer be achieved by devouring Tao fragments. Even origin spirit veins wouldn't be useful. It needed hell fragments. When Lin Moyu sensed this point, he thought about letting skeleton hell continue improving for a while, improving to the limit before metamorphosis, then go find hell fragments to complete the metamorphosis. A moment later, Lord Wentian finally finished looking and knew what Lin Moyu had done in the intersection realm. Lord Wentian asked softly,
What's this technique of yours called? Skeleton hell.
Lin Moyu answered truthfully. Lord Wentian said,
Perform it. Let this old man see.
Without another word, Lin Moyu pointed, and skeleton hell appeared in the stone chamber. Lord Wentian stepped forward, walking into skeleton hell. He wanted to experience it personally.
Attack me with full force.
Lord Wentian's voice came from within skeleton hell. Lin Moyu said,
As you wish.
The next second, countless hell fiends charged towards Lord Wentian. 3161, 3161. Chapter 3161. The Secret of Hell's Shattering. Lord Wentian personally entered to experience skeleton hell. From this request, Lin Moyu guessed his intention. Thinking back to when he first met Lord Wentian had looked at him with a strange expression after checking his experiences through the General Seal. Before and after that look, Lord Wentian's attitude towards him had undergone some subtle changes. These changes were very subtle, so small they could hardly be smaller. Lord Wentian's control over his emotions was very strong. Ordinary people couldn't sense it at all. But Lin Moyu had keenly detected it. At the time, Lin Moyu felt it was strange, not knowing what Lord Wentian had seen. Now he understood Lord Wentian had seen skeleton hell. Lin Moyu remembered he had only used skeleton hell once at that time. That one use had attracted Lord Wentian's attention. However, this time in the intersection realm, he had used skeleton hell again and again, many times at full power, completely and thoroughly displaying skeleton hell. The entire process had been recorded in the General Seal. Lin Moyu was very clear about this and hadn't deliberately avoided it. This time Lord Wentian had seen more clearly, yet still wanted to enter skeleton hell himself and have Lin Moyu attack with full force. Lin Moyu looked at Lord Wentian inside skeleton hell. He seemed to be confirming something.
It seems skeleton hell really is related to the former hell. Lord Wentian went through that great battle and must have seen the real hell. Perhaps he knows some information about hell.
Lin Moyu was calculating, wanting to get some words out of Lord Wentian's mouth. Regarding the former real hell, Lin Moyu had his own guesses, but guesses were just guesses after all. He had asked the three ancestors, but they had been vague, because the three ancestors had never seen the real hell, only heard about it. The three ancestors even feared hell, as if it was an incredibly terrifying place. All three were extremely wary. Lord Wentian's reaction was completely different from the three ancestors. Lin Moyu guessed Lord Wentian must have seen the real hell. The hell fiends frantically gnawed at Lord Wentian, but were blocked by an invisible force. This force was very powerful. The hell fiends couldn't bite through it all. Lin Moyu's mind moved. The netherworld black pool rapidly rotated. The netherworld black dragon rushed out, opening its huge mouth to bite down on Lord Wentian. Boom! Skeleton hell shook violently. The netherworld black dragon was also repelled by an invisible force. Its bite had no effect at all. Lord Wentian still stood there, motionless. Lin Moyu walked into skeleton hell, coming before Lord Wentian.
Senior, is there any problem with Junior's technique?
Lord Wentian looked up at the gates of hell hidden in the flames and black mist in the depths of hell, not speaking. Lin Moyu knew Lord Wentian didn't want to say, but he still persisted.
Senior, Junior guesses this technique should be related to the former hell. Does Senior know about the real hell of the past?
This question carried a hint of probing. He shouldn't have asked, but Lin Moyu couldn't help himself. Having finally met someone who might have seen hell, how could he let such a good opportunity pass? Lord Wentian still looked at the gates of hell. His voice drifted over lightly.
Why do you think I would know?
Lin Moyu said.
From Senior's reaction, Junior guesses Senior should know about the real hell, maybe even have been there.
Lord Wentian chuckled, his eyes showing some reminiscence.
That's right, this old man did go there, but only once. Although only once, the memory is extremely vivid. I'll never forget it in my lifetime, especially those gates of hell.
Lin Moyu said.
Please enlighten Junior.
Lord Wentian shook his head lightly.
You have questions, but these questions all need to be answered by yourself. No one can tell you what the real hell is like. Although this old man went there, I only went to the edge. I only saw the gates of hell from afar. The rest of the information was actually learned from elsewhere. The only thing this old man can tell you is that the gates of hell are the true core of the entire hell. If the gates of hell are incomplete, hell is incomplete. You feel your technique is related to hell. As it looks now, it is indeed related. But how much connection you actually have, you'll have to find the answer yourself.
Lord Wentian clearly knew, but just wouldn't say, playing dumb with him. Perhaps he really couldn't say. The history of the past had buried too many secrets. With insufficient strength, one wasn't qualified to know these things. Knowing wouldn't do any good, only bring trouble. Lin Moyu was very clever and naturally wouldn't pursue the question. He changed to another question.
Junior also wants to restore the gates of hell, but to restore the gates of hell, only merging hell fragments will work. However, hell fragments are very hard to find. So far, Junior has only found 2 pieces.
Lord Wentian's gaze held even deeper reminiscence.
When we heard the news of hell shattering back then, we were also extremely shocked. At the time, some Tao lords went to search for hell fragments. Later we got news that hell had shattered very thoroughly. Most had turned to dust, with only a few fragments remaining. Some came to the origin continent. Some went to unknown places. As for the true reason hell shattered, to be honest, we don't know either.
Lin Moyu asked curiously.
According to Junior's knowledge, hell shattered in a great battle back then. Junior guesses the outer gods shattered hell.
Lord Wentian shook his head.
Not necessarily. From our understanding of the god realm, those fellows shouldn't have the ability to shatter hell.
Lin Moyu was shocked.
Could it be the black blood demons?
Lord Wentian still shook his head, indicating he couldn't be sure. It seemed even Lord Wentian didn't know the answer to this question. If hell wasn't shattered by the outer gods and black blood realm, then who could it be? Could it be that an even more powerful force intervened in that prehistoric great battle? Lin Moyu asked.
After hell shattered back then, did Senior search for fragments?
He could see Lord Wentian valued hell highly, so he asked this question. Lord Wentian shook his head.
The situation was special back then. We didn't go searching. Some Tao lords did search, but whether they found anything in the end, we don't know. But according to this old man's deduction, there should still be some fragments that fell on the origin continent. If you put your mind to it, you should be able to find them.
Lin Moyu said.
Junior will do his best to search. To be honest with Senior, Junior once had an extravagant hope of turning skeleton hell into the real hell.
Lord Wentian said meaningfully.
I hope you can do it. This old man also wants to see the real gates of hell again.
Lin Moyu's expression was determined.
It will definitely happen.
The stone chamber suddenly began to shake. Lord Wentian said.
The ancient battle secret realm is ending. Due to the rules, this old man temporarily can't enter the origin continent again. You shouldn't go to the intersection realm for now either. This old man didn't expect you could devour Tao fragments. Something in the blood rat realm has been awakened. If you go again, you may be in danger.
3162 3162. Chapter 3162. Actually became a general. Lin Moyu was shocked. Before leaving the intersection realm, Lord Wentian had glanced in the direction of the blood rat realm. Clearly, he had seen something. Lin Moyu asked.
Wasn't it said that great Tao realm beings can't take action there?
Lord Wentian shook his head.
It's not that they completely can't, just that they would have to pay an extremely great price. But you went too far. You devoured quite a few Dao fragments. If you devour more, the Scarlet Fire Dao might never be able to recover. This is something they can't tolerate. Even if they have to pay a huge price, they'll find a way to kill you.
The Scarlet Fire Dao was one of the foundations of the Blood Rat realm. The Rat realm would never allow anything to happen to the Scarlet Fire Dao. What Lin Moyu did was equivalent to digging up someone's ancestral grave. Who could tolerate that? Lin Moyu asked.
Then how long should Junior wait before going in again?
The intersection realm was a good place that could let skeleton hell grow rapidly. Besides there, Lin Moyu hadn't found a place more suitable for upgrading skeleton hell. Lord Wentian held up 5 fingers.
At least 5 years. If you go again after 5 years, this old man will sense it. At that time, this old man will go with you. If they really take action against you, with this old man there, at least I can keep you safe.
Lin Moyu nodded.
Thank you for the trouble, Senior.
At this time, the shaking of the stone chamber became more violent. The closing time of the ancient battle secret realm was drawing nearer. Lord Wentian pointed a finger, and a beam of light fell on Lin Moyu's general seal. The general seal immediately grew slightly larger. The 6 on the seal changed to 5. Lin Moyu officially advanced to 5th grade general. At the same time, Lord Wentian tossed 100 great Dao crystals to Lin Moyu.
This is what you deserve. Although great Dao crystals are just dust of the Dao, their effect on cultivation is excellent, second only to Dao rewards. These things aren't common. Use them sparingly.
Lin Moyu put away the great Dao crystals and joked.
If I grind Dao fragments into powder, could they become great Dao crystals?
Lord Wentian was amused by Lin Moyu's wild imagination.
Hard to say. You can try. What if it works?
Lin Moyu nodded very seriously.
I'll try next time.
The stone chamber collapsed amid the shaking, vanishing into smoke. Lin Moyu bowed to Lord Wentian. He could feel that Lord Wentian bore him no ill will. Although Lord Wentian also had his own selfish motives, letting him go to the intersection realm also had other purposes. But in any case, he didn't mean to harm him, and had also given him sufficient benefits. So, Lin Moyu was still grateful to Lord Wentian in his heart. After all, it's perfectly normal for everyone to have their own purposes in doing anything. As long as they don't harm others, it's fine. If it's like Lord Wentian, it can be called a win-win situation. The scene before his eyes became blurry. A powerful force enveloped him, sending him outside the secret realm. The gates of the secret realm had completely closed. The next opening would be in 1,000 years. The general seal was still at his waist. It had become dim, not as brilliant as in the ancient battle secret realm. Lin Moyu could sense that the seal was absorbing power. After 100 days, it would be able to take him to the intersection realm. Noisy sounds rang in his ears. The voices of nearly 10,000 beast race people merged together, sounding like thunder. Used to the quietness of the ancient battle's secret realm, suddenly hearing such noisy sounds made Lin Moyu feel emotional for a moment. Quietness and noise both have their own flavors. After being in one environment for a long time, sometimes one misses the other.
Mr. Lin, congratulations on your safe return.
A crisp voice sounded. Lin Moyu turned his head to see Jean Lan smiling at him. Jean Lan's smile was radiant, obviously in a very good mood. It seemed her gains this time were not small. Lin Moyu felt that Jean Lan's aura was more stable than before, her cultivation having clearly improved. Lin Moyu also smiled.
I imagine the Great Elder's gains this time weren't small either.
Jean Lan came before Lin Moyu.
Thanks to Mr. Lin healing Jean Lan's injuries. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to have this opportunity.
Jean Lan was being polite. Lin Moyu naturally wouldn't take it seriously. Although his luck would have some influence on Jean Lan, the effect it could have was after all limited. Whatever gains Jean Lan had depended most importantly on herself. Jean Lan smiled brightly. It was clear she was truly grateful to Lin Moyu. Suddenly she noticed the seal at Lin Moyu's waist.
Mr. Lin, you joined the Divine Rune Army?
Lin Moyu nodded.
I did.
Jinlan said.
Can I take a look at this seal? Of course.
Lin Moyu waved his hand, and the seal flew into Jinlan's hand. Jinlan held the seal, her eyes shining as if she had obtained a treasure. At this moment, she didn't look at all like a top 9th level Dao Venerable powerhouse. Jinlan sighed.
Mr. Lin may not know, when Jinlan first entered Dao Venerable and entered the ancient battle secret realm for the first time, elders told me to try to join the Divine Rune Army. I tried again and again, until I reached 7th level Dao Venerable, but never succeeded. In the end, I had no choice but to give up.
Lin Moyu asked curiously.
I saw that your clan's records didn't mention the Divine Rune Army. In the secret realm, I met a friend from the Celestial Fox clan. He said apart from the Celestial Fox clan and Green Wind Wolf clan, the other 8 royal clans had given up on joining the Divine Rune Army.
Jinlan said.
We did give up, but we still passed it down by word of mouth, trying one more time. Unfortunately, no one has ever succeeded. I see.
Lin Moyu finally understood why the Golden Lion clan's records didn't have this part. They had really given up with only oral transmission remaining. 3rd level and 4th level Dao Venerables enter different areas of the secret realm. To join the Divine Rune Army, the difficulty of tasks to complete is also different. Until after 7th level Dao Venerable, one can no longer join the Divine Rune Army. The highest limit for the Divine Rune Army to recruit new soldiers is 6th level Dao Venerable. Jinlan had tried many times but failed. Finally, after reaching 7th level Dao Venerable, she completely gave up. Jinlan suddenly let out a low cry. She looked at Lin Moyu in utter disbelief, completely losing her composure. Her 9th level Dao Venerable body was actually trembling slightly. Jinlan's breathing even became heavier.
Mr. Lin, you not only joined the Divine Rune Army, but actually became a general.
Lin Moyu smiled slightly.
Just lucky.
Jinlan wouldn't believe such talk of luck. To join the Divine Rune Army required not only wisdom but also strength. She had the strength but lacked sufficient wisdom, which was why she failed repeatedly. Lin Moyu not only joined but also became a general in one go, and a 5th grade one at that. At this moment, in Jinlan's eyes as she looked at Lin Moyu, there was something called admiration. What she couldn't achieve after countless efforts became so easy before Lin Moyu. Not just her. Neither the Celestial Fox clan nor the Green Wind Wolf clan had ever had anyone reach 5th grade general. Lin Moyu could be said to have set a precedent. The key point was, Lin Moyu was only 3rd level Dao Venerable. Everything that happened to Lin Moyu had completely shattered her understanding. Even calling it a miracle wasn't enough. It was impossible not to admire Lin Moyu. Suddenly, the surrounding noise cleared. It suddenly became quiet. Everyone simultaneously looked up at the sky. A group of people were coming together. 3163, 3163. Chapter 3163. The Beast Emperor's friend naturally should be called Sir.
The leaders of the 10 royal clans have come together. My goodness, the 10 royal clan leaders have come together. Has something happened? The royal clan leaders, 9th level Dao Venerables, great being second only to the Beast Emperor, actually moving together. What's going on?
At once, countless discussions arose. Where the 10 clan leaders passed, beast race people knelt on the ground. The beast race people knelt on the ground, looking up at the sky, their eyes full of admiration. The leaders of the 10 royal clans were each top existences, and also idols for all beast race people. Jinlan chuckled lightly.
It seems the clan leaders have come to find Mr. Lin.
Lin Moyu had also noticed. These clan leaders seemed to be searching for someone. There was an 8 or 9 out of 10 chance they were coming to find him. Suddenly, Lei Tian pointed in his direction. Everyone immediately flew over towards him.
They really are coming to find me. It seems some things must have happened while I was in the secret realm. I don't know these clan leaders, but looking at their expressions, it's a bit strange.
Lin Moyu thought to himself as the clan leaders arrived nearby. Lei Tian spoke first.
Congratulations, Mr. Lin, on returning with a full load.
Jin Mie immediately followed.
Congratulations, Mr. Lin, on returning with a full load.
The two clan leaders speaking in succession led the way, and the other clan leaders promptly echoed them. Lin Moyu found it even stranger. How could these 9th-level Dao venerable clan leaders be so polite to him? In the beast races, the title,
Sir,
wasn't used casually. It was a term of respect. 1.
Sir,
Elevated Lin Moyu's status extremely high, already putting him on equal footing with the clan leaders. At this time, countless beast race people looked over, wanting to see who could deserve to be called.
Sir,
By the 10 royal clan leaders. At this moment, Lin Moyu couldn't pretend to be humble even if he wanted to. He slowly flew up, coming before the clan leaders.
Greetings to the clan leaders.
Su Mao said,
Mr. Lin needn't stand on ceremony. We just wanted to come see Mr. Lin's demeanor. This old man is Su Mao, leader of the Celestial Fox clan.
Su Mao wore a smile, looking very kind, like a nice old man. The Celestial Fox clan was the smartest race among the beast races. Being able to become the leader of the Celestial Fox clan, he was naturally one of the smartest people in the clan, knowing how to interact with Lin Moyu. In his eyes, Lin Moyu's luck had transformed into a dragon. His luck was so strong, it was unprecedented in Su Mao's life. After Su Mao, a big man called out,
I'm Heide, leader of the Black Bear clan. Hello, Mr. Lin. This old man is Qinglang, leader of the Green Wind Wolf clan.
The clan leaders introduced themselves one by one, without any heirs calling him
Mr. Lin.
Very enthusiastically, Lin Moyu greeted them in return. After the introductions, they became somewhat familiar. Lin Moyu asked,
Clan leaders have come specially to find me. What instructions do you have?
Su Mao smiled.
No instructions. We old fellows just wanted to come meet Mr. Lin, see Mr. Lin's demeanor. This old man knows Mr. Lin has many questions. Why don't we go back and talk?
Lin Moyu understood his meaning. There were many people and eyes here. Public place wasn't good for talking. Lin Moyu said,
All right, please lead the way.
The clan leaders wore smiles, leading the way in front, taking Lin Moyu back to the camp. In the camp, around a stone round table, 11 stone chairs were neatly arranged. The stone chairs were identical with no difference in size, also meaning there was no hierarchy among the 10 royal clans. Now, the 10 stone chairs had become 11. Lin Moyu was pushed by them to sit in one of them. In the countless years of beast race history, Lin Moyu was the first person to sit at the stone table. Lin Moyu smiled.
Clan leaders, can you tell me now?
Su Mao smiled.
Mr. Lin knows our clan's Fengza, right?
Lin Moyu nodded.
Friend Su is a good person. We cooperated in the secret realm.
Lin Moyu thought to himself, could it be that Su Fengzi said something? But with Su Fengzi's influence, he couldn't possibly achieve this effect. Su Mao said,
Su Fengzi came out early for some reason and said some things about Mr. Lin. But don't worry, Mr. Lin. Su Fengzi made a great Dao oath to only say what could be said. Coincidentally, clan leader Lei Tian contacted the Beast Emperor. The Beast Emperor sent some ancient boxes for Mr. Lin.
After Su Mao's explanation, Lin Moyu finally knew why these clan leaders treated him differently and were so polite. The Beast Emperor called him a friend. How could these people dare to put themselves on equal footing with the Beast Emperor? So they directly called him
Sir.
In their eyes, someone who could be called a friend by the Beast Emperor naturally deserved to be called
Sir.
The Beast Emperor not only sent ancient boxes, but also strengthened Su Fengzi's bloodline, directly changing him from a collateral branch to the main branch, renaming him Su Zhe from now on. As Su Mao spoke, he kept glancing at the general seal at Lin Moyu's waist. Finally, he couldn't help but ask,
Mr. Lin, may I ask what grade you are now?
Lin Moyu said,
5th grade.
Hiss. Everyone drew in a sharp breath. First time entering the ancient battle secret realm, not only joining the Divine Rune Army from an ordinary soldier, but directly advancing to 5th grade general. When Su Zhe said earlier that Lin Moyu had reached 7th grade general, it was already shocking enough. Now advancing to 5th grade general was simply a miracle. The other clan leaders were just shocked, but only Su Mao, who understood the ancient battle secret realm best, knew how terrifying this situation was. Su Mao said,
"In our beast race history, the highest was only 6th grade general. Mr. Lin has broken the record in one go. Truly a godlike person."
Lin Moyu quickly said,
"Clan leader Su praises too much. I was just a bit luckier."
Su Mao chuckled.
"I wonder where Mr. Lin plans to go next? Su Mao would like to invite Mr. Lin to visit our Celestial Fox clan as a guest. I don't know if Mr. Lin has time?"
Lin Moyu saw a different meaning in Su Mao's eyes. He wasn't simply inviting. He seemed to have something to discuss with him. Lin Moyu thought for a moment.
"I originally planned to go to the Western continent. Since clan leader Su invites me, I won't stand on ceremony."
Su Mao smiled.
"It's our clan's honor that you can come. Oh right, these are the 3 ancient boxes the Beast Emperor brought."
He waved his hand, and 3 exquisite boxes appeared on the table. Lin Moyu didn't stand on ceremony and directly took the boxes.
"The Beast Emperor is really polite, even personally delivering them. Also, thank you clan leader Lei Tian for going to such trouble for my sake."
Clan leader Lei Tian laughed heartily.
"Mr. Lin is too polite. Your kindness to our clan, such a small matter is nothing."
At this time, Su Mao took out another ancient box.
"This is what I had people find in our clan's warehouse. Unfortunately, there's only one. Please accept it, Mr. Lin."
Lin Moyu immediately said politely,
"Thank you for your trouble."
At this time, the other clan leaders also took out ancient boxes one after another. Apart from Lei Tian, Jin Mie, and Su Mao, among the other 7 clan leaders, 5 took out ancient boxes to give to Lin Moyu, but unfortunately only 1 box each. Originally when Lei Tian asked them, they all said they didn't have any. But after the Beast Emperor brought 3, they had people search their clan warehouses. This search actually found a few which they promptly had sent over. They also asked various medium and small clans, but after asking around, found none had any, so they could only give up. Counting the 3 from the Beast Emperor, Lin Moyu obtained 9 boxes without any effort, making him very happy. This matter still required thanking Lei Tian. If not for Lei Tian notifying the Beast Emperor, he wouldn't have gotten these. Lei Tian deserved at least half the credit. 3164, 3164. Chapter 3164. Su Mao's True Purpose. As this ancient battle secret realm ended, the forces of various clans gradually dispersed, and the world outside the ancient battle secret realm became quiet. As they returned, Lin Moyu's title of
"Sir"
would surely spread throughout the entire beast race. A human at only 3rd level Dao venerable being respectfully called
"Sir"
by the leaders of the 10 royal clans together. Such a strange thing would surely become a topic of conversation for countless beast clans. Lin Moyu accepted Su Mao's invitation to visit the Celestial Fox clan as a guest. Lin Moyu bid farewell to Jin Mie and boarded the Celestial Fox clan's flying ship. The flying ship broke through the void, moving extremely fast. This was a rare flying treasure, reaching 8th level Dao Venerable grade. Its speed was considerably faster than Lin Moyu flying at full power. On the flying ship, Lin Moyu stood at the bow, looking into the distance. In the distance were mountains hidden in clouds and mist. The mountains rapidly enlarged in his vision, then were quickly left behind, shrinking until they disappeared from view. The Celestial Fox clan was located at the westernmost edge of the northern continent, close to the Realm Sea, and also one of the areas closest to the western continent. Lin Moyu wanted to go to the western continent. The shortest route was actually to cross straight through the Celestial Fox clan's territory. Su Mao stood beside Lin Moyu, smiling.
"Actually, this time several clan leaders all wanted to invite Mr. Lin as a guest. But this old man took the initiative first, so they didn't dare speak up.
Lin Moyu could see that the other clan leaders also wanted to invite him, but Su Mao spoke first. Among the 10 royal clans, Su Mao's status as clan leader was very high. Once he spoke, the others no longer said anything. Su Mao continued speaking.
Actually, they were giving this old man face. After all, this old man is quite a bit older than them. Their previous clan leaders were also this old man's good friends. Counting back, they're all this old man's juniors.
Lin Moyu said.
I see. No wonder I felt those clan leaders all respected you very much.
Su Mao said.
This old man has just lived a few more years, it's nothing. Actually, this old man should have retired long ago, but...
Su Mao sighed lightly, his eyes showing some regret. Lin Moyu realized that something must have happened in the Celestial Fox clan. For someone of Su Mao's age to still occupy the position of clan leader was actually very unreasonable. In the beast races, a clan leader's term was at least 10,000 years, at most 100,000 years. Even the longest serving should change after 200,000 years. Su Mao had sat in the clan leader position for over 500,000 years, enough time for 2 changes of leadership. But the Celestial Fox clan had never changed leaders. Su Mao had always been the clan leader. This was very abnormal. Probably this time Su Mao inviting him to their clan also had some other reasons. Lin Moyu said,
Clan leader Su, if you have something to say, just say it directly. If I can help, I'll do my best.
Su Mao said,
To be honest with Mr. Lin, this old man inviting you over this time indeed has something to ask of you. Previously, this old man had given up thinking about that matter, because it was too difficult, almost hopeless. Until meeting Mr. Lin, it gave this old man hope again. Our Celestial Fox clan is the wisest clan among the beast races. Even the Green Wind Wolf clan is quite inferior compared to us. At the same time, our inheritance is also extremely special.
Su Mao told the whole story. Like an aged elder, he told an ancient tale, possibly fearing Lin Moyu wouldn't be willing to help. Su Mao was very frank and didn't conceal anything. Lin Moyu could feel that Su Mao wasn't speaking carelessly. He neither exaggerated nor omitted, only stating facts. Every clan has its own history. Through Su Mao's narration, although he hadn't yet entered the Celestial Fox clan, the outline of the Celestial Fox clan became clear in Lin Moyu's mind. The Celestial Fox clan was the oldest clan among the beast races, and also the first clan to follow the Beast Emperor, older than the other royal clans. There weren't 10 royal clans from the beginning. They grew one by one, with the Celestial Fox clan being the first. Over countless years, the Celestial Fox clan had also experienced several disasters, but ultimately passed through them all safely. The Celestial Fox clan had its own special abilities, allowing it to turn danger into safety time after time. This time, the Celestial Fox clan encountered difficulties again, greater than any previous time. Even though the Celestial Fox clan was currently at the peak of its power, with 5 top 9th level Dao Venerable powerhouses including Su Mao, there were even more 8th level Dao Venerable powerhouses. In terms of number of experts, one Celestial Fox clan could match 2 other royal clans, and still have some left over. For the Celestial Fox clan, this should be a time of prosperity. But it was in this situation that an internal crisis appeared. The crisis came from their special inheritance method. In the Celestial Fox clan, to become clan leader, one must undergo the Ancestral Lands test. Only after gaining recognition could one become clan leader. This point was actually very similar to the Lightning Purple Stripe Tiger clan. What the Celestial Fox clan's ancestral land tested, besides one's own strength, was also luck. Only with sufficient luck could one pass the test. The Celestial Fox clan claimed to have 5 9th level Dao Venerables, but actually now only had 3. 2 9th level Dao Venerable powerhouses had become trapped in the ancestral land while undergoing the test, their life or death unknown. After the incident, Su Mao went to look in the ancestral land. He saw that there was a problem with the ancestral land, but couldn't find the root of the problem. He also couldn't rescue the 2 people trapped in the ancestral land. Later, he went to find the Beast Emperor. The Beast Emperor also came to look, but even the Beast Emperor had no solution. However, the Beast Emperor used a secret technique through a karmic treasure to obtain some vague answers. To resolve this crisis of the Celestial Fox clan required a person with extremely strong luck. The Celestial Fox clan had always befriended people with good luck. Among the people they knew, there were quite a few with excellent luck. Su Mao had also sought people. He found 4 in total, but none worked. 2 returned without success, while the other 2 died directly in the ancestral land. These were already the 4 people with the best luck they could find. With no choice, Su Mao could only give up. He also could only continue sitting in the clan leader position. But this crisis wasn't as simple as he thought. In the recent 10,000 years, the ancestral land underwent some strange changes, becoming more and more dangerous. Many Celestial Fox clan members who entered had problems. The lightest were severely injured, the heaviest died, and some became trapped in the ancestral land, unable to escape. In the Celestial Fox clan, those who could enter the ancestral land were all 7th level Tao venerable existences or above. Only by entering the ancestral land and receiving its baptism could one continue advancing beyond 7th level Tao venerable. Once the ancestral land had problems, it also cut off the Celestial Fox clan's path of advancement. Now the Celestial Fox clan still had 3 9th level Tao venerables and many 8th level Tao venerables. But if this continued, no new 9th level and 8th level powerhouses would appear in the clan. With inheritance cut off after several 100,000 years, when their generation passed away, the Celestial Fox clan would be removed from the royal clans, even inferior to some small clans. After listening, Lin Moyu asked softly,
Even with the Beast Emperor's luck there's no way?
Su Mao said,
Although the Beast Emperor's luck is strong, it's still not quite enough. This old man doesn't know the exact reason either. Moreover, the Beast Emperor can't use full power. Once using full power, he might shatter our ancestral land. Then our Celestial Fox clan would be finished.
The Beast Emperor indeed had the strength, but he also couldn't shatter the Celestial Fox clan's ancestral land just to solve the problem. That wouldn't be saving people but harming them. Su Mao said,
As long as Mr. Lin can save our clan from this crisis, whatever conditions you need, just name them. This old man will certainly do his utmost to fulfill them for you.
Lin Moyu thought for a moment, but didn't immediately agree.
Let's wait until we get there and I see for myself before deciding.
3165 3165 Chapter 3165 The First City of the Origin Continent. Luck is a very troublesome thing. Even though Lin Moyu comprehended the luck Tao, he still felt his understanding of luck was only superficial. If it was just a small problem, he might be able to solve it. If it involved too deeply, Lin Moyu could only say he couldn't help. As for whether he could help or not, he really needed to see for himself before knowing. Without confidence, Lin Moyu wouldn't casually agree. Once he agreed, he had to follow through. Su Mao had lived for hundreds of thousands of years and had long since become shrewd. He naturally understood Lin Moyu's thoughts. Lin Moyu being so cautious was actually a good thing. Some people readily agree but can't follow through in the end. That's what's really annoying. At this moment, Lin Moyu's luck had transformed into a dragon. Su Mao could see it very clearly. He recalled that when Su Zhe returned, he mentioned Lin Moyu had once manifested 3 luck dragons. 3 luck dragons, Su Mao had never heard of such a thing. For a normal person to have 1 luck dragon already represented extremely strong luck, far surpassing ordinary people. If there were 3, plus Lin Moyu's wisdom and caution, Su Mao felt there might be a chance. Su Mao thought for a moment and said softly,
Our Celestial Fox clan is the oldest race in the northern continent. Moreover, our clan's inheritance has never been broken, nor have we suffered any great disasters. Also, our clan members have wide connections. We've traveled all 4 continents in the past, including exploring the depths of the realm sea, thus accumulating countless materials and all kinds of rare treasures. Regardless of whether Mr. Lin can help or not, as long as Mr. Lin needs anything, just say it.
Su Mao decided to place his bet first. No matter the result, even if he lost, he wouldn't regret it. and he believed in his judgment. He wouldn't misjudge people. Lin Moyu's character was worthy of trust. Lin Moyu's gaze moved slightly.
If that's the case, I do have something I'd like to ask clan leader Su about.
Su Mao said.
I wouldn't dare say ask. Whatever Mr. Lin has to say, please go ahead.
Lin Moyu said.
I'm looking for hell fragments. I don't know if clan leader Su has any related information.
Hearing the words,
hell fragments.
Su Mao's expression suddenly changed. His eyes unconsciously narrowed. Seeing his reaction, Lin Moyu knew he definitely knew about hell fragments. Su Mao suppressed the trembling in his heart and said softly,
Mr. Lin is actually looking for this thing?
Lin Moyu said,
Yes, hell fragments are just one of the things I'm looking for. Other things can be discussed in the future.
Su Mao asked,
Is Mr. Lin going to the Western continent for the Netherworld clan's hell fragment?
Lin Moyu smiled.
Clan leader Su indeed knows. That's right, I'm going to the Western continent indeed for the hell fragment. Besides the Netherworld clan, does clan leader Su have any other news about hell fragments?
Su Mao thought for a moment and shook his head lightly.
I don't have specific news, but I've seen some materials before that might provide some clues for Mr. Lin. Countless years ago, it seems someone also pursued hell fragments. When this old man returns to the clan, I'll search carefully for the materials.
Lin Moyu said.
Good, I hope there will be some gains.
Su Mao nodded.
This old man will certainly search carefully.
He could say this, and Lin Moyu knew he must have seen relevant materials. However, he didn't have the inclination to search for hell fragments, so naturally wouldn't pay too much attention. In fact, for dangerous things like hell fragments, just the name carried a power of fear that could make people deliberately ignore their existence. The flying ship flew rapidly, crossing the vast land of the northern continent, finally reaching the Celestial Fox clan's territory. At the edge of the territory, Lin Moyu already saw a city. The city wasn't large in scale, but exuded an ancient aura, clearly having undergone the baptism of time. Su Mao introduced.
This city is called North Fox City. It's our Celestial Fox clan's northernmost city. Its history of existence has exceeded 1,000,000 years. After 1,000,000 years of wind and rain, undergoing several renovations, this city still retains its original appearance.
1,000,000-year-old ancient city indeed had a unique aura. This was an aura from the ages, not something ordinary cities could possess. Lin Moyu had seen many ancient cities, but few could compare to North Fox City. The Celestial Fox clan had never experienced the effects of war over countless years. Only then could the cities in their territory possess this aura steeped in years. Not just North Fox City, the entire Celestial Fox clan, including its grass, trees, and land, all emitted a similar aura. The flying ship didn't stop. North Fox City was instantly left far behind, disappearing from view. Ahead, more cities appeared in sight. Each city emitted an ancient and simple aura. Lin Moyu said,
Truly an ancient land.
Su Mao said with some pride.
Cities like North Fox City, in our clan's territory, there are 1,080 in total. Plus villages large and small, our Celestial Fox clan has a population of 10 billion.
10 billion clan members was indeed worthy of being called a great clan. Other royal clans didn't have so many people. It would take 2 or 3 combined to compare. Such a huge base could bring powerful luck, and at the same time could give birth to countless geniuses. Normally, the stronger the luck, the more powerful experts would be born. The more powerful experts, the more they would nourish the luck, making the luck even stronger, finally forming a positive cycle, leading the entire race towards the peak. However, now due to some special reasons, this positive cycle had been broken. The road to the peak was broken, and the Celestial Fox clan fell into the greatest crisis in its history. The flying ship passed city after city. Lin Moyu saw that besides being ancient, each city had strong luck. The Celestial Fox clan's luck was very strong, much stronger than the Golden Lion clan and Lightning Purple-Striped Tiger clan. It was the race with the strongest luck he had seen. Finally, an incredibly huge city appeared in sight. The entire city stretched across a mountain range, extending for hundreds of thousands of li, carved and built with supernatural skill. Looking from afar, the entire mountain range had become a celestial fox. Its peaks became the celestial fox's head, fur, body, and 9 celestial foxtails, all lifelike. The entire city emitted an ancient aura, fused with the power of origin spirit veins, spreading freely between heaven and earth. Could be certain that under the city named 9 Tails, there was a high-grade origin spirit vein. This origin spirit vein was at least 8th grade. Probably hadn't reached 9th grade. Once an origin spirit vein reached 9th grade, there would be unusual phenomena above the vein. But even if it hadn't reached 9th grade, Lin Moyu guessed it wasn't far from 9th grade. Lin Moyu exclaimed in admiration,
Among all the cities Lin has seen, this city should rank first.
Sumo
This city is our clan's painstaking work over countless years. Even the Beast Emperor once praised this city as currently the first in the origin continent.
Lin Moyu asked,
This city is named 9 Tails. Does it have any special meaning?
Su Mao said,
Legend has it that our Celestial Fox clan's ancestor had 9 tails. 9 tails is the highest realm of our Celestial Fox clan. Unfortunately, later generations are useless. No one has been able to reach this legendary realm again.
The Celestial Fox clan's ancestor was called the 9-tailed Celestial Fox, an incredibly powerful being comparable to the Beast Emperor. Lin Moyu smiled.
Perhaps there will be a chance in the future. Nothing is certain. Anything is possible.
Sumo smile.
Thank you for Mr. Lin's kind words.
Getting closer and closer to Nine-Tail City, Lin Moyu saw the luck belonging to Nine-Tail City. As the capital of the Celestial Fox clan, its luck also represented the luck of the Celestial Fox clan. Lin Moyu suddenly said softly,
Stop the flying ship.
3166 3166 Chapter 3166 Misfortune, Advance or Collapse. Lin Moyu's words were like an order. Su Mao immediately commanded the flying ship to stop. The flying ship that had been rushing suddenly came to an emergency stop, almost instantly stopping in midair. Fortunately, everyone on the flying ship was a cultivator, at least Dao Venerable level, able to react to sudden speed changes. If they were ordinary people, they would have been thrown about. The flying ship stopped in midair. Lin Moyu looked towards Nine-Tail City, his eyes slightly narrowed, emitting a misty aura. Su Mao sensed Lin Moyu's change but didn't ask much, just quietly waiting. He knew Lin Moyu must have discovered something. The mist around Lin Moyu grew thicker and thicker, gradually enveloping his entire person. Su Mao silently retreated several steps, avoiding the mist emanating from Lin Moyu. He feared that if he touched the mist, it would affect Lin Moyu. Now it concerned his race's life and death. He didn't dare be the least bit careless. If he entered the mist now, he would see that Lin Moyu's body had become ethereal. At the same time, an equally ethereal Dao appeared at Lin Moyu's feet, as if he was stepping on it. Stepping on the Dao, if this were known, it would absolutely shock the world. Lin Moyu saw Nine-Tail City's luck, equivalent to seeing the Celestial Fox clan's luck. He instinctively sensed something was wrong, then used his luck Dao true body, wanting to borrow the Dao's power to see more clearly. Above Nine-Tail City, luck soared to the heavens. The Celestial Fox clan's strong luck was extremely rare. In Lin Moyu's eyes, the Celestial Fox clan's luck had turned purple, emitting a noble aura. Purple luck was noble beyond words. Lin Moyu had seen such luck before on the 3 ancestors and Beast Emperor. Their luck emitted a purple intent. At that time, Lin Moyu realized that purple luck might be a sign of the Great Dao Realm. Now, purple intent also appeared in the Celestial Fox clan's luck. This meant the Celestial Fox clan was very likely to produce an expert surpassing 9th level Dao Venerable. Or perhaps their long-lost ancestor might reappear. Whatever the reason, as long as they could maintain this luck, the Celestial Fox clan would surely advance further. Moreover, under such luck, most clan members would have constant good fortune. Sometimes, even in danger, they could turn misfortune into good fortune, unless extremely unlucky. Originally, having such luck should be a very good thing. But for some reason, Lin Moyu sensed something was off. In the deepest part of the luck, Lin Moyu saw a tiny bit of black. Misfortune. Misfortune appeared in the deepest part of the luck. Now the misfortune was still very weak, not greatly affecting the entire race. But once misfortune truly appeared, it meant the Celestial Fox clan would face a calamity. Misfortune was two-sided. If they passed through it, they would soar. If they couldn't pass through it, they would fall to the bottom. Sometimes misfortune was a test. Lin Moyu stared at the black spot in the luck, hoping to see something from the misfortune. Even with misfortune, there were differences. Ordinary people couldn't see luck. Even if they used treasures to see it, they couldn't see misfortune. Even with some secret techniques to see misfortune, they might not recognize it. Only people like Lin Moyu who comprehended the luck Tao could clearly see misfortune. If one's spiritual sense was keen enough, one could analyze the source of the misfortune from within it. In Lin Moyu's view, there were only two types of misfortune. One was man-made, the other naturally occurring. The former needn't be said. Someone was targeting the Celestial Fox clan. But on the northern continent, all was under the Beast Emperor's rule. Who would dare move against the Celestial Fox clan? The second type was naturally occurring, indicating the Celestial Fox clan's luck would face a great test for ascension. Success meant establishment, failure meant collapse. The black spot of misfortune gradually enlarged in Lin Moyu's eyes. He saw more and more clearly. Finally, he saw a strange place. At the very center of the misfortune, there was actually another tiny black spot. This black spot was extremely small, small enough to be completely ignored. If luck were compared to an ocean, then misfortune would be a reef in the ocean, not an island, but a reef. And this black spot now seen would be an insignificant bit of moss on the reef. The reason Lin Moyu could discover it was because it was deeper and blacker than the misfortune. This blackness was very profound and also brought inexplicable fear.
Black blood.
Lin Moyu almost instinctively thought of black blood. The black blood from the black blood realm was so profound. But this was luck. How could black blood exist here? Black blood was real, luck was illusory. The two shouldn't have any intersection. But what if it was possible? Lin Moyu's heart surged with shock. If it really was the black blood realm, then things would be troublesome. Those who invaded the origin continent back then weren't just outer gods, but also powerhouses from the black blood realm. Outer gods still had remnants in the origin continent. People from the black blood realm must also have remnants.
From the great world to the origin continent, it seems I have inextricable karma with the black blood realm. What a trouble!
Lin Moyu sighed in his heart. Whether it was black blood or not, it seemed he had to take a look. The mist dispersed. Lin Moyu had already put away his Tao true body. Su Mao immediately asked,
Mr. Lin, how is it?
Lin Moyu said,
There are indeed some problems. As you said, the root of the problem may be in your clan's ancestral land. The specifics, I may need to go to your clan's ancestral land to know.
Su Mao's eyes lit up.
Mr. Lin has agreed to help.
Since Lin Moyu had already spoken, he naturally wouldn't go back on his word.
I'll do my best. I hope I can help your clan.
Su Mao said happily,
You definitely can. When we reach Nine Tails City, we'll first arrange for Mr. Lin to settle in. Let Su Zhe take Mr. Lin to tour Nine Tails City. This old man will go prepare for entering the ancestral land. When preparations are ready, I'll come find Mr. Lin. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. It won't take long, at most 10 days. It won't delay Mr. Lin too much time.
Lin Moyu nodded.
All right. I have a few disciples with me. They'll definitely be interested in Nine Tails City too.
Sumó Smail.
That's for sure. Nine Tails City won't disappoint Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin can choose a mountain peak. This old man will have people clear it out for Mr. Lin to live in.
Nine Tails City was built along the mountain range. The entire city extended over 400,000 li, divided into inner and outer cities. The first 300,000 li was the outer city, for Celestial Fox Clan collateral members and other visiting beast races to live and do business. The last 100,000 li area was the inner city, exclusively for Celestial Fox Clan direct lineage members. The entire city was also divided into upper, middle, and lower levels from bottom to top. The lower level was at the foot of the mountains. The most people lived here, and their status was also the lowest. The middle level was on the mountainsides. Those who could live here basically all had extraordinary identities, not something money alone could buy. Many good things could only be bought in the middle level. The upper level consisted of mountain peaks, looking like the fur of the nine-tailed celestial fox from afar. Those who could live on the mountain peaks were absolutely truly noble in status. If other beast races came here, at least a royal clan elder would be qualified to stay. As for the leaders of some small clans, they weren't even qualified. And now, Lin Moyu could freely choose any mountain peak he liked to live on. This was enough to prove how important Lin Moyu was in Su Mao's heart. 3167 3167. Chapter 3167. Lord Wentian's words aren't entirely correct. On top of the mountain peak, an exquisite palace stood at the summit. From here one could see the entire view of Nine-Tail City, giving a feeling of standing at the highest point. Lin Moyu didn't have any requirements for where to stay. But Lin Moyu not having requirements didn't mean Su Mao could arrange things casually. Su Mao arranged a mountain peak for Lin Moyu. The peak was in the inner city area, but relatively close to the outer city area, convenient for Lin Moyu's people to go into the city to play. He also arranged a group of people to provide various services for Lin Moyu. Whether eating, drinking, playing, or anything else, they could satisfy all needs. It must be said that the Celestial Fox Clan was indeed the smartest clan among the beast races, considering things very thoroughly. At this moment, Lin Moyu became the Celestial Fox Clan's most honored guest. Only when other royal clan leaders came would there be such treatment. And Lin Moyu was the first human to stay on a mountain peak in Nine-Tail City, making the significance even more extraordinary. When Su Mao personally led Lin Moyu into the mountain peak, it caused shock among many Celestial Fox Clan members. But Su Mao's prestige in the clan was strong. No one dared question his orders. Over 100 Celestial Fox Clan members, following Su Mao's orders, were ready to obey Lin Moyu's commands at any time. After arranging everything, Su Mao went to prepare for entering the ancestral land. The ancestral land wasn't somewhere one could enter at will. Preparations needed to be made in advance. Lin Moyu released Little Mist and the other two from the Great World. The three didn't know where they had come. Lin Moyu smiled.
This is Nine-Tails City of the Celestial Fox Clan.
Little Mist's eyes suddenly lit up. Her crisp voice sounded.
Nine-Tails City, the one called the world's #1 city?
They had clearly heard of this city. Nine-Tails City was too famous. It would be hard not to know of it. Obviously, Little Five and Little Moon were also moved. They also wanted to see the city called the world's #1. Lin Moyu nodded.
You can go play. There are Celestial Fox Clan people outside. Let them be your guides. Remember to be careful. If anything happens, contact me anytime. Take this token. You can activate it if there's trouble.
As he spoke, Lin Moyu tossed them Su Mao's token. The token represented Su Mao. With the token, they wouldn't need to worry about any trouble in Nine-Tails City. Moreover, with Celestial Fox Clan people as guides, there was even less to worry about. Su Mao had said there was no need to worry about safety issues in Nine-Tails City. After the three left, the palace became quiet again. Lin Moyu sat in a chair, making tea for himself, recalling this trip to the ancient battle secret realm. The gains from this secret realm trip were great. He had unraveled another part of the prehistoric secrets. The great battle of the past wasn't as simple as he initially understood. The most important part was the shattering of hell. How exactly hell shattered was a mystery. He still remembered that when this topic was mentioned, even Lord Wentian's eyes showed disbelief. Countless years had passed, and even now, Lord Wentian still didn't know the true reason hell shattered. In his words, Neither the God realm nor the Black Blood realm had the ability to shatter hell. If that was true, then there was only one possibility behind these two realms. There was an even more powerful figure behind the scenes.
The shattering of hell seems to have had a very profound impact on the battle situation back then. In that era, what kind of role did hell play? What kind of function did it serve? I really want to enter the River of Time and see that era.
With his current level of comprehension of the Time Tao, he still couldn't enter the River of Time. Even if he could reverse time, he couldn't reverse to such an ancient event. Moreover, Lin Moyu didn't want to see just one aspect. He wanted to see the whole picture. For this, he could only personally enter the River of Time to truly see. When his strength became great enough in the future, Lin Moyu knew he would certainly go investigate. What he wanted to see wasn't just the prehistoric era, but also other things. He wanted to see clearly each and every secret. At this moment, Lin Moyu felt he was actually quite gossipy. The curiosity hidden in his deepest parts was actually so strong. He smiled self-mockingly, holding the teacup in his right hand, lightly waving his left hand. 12 exquisite and ancient boxes appeared neatly, floating in midair. Lin Moyu leisurely drank tea while his left hand casually drew talismans. Drawing talismans and opening boxes held no difficulty for Lin Moyu. The boxes were opened one by one, and strange auras spread out with them. Outside the palace, 2 Celestial Fox Clan direct lineage members guarding suddenly showed strange expressions.
Did you feel that? The aura in the palace seems a bit strange. Indeed strange. I feel this aura is very ancient, different from others. I wonder what identity this Mr. Lin inside has. Why is the clan leader so polite to him? Don't know, but since the clan leader calls him Mr. Lin, he must be qualified for the title Sir. And we don't need to think about other things. Just follow the clan leader's instructions. I'm just curious why a third-level Tao venerable human can be respectfully called Sir. And a human living on an inner-city mountain peak, this has never happened before. If you want to know, you can go ask the clan leader. Forget it. The clan leader isn't someone you can see whenever you want.
They didn't know that the aura they sensed came from Tao fragments. Lin Moyu had opened 6 boxes in succession. What was inside were all Tao fragments and not ordinary Tao fragments. Since going to the intersection realm, Lin Moyu had become very familiar with Tao fragments. Counting the 6 boxes before him, he now had 8 Tao fragments in hand. All 8 Tao fragments had been artificially refined. Lin Moyu's thoughts raced, analyzing what might have happened back then.
When the Tao shattered initially, many fragments fell onto the origin continent. Someone once tried to repair the Tao, so they collected Tao fragments and re-refined them. But unfortunately, they didn't succeed. There were too many Tao fragments, not just a few or dozens, but thousands upon thousands. Moreover, the Tao fragments that fell on the origin continent were only a very small portion. Many more Tao fragments went to unknown places. With too many fragments missing, repairing the Tao would be very difficult.
The Tao fragments before him belonged to the Purple Lightning Tao. The main body of the Purple Lightning Tao was in the intersection realm. There were still some fragments there that hadn't moved far after shattering. Some fragments fell into the origin continent, and some fragments went to unknown places. The Blood Rat realm's Scarlet Fire Tao was the same, with many fragments going to unknown places. Without finding those fragments, repairing the Tao became very difficult. Just looking at how the Scarlet Fire Tao still hadn't been repaired after countless years showed this point. In others' eyes, Tao fragments had no use, not even as good as Great Tao crystals. At least Great Tao crystals could tangibly enhance cultivation. Even Lord Wentian said so. Although Tao fragments were precious, they indeed had no use. But Lin Moyu didn't think so. Lord Wentian's words weren't entirely correct. He reached out and summoned a Tao fragment to his hand.
It's already been refined by someone. So can it be used to summon elemental liches?
As the words fell, a flame rose from his palm. 3168 Chapter 3168. Lightning Lich. These Tao fragments had been artificially refined and completely disconnected from the main Tao body. The Tao fragment before him could be considered top-tier material from the Great Tao realm. Previously, Lin Moyu thought he couldn't use it to summon elemental liches. But after trying with the Scarlet Fire Tao, he found it was actually possible. At that time, it was the interference from the Scarlet Fire Tao's main body that caused the summoning to fail. Without interference from the main Tao body, the summoning would have very likely succeeded then. This was one reason. The second reason was that the Purple Lightning Tao was the Origin Continent's own Tao. If its fragments were used to summon elemental liches, it was unknown whether it would affect the Tao. But later he found this thinking was also unnecessary. A small fragment wouldn't have much impact on the Tao's recovery. Unless it was dozens or hundreds of fragments, only then would there be some impact. Knowing this, there were no more concerns. Origin-level technique. Summon elemental lich. Flames rose in his palm, enveloping the Tao fragment. Lin Moyu felt that when this Tao fragment first shattered, it should have been quite large. Later, after artificial refining, it became as small as it was now. The flames burned fiercely. The Tao fragment remained motionless in the flames. Lin Moyu wasn't anxious. How could it be so easy to shake a Tao fragment? It wasn't ordinary Great Tao realm material, but a small part of the Tao's physical form. Just in terms of quality, it surpassed all Great Tao realm materials, truly top-tier material. Using it to summon an elemental lich, Lin Moyu wasn't very certain what kind of lich would ultimately emerge.
If this summoning succeeds, I can also try using the Ice Fire Tao Stone to summon an elemental lich. The Ice Fire Tao Stone is also Great Tao realm material. If used for summoning, the effect should also be excellent.
Powerful elemental liches possessed astonishing combat power. In the battles in the Ancient Battle Secret Realm and Intersection Realm this time, the 5-element Sword Demon played an extremely important role. Finally, after the flames burned for a full half-hour, the Tao fragment finally underwent some changes. It began to soften, its surface gradually melting. After burning for another half-hour, the surface of the Tao fragment finally turned to liquid, reflecting dazzling light. Suddenly, a strange power surged out from deep within the Tao fragment, exploding into large patches of purple lightning. Powerful force exploded from Lin Moyu's palm. The Tao fragment was blasted away on the spot. Even Lin Moyu was caught off guard by this sudden accident. The Tao fragment indeed contained powerful force inside. He didn't expect it to erupt at this moment. Fortunately, the erupted force wasn't strong, only blasting itself away. If all the power inside had erupted, this mountain peak would probably have become flat ground. Worse, those Celestial Fox Clan people on the mountain peak might all have been killed in the blast. The current situation was already very fortunate.
Still failed. It seems it's still a cultivation issue.
Lin Moyu looked at the Tao fragment that had crashed in the distance, silently sighing. Suddenly his gaze paused. He saw flames still burning on the ground not far away. Although the Tao fragment had shattered, the flames for summoning the elemental lich hadn't completely extinguished. They were still burning, with fuel coming from the part that had melted earlier. An insignificant part of the Tao fragment's surface had melted. In the explosion, the melted part separated from the Tao fragment and was still burning. Now, in the flames, these melted parts were gradually changing shape. Lin Moyu's eyes suddenly lit up.
There's still hope.
An unexpected turn for the better. Lin Moyu felt a touch of pleasant surprise. The melted part only accounted for an extremely tiny portion of the entire Tao fragment's surface. Added together, it was only about the size of a water droplet. This droplet kept changing shape in the flames, melting again, turning into dense mist, constantly changing shape in the flames, finally condensing into a fist-sized ball. The dense mist rapidly transformed, taking on the appearance of a lich, quickly solidifying in the flames. This continued for about another hour. Suddenly the flames extinguished, and a brand new elemental lich finally took shape. Purple light flickered. The newly appeared elemental lich instantly appeared before Lin Moyu, so fast that even Lin Moyu couldn't see clearly. This short distance of over 10 meters was like teleportation. Lightning surrounded the new elemental lich's entire body, like a little lightning baby. His soul moved, and the elemental lich's information appeared in Lin Moyu's mind. Lightning Lich. Realm. 7th level Dao Venerable. Grade. Perfect. Growth limit. None. Techniques. Chain Lightning, Lightning Dao. Chain Lightning. Lock onto enemies, strike down lightning. After lightning hits an enemy, if there are other enemies nearby, the lightning can spread to them, forming chain attacks. Can be combined with Bloodline, Soul, Dao, active locking, and other methods for judgment. Lightning Dao. Borrow the power of the Lightning Dao to enhance one's own attacks. Within the range covered by lightning, can freely teleport. The Lightning Lich's realm was lower than Lin Moyu had imagined. After all, it was a Dao fragment, top-tier Great Dao realm material. Originally, Lin Moyu thought the summoned elemental lich would be at least 9th level Dao Venerable, even at worst. Now the summoned one was only 7th level Dao Venerable, much lower than expected. But thinking about it, this was normal. After all, he had only used that insignificant tiny part on the surface of the Dao fragment, which could be considered some impurities of the Dao fragment. Being able to summon such a lich was already not bad. It was 7th level Dao Venerable itself. With the Lightning Dao assisting, its combat power could probably reach 8th level Dao Venerable, only stronger than the 5-element Sword Demon, not weaker. The Chain Lightning technique could be used for one-on-one combat and also for area attacks. The locking methods were flexible and varied, also an extremely powerful technique. Most crucially, it could teleport within the lightning range. That is to say, as long as the lightning range was large enough, it could freely traverse the battlefield, coming and going without a trace, absolutely a terrifyingly formidable existence. Wiping away the slight disappointment, overall Lin Moyu was very satisfied with the Lightning Lich. His mind moved. Lin Moyu held a Dao fragment in front of the Lightning Lich.
Can you eat this?
Liches could grow. If it could devour Dao fragments, perhaps it could grow like the Buddhist realm Lich. The Lightning Lich shook its little head in confusion, indicating it couldn't eat it. Lin Moyu felt somewhat helpless. After all, it was still his own problem. His realm wasn't high enough, so he couldn't summon powerful enough beings. Putting away the Lightning Lich, Lin Moyu took out the Ice-Fire Dao Stone. After hesitating for a while, he put the Ice-Fire Dao Stone away again. The Ice-Fire Dao Stone wasn't comparable to Dao fragments. Its power was strong and violent, not very stable. If an accident occurred during summoning, the explosive power of one Ice-Fire Dao Stone would be enough to destroy half of Nine-Tails City. So even if he wanted to summon, it couldn't be done here. Putting away the Ice-Fire Dao Stone, Lin Moyu continued opening boxes. The first 6 boxes were all Dao fragments. He hoped the next 6 boxes would have some different surprises. Prehistoric cultivators liked to use such boxes to store things. The boxes were identical, and only upon opening would one know what was inside. The 7th box was opened. A faint light burst out from the box. Lin Moyu's mouth curved slightly.
Finally, it's not a Dao fragment this time.
3169, 3169. Chapter 3169. The Best Grinder. Inside the box were 20 Great Dao crystals neatly arranged. One can never have too many Great Dao crystals. The more the better. Counting these 20 Great Dao crystals, Lin Moyu now had 150 in hand, enough to guarantee he could cultivate at 100 times speed for 150 years. For other realms it's hard to say, but at least from 3rd level to 4th level Dao Venerable, Lin Moyu would only need 3,600 years. Compared to other Dao Venerables who took several thousand or tens of thousands of years to cultivate, Lin Moyu's cultivation speed was simply godlike. The 8th box and 9th box were opened in turn, resulting in 2 more Dao fragments. Now Lin Moyu had 1,000 purple lightning Dao fragments in hand. 10 had been refined and all were from the same hand.
I really don't know how many Dao fragments that person refined.
Lin Moyu couldn't help but grumble in his heart. If only these Dao fragments could be exchanged for Great Dao crystals, that would be so much better. After all, Great Dao crystals were tangibly useful. Whether Tao fragments would be useful in the future was unknown. At least they were useless now. Lin Moyu steeled his heart and threw 10 Tao fragments into skeleton hell.
Grind them to powder.
His mind moved. He didn't let the hell fiends eat them, but had them use their teeth to grind the Tao fragments into powder. Even Lin Moyu felt this request of his was bizarre. But if it worked, he would obtain a large amount of great Tao crystals. At least he wouldn't have to worry about future cultivation. Regardless of whether skeleton hell could successfully grind them to powder, Lin Moyu had already opened the 10th box. Fortunately, the 10th box wasn't Tao fragments again. It was another 20 great Tao crystals. The total number of great Tao crystals reached 170. Then the 11th box, another 20 great Tao crystals. Looking at the last box, Lin Moyu muttered,
Last one, at least let it be great Tao crystals.
Actually, what Lin Moyu wanted most was still that strange jade from before, the jade that could revive the Thousand Stars Tao. Unfortunately, such jade was extremely rare. He had asked Lord Wentian. This kind of jade was called Great Tao Essence Jade, a very rare item. Even in that era back then, Great Tao Essence Jade was very rarely seen. Even if there was any, it was basically used up. Those that could be preserved were even fewer. Being able to obtain one was already an incredible stroke of luck. For Great Tao realm beings, Great Tao Essence Jade could directly increase cultivation without any side effects. Great Tao realm beings would use it directly without hesitation. At that level, one's own cultivation strength was absolutely the top priority, indisputably. But Great Tao Essence Jade had no effect on people below Great Tao realm. It couldn't be absorbed or utilized. Besides this, it had another use repairing damaged Taos. Great Tao Essence Jade contained the Tao's origin power and could quickly restore damaged Taos. But it had no use for already shattered Taos. The Thousand Stars Tao was severely damaged but hadn't shattered. Using Great Tao Essence Jade to repair it was very suitable. Although the Thousand Stars Tao still couldn't be converted into any combat power, Lin Moyu had high hopes for it. He believed that one day in the future, the Thousand Stars Tao must be able to bring him extremely strong power. As the talisman fell, the 12th box also opened in response. There was no Great Tao Essence Jade inside, only 20 Great Tao crystals. The Great Tao crystals in Lin Moyu's hand reached 190, enough to maintain 100 times cultivation speed for 190 years. Great Tao Essence Jade was still too rare. Being able to get one before was already very fortunate. Lin Moyu didn't have extravagant hopes. Putting away the boxes, he turned his attention to skeleton hell. The hell fiends were still gnawing on the Tao fragments, one bite after another. Hell fiends truly deserved the title of eating anything. Even refined Tao fragments could be gnawed on. Many marks had been ground onto the Tao fragments, with many scratches appearing. At the same time, a large amount of powder had been ground off. The hell fiends completely followed Lin Moyu's orders and didn't touch this powder. They had truly become the best grinders. Lin Moyu collected the Tao powder. The powder was still powder and hadn't turned into great Tao crystals.
Is something still missing?
Lin Moyu pondered in his heart. Lord Wentian certainly wouldn't deceive him. There must be some problem somewhere. Something missing. This problem was too high level. Lin Moyu only thought for a while before giving up directly. With his current realm of understanding, it was impossible to figure this out. He summoned the lightning lich and handed the ground powder to it.
Can you eat this?
The lightning lich looked at it in confusion for a while, then shook its head, indicating it couldn't eat it. Lin Moyu had no choice but to find a box to put the powder in, then took back all the Tao fragments. The powder was useless, so there was no need to continue the Hell Fiend's grinding work. With the mystery boxes opened, Lin Moyu was free again. He came to the top of the palace, set up a tea table, and directly cultivated and drank tea on top of the palace while enjoying the scenery. From here, one could see the entire Nine-Tailed City and also other mountain peaks. Exquisite palaces stood on each mountain peak. One could see many Celestial Fox clan members coming and going in the palaces. Looking at Nine-Tailed City, it was even more bustling with people coming and going. Nine-Tailed City was incredibly huge. Even the capitals of the other 9 royal clans combined couldn't compare to Nine-Tails City. It was precisely because of this that Nine-Tails City was called the first city of the Origin Continent. This city was enough for Little Mist and the others to play for a while. There was no need to worry about them for now. Let them relax for a while. One must both cultivate and relax. In the world of rules, Lin Moyu brought out purple lightning to let them enjoy lightning strikes. The three's cultivation increased rapidly, now temporarily stopping cultivation to play for a few days. Then they would have to suffer. Removing the Tao poison from their souls wouldn't be pleasant. Thinking of this, Lin Moyu showed a slight smile. He was somewhat curious how the three would react. In Lin Moyu's soul world, the 55th Tao pattern had already condensed halfway. At any time, even during the most intense battles, condensing Tao patterns had never stopped. At the same time, research and study of formations also hadn't stopped. When multitasking became a habit, Lin Moyu no longer needed to divide his attention. Whatever he did wouldn't be affected. Enjoying the scenery, the sun origin gradually disappeared, its light beginning to dim. This also meant that the time for the moon origins rule was about to come. The colors of the earth gradually darkened. Lin Moyu suddenly saw a sword standing between heaven and earth among the distant mountains. The sword was taller than the mountain peaks, reaching into the clouds, disappearing into the mist. Earlier, when the sun origin covered the forests, Lin Moyu hadn't noticed it. Only now did he see it.
72 swords.
Lin Moyu softly recited, his mind instinctively searching for information. The 72 swords were distributed throughout the Origin continent. Each of the 4 continents had 18 swords. This sword in the Celestial Fox Clan's territory was called the Fox-Tail Sword, one of the 72 swords. The 72 swords weren't evenly distributed. The distance between each sword varied, seemingly without pattern. Some powerhouses had investigated before, finally concluding that the 72 swords formed an extremely special formation. The Origin continent once had 9 regions. Later the 9 regions shattered, and the divine region cauldron that suppressed the earth veins also disappeared with them. Without the divine region cauldron, the Origin continent's earth veins became unstable. Later some powerhouses took action, descending the 72 swords, distributing them throughout the 4 continents to stabilize the earth veins. Although the earth veins were stabilized, the 72 swords weren't as good as the divine region cauldron and couldn't completely stabilize them. In places without origin spirit veins, the terrain of the origin continent would still undergo drastic changes. 3,173,170. Chapter 3170. The 72 swords also have strong and weak ones. Seeing the fox-tail sword, Lin Moyu instinctively thought of the jade sword chi in his body. Back then, the Jade Dao sword had planted sword chi in his body. Whenever the sun origin appeared, the Jade Dao sword would emit sword chi to temper his Dao heart. Without realizing it, Lin Moyu could feel his Dao heart becoming more steadfast. The Dao heart was intangible, invisible, and untouchable, yet it truly existed. Every cultivator needed to temper their Dao heart, but very few could truly achieve it. The Jade Dao sword's tempering of the Dao heart was subtle and imperceptible, extremely slow in effect, but constant. When he first gained the Jade Dao sword's recognition, he had been elated for a while. Later, without realizing it, he had forgotten about this matter. It could only be said that too many things happened afterwards, one after another, rarely having a chance to properly sort out himself. Seeing the fox-tail sword, Lin Moyu had the idea of going over to take a look. The 72 swords were connected. Having gained the Jade Dao sword's recognition was equivalent to gaining recognition from the other 71 swords. Going over to take a look probably wouldn't cause anything to happen. He had nothing else to do anyway.
Mr. Lin.
A voice came from outside the palace. Lin Moyu saw Su Fengzi standing outside the palace, greeting him. He had said before that, without his instructions, no one should enter the palace. So Su Fengzi was stopped outside the palace, unable to enter. Lin Moyu slowly rose, floating down from the air to appear before Su Fengzi.
What brings Brother Su here?
Now Su Fengzi had changed his name. The Beast Emperor had designated him as part of the main branch. Su Fengzi should now be called Su Zhe. Su Zhe said,
I left the ancient battle secret realm early before, then thanks to Mr. Lin's blessing, became a main branch disciple. The clan leader had me return first to handle the identity matters, and also move into the inner city. I just heard that Mr. Lin had arrived, so I rushed over immediately.
He called Lin Moyu.
Mr. Lin.
Very smoothly. Even the clan leader called Lin Moyu.
Sir.
How could he dare to call him
friend?
Anymore? That would be asking for trouble. Lin Moyu smiled.
What instructions do you have for me?
Su Zhe's mouth twitched, his whole face twisting.
Mr. Lin, please don't say that. How could Su Zhe dare give you instructions? I just came to say hello and express my thanks.
Lin Moyu asked curiously.
Thanks for what? If it's about becoming part of the main branch, you should thank the Beast Emperor, not me.
Su Zhe shook his head, giving Lin Moyu a meaningful look. Lin Moyu understood. He smiled.
Do you have time? I want to go see the foxtail sword. Could you show me the way?
Su Zhe nodded like a chicken pecking rice.
I have time. Shall we go now? Now.
Lin Moyu told the people guarding outside the palace not to follow, then let Su Zhe lead the way towards the foxtail sword. The two flew through the air. Nine Tails City also had its own rules. One couldn't fly around randomly everywhere. There were designated routes. Many Celestial Fox Clan guards constantly patrolled in the air, maintaining order. Lin Moyu followed beside Su Zhe and asked,
Friend, you seem to have more to say just now.
Su Zhe said softly,
Actually, when the clan leader asked me how I was saved before, I didn't tell the truth then. At the moment of life and death, a senior suddenly appeared and saved me. That senior said he acted to save me out of consideration for you. But that senior told me not to tell others about his existence.
Lin Moyu already knew that the person who saved Su Zhe should be Lord Wentian. He smiled and said,
Why are you telling me then?
Su Zhe said,
This matter originated with Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin naturally doesn't count as an outsider.
Lin Moyu said,
He probably saw that you had potential, so he didn't want you to die. I was just his excuse. You don't need to think too much about it.
Su Zhe shook his head.
Even an excuse needs to be found. It's precisely because...
He said halfway when Lin Moyu had already interrupted him.
Let's just let this matter pass. You and I are both friends and comrades in arms. Such small matters don't need to be said much.
Su Zhe thought for a moment and said softly,
Being able to become friends with Mr. Lin is Su Zhe's honor.
Lin Moyu indeed accepted Su Zhe as a friend, but only limited to being a friend. Instead, it was people like Lei Hao that made him feel more comfortable when interacting. Compared to Lei Hao, Su Zhe lacked a kind of true nature. This was also a common problem with smart people. Being too smart made them overthink things. Instead, straightforward people like Lei Hao who said whatever they thought were easier to get along with once you got used to them. Lei Hao wouldn't change his attitude because of Lin Moyu's status. He still enthusiastically called him
Brother Lin.
As for how others behaved, that wasn't his concern. Along the way, Su Zhe told Lin Moyu about the Celestial Fox Clan's affairs. Lin Moyu sometimes had questions, and Su Zhe answered every question. This also gave Lin Moyu a deeper understanding of the Celestial Fox Clan. Gradually, the two approached the foxtail sword. Over 10,000 li away, they could already feel the powerful pressure brought by the foxtail sword. Su Zhe introduced,
The foxtail sword is located between the fifth tail and fourth tail of Nine Tails City. About a quarter of what we consider the fifth tail branch was cut off by the sword. That's why our clan named it the foxtail sword.
Lin Moyu nodded slightly.
That's quite vivid.
The 72 swords didn't have names. The names were all given by later generations. As for what they were called before, only the sword's owners would know. Even asking the sword spirits might not work. In Jade Sword City, Lin Moyu had already discovered that everyone's way of addressing the swords would form a strange power, slightly changing the sword spirit's cognition. This power was somewhat similar to the power of belief. The population of Nine-Tails City far exceeded that of Jade Sword City many times over. If it was truly the power of belief, then the sword spirit would also believe its name was Foxtail Sword. The two gradually approached the Foxtail Sword. When they were still 1,000 li away, a sword chi shot towards Su Zhe from afar. Su Zhe's face changed. He took out a shield which instantly enlarged. He and Lin Moyu both hid behind it. Bang! The shield shook. Su Zhe blocked the sword chi. The sword chi wasn't strong. Any Dao Venerable could block it. But there was a strange power within the sword chi. A large patch of illusions immediately appeared before Su Zhe's eyes. He let out a low shout, his soul power surging to sweep away all the illusions. Su Zhe exclaimed in amazement.
How can this be?
Lin Moyu chuckled lightly.
Your Dao heart is still not steadfast enough.
Su Zhe was somewhat confused. Why did Lin Moyu suddenly mention the Dao heart? What did it have to do with the Dao heart? Lin Moyu explained.
That sword chi just now would trigger illusions, able to temper the Dao heart. As long as your Dao heart is strong enough, you can treat it as nothing.
Su Zhe was a bit dazed.
So that's how it is.
Lin Moyu sighed.
That senior back then was truly ingenious. Using 72 swords not only stabilized the origin continent's earth veins, but also gave cultivators a chance to temper their Dao hearts. If I'm not mistaken, this should be your first time here?
Su Zhe nodded.
Indeed, it's the first time. I've only heard about it before.
Lin Moyu said.
Come here more often in the future. As your cultivation rises, your Dao heart must keep up. Otherwise, an unstable foundation isn't good.
Su Zhe's face was solemn.
I understand. Let's go, continue.
Lin Moyu continued flying towards the Foxtail Sword. He had already seen that the Foxtail Sword was stronger than the Jade Dao Sword. Even among the 72 swords, there were strong and weak ones. 3,171, 3,171. Chapter 3171. You're still a bit inferior to that person. As they got closer, waves of sword chi came crashing down like the sky was falling. The sword chi wasn't very strong. What was truly difficult to deal with was the test of one's Dao heart. When there were only 500 li left, Su Zhe had already reached his limit and couldn't bear it anymore. Illusions sprang up before his eyes. The world he saw became more and more unreal. Su Zhe began to have difficulty distinguishing truth from falsehood.
Mr. Lin, I can't go on. I can only send you this far.
After struggling to advance a few more li, Su Zhe finally couldn't hold on any longer. When blocking the sword chi, his Dao heart was severely impacted. Countless illusions rushed in, disturbing his mind. If he continued forward, he feared he would go mad. Lin Moyu said,
Then stay here. Use this sword to temper your Dao heart. I see quite a few of your clansmen ahead, all tempering their Dao hearts. You can't fall behind.
After saying this, Lin Moyu flew alone towards the Foxtail Sword. Strangely, no sword chi attacked him along the way. He had the Jade Dao sword chi planted in his body. The 72 swords shared the same origin. The Jade Dao sword spirit had said before that gaining its recognition was equivalent to gaining recognition from the other 71 swords. Now it seemed this was indeed the case. But even if it wasn't so, Lin Moyu wouldn't care much. With his Dao heart, blocking sword chi of this level wasn't difficult. Along the way, there were also many Celestial Fox Clan members using the sword chi to temper their Dao hearts. Their realms were all above 4th level Dao Venerable. The Foxtail Sword's tempering of the Dao heart surpassed the Jade Dao Sword. From 1,000 li away, it was already within range of its sword chi. The sword chi struck directly at the soul, unavoidable. Starting at Dao Venerable level already surpassed the Jade Dao Sword. The closer one got, the higher the requirement for the Dao heart. Su Zhe was formerly a collateral branch disciple. On his cultivation path, he only focused on realm and cultivation, neglecting his Tao heart. So he stopped at 500 li. Instead, those Celestial Fox clan members who paid attention to their Tao hearts, though their cultivation realms weren't as high as Su Zhe's, could go further. The Tao heart was one of the foundations, extremely important and couldn't be neglected. One could imagine that Su Zhe would need to spend a lot of time tempering his Tao heart. Lin Moyu flew leisurely towards the fox-tail sword, muttering to himself,
This sword is of a very high level. If the 72 swords are seen as a formation, then these swords are each a formation node. Among the formation eyes, there are main ones and secondary ones. The Jade Dao Sword's node is secondary, while the Foxtail Sword's node is main. That senior actually set up steps for everyone, starting from the simplest, climbing step by step. With the Dao heart in place, cultivation and such will naturally follow. It's just a matter of time.
Lin Moyu's appearance attracted quite a bit of attention. While others were constantly enduring the bombardment of sword chi, Lin Moyu moved as if in a place without people. The sword chi simply didn't target him. For a moment, the Celestial Fox clan members were bewildered, completely unable to understand.
What's going on with this person? Why isn't the sword chi attacking him? Yeah, why isn't the sword chi attacking him? Could it be because he's human? Impossible. It's not like humans haven't come before. The foxtail sword attacked them all the same. This person's luck is so strong. Indeed, his luck has transformed into a dragon. He must be a genius even among humans. If not here, I'd really like to go over and make friends with him.
The Celestial Fox clan was after all still part of the beast races, retaining some beast race characteristics. Once they started talking freely, there were no reservations. They spoke loudly and ate heartily. In Lin Moyu's eyes, the Celestial Fox clan was already smart enough. Most beast races only focused on cultivation realm, not paying much attention to things like the Tao heart. Lin Moyu continued to approach, advancing another 200 li. Within 300 li of the fox-tail sword, fewer and fewer people could remain. Only a handful were left. Lin Moyu swept his gaze over them. The highest realm among them was an 8th level Tao Venerable. The rest were all 7th level Tao Venerables. Although the Tao heart wasn't directly related to realm, generally speaking, those with higher realms would have stronger Tao hearts. Those with rich life and death experiences would also have stronger Tao hearts. Here, Lin Moyu still wasn't attacked by sword chi. Lin Moyu remained relaxed and at ease, continuing to fly forward. Behind him, the Celestial Fox clan members were already dumbfounded. What was happening to Lin Moyu was simply too miraculous. When Lin Moyu approached within 100 li again, even that 8th level Tao Venerable Celestial Fox clan member couldn't help but look over. Lin Moyu sensed the other's gaze, turned his head to give a slight smile, then continued forward. Finally, Lin Moyu came to a place only 100 li from the fox-tail sword. At this time, those Celestial Fox clan members watching Lin Moyu exploded into discussion again.
Heavens, he's reached 100 li. If I remember correctly, our clan's highest record is 100 li. He's about to break our clan's record. I think he's not normal. The sword chi didn't attack him at all. Does he have some treasure that can fool the foxtail sword? Impossible. I've never heard of any treasure that can fool the foxtail sword.
Amid their discussions, Lin Moyu walked into the 100 li zone, thoroughly breaking the Celestial Fox clan's record. The 100 li area where the fox-tail sword was located seemed like another world. Myriad sword chi fell from the sky like waterfalls, evolving into a world belonging solely to sword chi. The vast sword chi obscured everything. After entering here, Lin Moyu disappeared from everyone's sight.
You've come.
A voice suddenly sounded. Lin Moyu looked up. Above the fox-tail sword, a swordsman appeared in midair. Lin Moyu saw through his identity at a glance.
Human Lin Moyu greets the foxtail sword spirit. Senior sword spirit, you know of me?
The other was the fox-tail sword spirit, But this sword spirit seemed somewhat different from the Jade Dao sword spirit. This sword spirit must have existed for countless years. His eyes flashed with the light of wisdom, as if seeing through the entire world. The fox-tail sword spirit said softly,
"The Jade Dao sword spirit once told me you gained its recognition."
Lin Moyu smiled.
"Just good luck."
The fox-tail sword spirit shook his head.
"No. The Jade Dao sword spirit said that in your memories, there's an extremely terrifying figure. That figure is even more terrifying than our creator."
Lin Moyu knew who the other was talking about. Back then, his memories were drawn out by the Jade Dao sword, even attracting the attention of a strand of the green-robed elder's divine sense, nearly causing the entire Jade Sword City to collapse. Even the Jade Dao sword's body developed countless cracks. At that time, the Jade Dao sword spirit was frightened badly. The Jade Dao sword almost shattered on the spot. Listening to the foxtail sword's words, Lin Moyu realized that the 72 swords could communicate with each other. This also confirmed his guess that the 72 swords formed a formation covering the entire origin continent. Then many things happening on the origin continent would be known to these sword spirits. No wonder this sword spirit looked so mature. He clearly knew many important things. Lin Moyu asked,
"So, Senior Sword Spirit didn't test my Dao heart this time?"
The foxtail sword spirit said,
"You've already gained the Jade Dao sword's recognition, so I don't need to test you again. Our master once said that in the future, someone might become our new master. You might be one of them, but in my view, you're still a bit inferior to that person."
3172 3172. Chapter 3172. The 72 swords are too weak. To become the new master of the 72 swords, the first thing was to gain the recognition of the 72 swords. It could be any one sword, first gaining recognition and planting a sword seed. For example, Lin Moyu now had the Jade Dao sword seed in his body. The sword seed could continuously temper the Dao heart, making it stronger and stronger. After the Dao heart was strong enough, one could then seek other swords and gain new sword seeds. When all 72 sword seeds were obtained, through some special methods, one could refine the 72 swords and become their new master. Forget about gaining recognition from all 72 swords. Even gaining recognition from one was already very difficult. Even 9th level Dao venerables might not be able to do it. Lin Moyu being able to gain recognition from one was already good. This time he happened to see the foxtail sword and casually came to take a look. Lin Moyu actually didn't have any strong desires in his heart. His path was different. He had no longing for the 72 swords. But hearing the foxtail sword spirit say he was inferior to another person, Lin Moyu became curious.
"Can Senior Sword Spirit tell me who that person is?"
Lin Moyu asked curiously. The foxtail sword spirit said,
"That person truly possesses a sword heart. Her Dao is the sword Dao. Your Dao heart is very strong, but your Dao is not the sword Dao."
People who take the sword as their Dao are rare. Lin Moyu thought for a moment, then suddenly knew who the foxtail sword spirit was talking about. The corners of his mouth curved slightly, revealing a smile.
"If I'm not mistaken, the person Senior Sword Spirit is referring to should be a woman."
The foxtail sword spirit nodded.
"That's right, it's a woman.
Lin Moyu continued.
Her appearance should be somewhat similar to mine."
The foxtail sword spirit looked at Lin Moyu, thinking for a moment.
"That's right, indeed somewhat similar."
Lin Moyu was now completely certain of the other's identity.
"Then there's no mistake. She is my elder sister."
The foxtail sword spirit said softly.
"Her name is Lin Mohan. Your name is Lin Moyu. So you're siblings. This makes sense. Both of your Dao hearts are extremely steadfast, and your talents are equally outstanding."
Lin Moyu said,
"It's been a long time since I've seen my elder sister. I wonder how many swords recognition she has gained, and what her cultivation is now."
Counting, it had been many years since he had seen Lin Mohan. Since parting in the Great World, Lin Mohan had gone her own way. After coming to the Great World, there had been no news of Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu had once searched in the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce, but couldn't find her. Lin Moyu seemed to have disappeared. Fortunately, there was still the blood resonance. Lin Moyu could feel that Lin Moyu was still alive. Also because of the blood resonance, Lin Moyu knew his elder sister's realm was probably a bit higher than his own. After all, besides her own cultivation opportunities, Lin Moyu also had his help through their bloodline. As for how much higher, that was unknown. The foxtail sword spirit said,
According to the rules set by our old master, some things can't be said. I can't reveal other people's information to you, even if she's your sister. But in my view, she's more suitable to become our new master than you.
Lin Moyu walked the path of the sword Tao, and was indeed more suitable to become the new master of the 72 swords than himself. Lin Moyu had no objections to this. If the spirit wouldn't say, then so be it. It wasn't like he had to know. As long as Lin Moyu was all right, that was enough. Lin Moyu said to the foxtail sword spirit,
I'd like to trouble Senior Sword Spirit to pass on a message for me. Is that all right?
The foxtail sword spirit nodded.
Go ahead.
Lin Moyu said,
When my elder sister comes again, tell her I've built a Yu Dao city in the eastern continent. If she has time, she can come find me.
The foxtail sword spirit said,
All right. When she appears again, this message will be passed on word for word.
The 72 swords, 72 sword spirits, could communicate with each other. As long as Lin Moyu appeared again, his message would be passed on. Lin Moyu bowed to the foxtail sword spirit.
Many thanks, Senior Sword Spirit. I'll take my leave now.
The foxtail sword spirit seemed to confirm again.
Are you sure you're giving up inheriting the 72 swords? Senior also said I have my own Dao.
Lin Moyu turned and left decisively, without any hesitation. Although the 72 swords were powerful, in Lin Moyu's eyes, they were nothing special. The divine region cauldron that could perfectly suppress the 9 regions' earth veins was now in his hands. This substitute wasn't worth having. Wisps of sword chi dispersed from Lin Moyu's body. As he turned, the Jade Dao sword seed in his body dissipated with it. Since he wasn't walking this path, there was no need for the Jade Dao sword seed to exist. Moreover, even without the Jade Dao sword, his Dao heart was still incredibly solid. The foxtail sword spirit was slightly stunned.
You even dispersed the Jade Dao sword seed?
Lin Moyu smiled.
Since I'm not walking this path, what use is the sword seed to me? The 72 swords are strong, but for me, they're still too weak. My Dao heart, forget about the 72 swords. Even if your old master came in person, it couldn't be shaken. If you don't believe me, Senior Sword Spirit, you can try.
Dispersing the Jade Dao sword seed, Lin Moyu didn't regret it at all. His Dao heart didn't rely on external things. He sought enlightenment himself. The foxtail sword spirit's gaze was slightly doubtful. Lin Moyu's words made it somewhat uncomfortable. In its heart, the old master's status was supreme. For a mere third-level Dao venerable little fellow to say such arrogant words. But back then, the Jade Dao sword had tested Lin Moyu's Dao heart and suffered some losses. The foxtail sword spirit still hesitated, wondering whether to try or not. Watching Lin Moyu walk further and further away, in the end, the foxtail sword spirit still didn't act. Even after dispersing the Jade Dao sword seed, Lin Moyu still wasn't attacked by sword chi. He just flew out bit by bit like this. He left the foxtail sword, reappearing in the Celestial Fox clan member's sight, then slowly went away. When passing by Suze, Lin Moyu said softly,
You temper your Dao heart well. I'm going back first. Come find me when you have time.
Suze was currently using most of his mind to fight against illusions, unable to attend to other matters. He could only nod slightly in response to Lin Moyu's words. Lin Moyu didn't return to his mountain peak, but entered Nine Tails City. Rarely having free time, he should also relax himself. Alternating between tension and relaxation was the correct path of cultivation. Sometimes, relaxation was also a kind of cultivation for the Dao heart. Nine-Tails City was extremely lively. As the world's #1 city, Nine-Tails City had an extremely special status. Even the great cities of human holy lands couldn't compare. In Nine-Tails City, besides insect races, one could see almost every race on the origin continent. Occasionally, even cultivators from sea races would come to purchase some items. The Lu Feng Chamber of Commerce also had a large branch here. For several days in a row, Lin Moyu wandered leisurely in Nine-Tails City, also buying many specialties to bring back to Yudao City in the future. Lin Moyu didn't lack money. He spent generously, buying in large quantities at once. On the 7th day of his arrival in Nine-Tails City, clan leader Su Mao came to find him. He brought 2 sets of materials for Lin Moyu. One was information about the Celestial Fox clan's ancestral land, explaining some situations in the ancestral land. The second set of materials was related to hell fragments. Over these few days, Su Mao had ordered people to carefully search for all information related to hell fragments, organizing many clues. Whether true or false, useful or not, he brought it all to Lin Moyu. 3173 3173. Chapter 3173. The 3 young ladies' luck is really strong. Lin Moyu carefully examined the 2 sets of materials, analyzing them. Su Mao was very thorough in his work, and the prepared materials were sufficiently detailed. In the Celestial Fox clan's ancestral land, there was a rebirth trial. To pass the trial, cultivation realm was secondary. The most important thing was luck. After passing the trial, one could gain the recognition of the ancestral land spirit. Only in this way could Celestial Fox clan members continue to advance. Celestial Fox clan members after 7th level Dao Venerable, if they wanted to advance further, all needed to gain the ancestral land spirit's recognition. This was also true for becoming clan leader. After reading the materials, Lin Moyu felt the Celestial Fox clan's ancestral land was somewhat strange. Especially the existence of the ancestral land spirit was odd.
Analyzing from the materials, it seems there are shackles in the Celestial Fox clan's bloodline. Only by gaining the ancestral land spirit's recognition can the shackles be unlocked. After unlocking the shackles, the bloodline can continue to grow, thus allowing cultivation realm to continue advancing. But the existence of this ancestral land spirit, was this done by the Celestial Fox clan's ancestor? Why do this? This is too unreasonable. If something happens to the ancestral land, the Celestial Fox clan would be finished. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Such a simple principle, the Celestial Fox clan's ancestor shouldn't be unaware of.
With the Celestial Fox clan's wisdom, Lin Moyu didn't believe the Celestial Fox clan's ancestor would do such a foolish thing. So, Lin Moyu was 70% certain that the existence of this ancestral land spirit must be strange. There was also a problem with that drop of what seemed to be black blood in the misfortune. The specifics would have to wait until entering the ancestral land to know. After reading the materials on the Celestial Fox clan's ancestral land, Lin Moyu had a general understanding of the ancestral land. Next was to wait for Su Mao to prepare and open the ancestral land. Then he looked at the materials related to hell fragments. These materials were very scattered, often some news of unknown truth or falsehood. The Celestial Fox clan's materials had accumulated over countless years, and without an existence like the human emperor, it was impossible to organize so much material clearly and neatly. Su Mao being able to find this information was already very difficult. It must have taken a lot of manpower over these few days to achieve this. This information was too scattered. Even Lin Moyu looking at it was confused. For example, some of the items said, 3,000 years ago, in the southeast of the northern continent, magma suddenly erupted. Vicious spirits burst out from the magma, continuing for dozens of days, devouring a small city, causing deaths and injuries to tens of thousands of beast races. 8,000 years ago, in the northwest of the eastern continent, black chi suddenly soared to the sky. Where the black chi passed, all things withered and decayed. Someone once saw skeleton-like monsters inside. Such information was hard to distinguish true from false, and there would also be exaggerations. Plus, it was too scattered. Lin Moyu also found it difficult to analyze. Lin Moyu found the simplest method, throwing all this information to the human emperor, letting the human emperor organize and analyze it. The human emperor had a complete database. He could string together various events that happened back then, analyzing in detail from a more macro level and finally draw conclusions. The only thing that could be certain now was that in the Netherworld clan located in the Western continent, there must be a hell fragment. This was also Lin Moyu's next target. On the 10th day, Su Mao came again.
Mr. Lin, the ancestral land can be opened at any time.
Lin Moyu nodded slightly.
Wait a bit longer. Let those few come back.
Su Mao smiled.
Actually, letting them play in Nine Tails City is fine. This old man will have people take good care of the young ladies.
Lin Moyu shook his head.
I don't like accidents happening, even if it's just a tiny accident. This makes me uncomfortable.
Su Mao still smiled.
It seems Mr. Lin really cares for his disciples.
Lin Moyu smiled without saying more. Only Lin Moyu himself knew the reasons. Among the three, Little Five's identity was special. If discovered by others, it would certainly cause some unnecessary trouble. Although Lin Moyu wasn't afraid, this kind of trouble could be completely avoided, especially when he wasn't around. If there was trouble, things might get out of his control. Even with Su Mao's guarantee, Lin Moyu didn't want to gamble. Lin Moyu sent a message to Little Mist. Although Little Mist was a bit crazy, she didn't dare disobey Lin Moyu's words. Soon, Little Mist and the other two flew back amid laughter. Behind them, several Celestial Fox Clan Dao Venerables followed. Lin Moyu could see that these Celestial Fox Clan Dao Venerables were somewhat helpless. Playing crazily with 3 girls for 10 days, even Dao Venerables could barely handle it. Suddenly Su Mao's eyes lit up. His eyes flashed with light as he swept over the 3.
The 3 young ladies' luck is really strong.
In his eyes, all 3 had luck transformed into dragons, a sign of luck reaching the extreme. Su Mao felt that the reason the 3's luck could be so strong was because of Lin Moyu. Finally, his gaze fell on Little Five. His nose twitched slightly, then showed a surprised expression. He suddenly understood why Lin Moyu wasn't at ease. Su Mao's reaction was very subtle. No one present noticed except Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu didn't say anything. He said to Little Mist and the others,
Have you played enough these days?
Little Mist giggled.
Nine Tails City is so big and fun. We want to play for a few more days.
Lin Moyu said,
You can. After finishing the important business, we'll come out to play again. Go back first.
As he spoke, Lin Moyu opened the entrance to the world of rules. Little Mist made an
Oh.
sound and obediently went in. Then Little Moon and Little Five also followed back into the world of rules. Seeing the 3 return, the several Celestial Fox Clan Dao Venerables following behind them obviously breathed sighs of relief. Lin Moyu thanked them.
Thank you for your trouble these past few days, friends.
They all responded that it was no trouble. Joke. This was an order from the clan leader. Forget about just 10 days, even if it was more time, they could only endure. Lin Moyu turned to Su Mao.
Then please lead the way, clan leader Su.
Su Mao gestured.
This way please, sir.
He led Lin Moyu towards the inner city. The Celestial Fox Clan's ancestral land wasn't in Nine Tails City. It was in a special space. No one knew exactly where. Only through special secret techniques could contact be established with the ancestral land. Then a passage would be established to enter the ancestral land. Su Mao led Lin Moyu to a mountain peak in the inner city. This mountain peak looked no different from other peaks, also with a palace standing on it. But when Lin Moyu approached the mountain peak, he smelled a strong bloody scent. Su Mao led him into the palace. The bloody smell instantly intensified several times. Inside the palace was a blood pool. A full 100 Celestial Fox Clan Dao Venerables were surrounding the blood pool, injecting their blood into it. These Celestial Fox Clan Dao Venerables were all above 4th level, and their bloodlines were pure and powerful. Needless to say, these people were all from the main branch. Su Mao explained,
Only using main branch disciples' blood can activate the secret technique to open the road to the ancestral land.
Lin Moyu indicated he understood.
There are countless secret techniques in the world. Secret techniques using fresh blood are not few.
Su Mao beckoned. A Dao venerable came to Su Mao's side.
He's called Suli, this old man's grandson, 8th level Dao venerable. He'll enter the ancestral land with Mr. Lin this time, to be Mr. Lin's guide.
3174, 3174. Chapter 3174. The ancestral land occupied by death. Suli had entered the ancestral land several times and was quite familiar with it. As Su Mao's grandson, he could be fully trusted. Being an 8th level Dao venerable, he was also the most suitable candidate. Before the ancestral land issue was resolved, Su Mao dared not let any 9th level Dao venerables enter. Currently, the Celestial Fox clan only had 3 9th level Dao venerables left, and they couldn't afford to lose any more. Suli bowed to Lin Moyu.
Suli greets Mr. Lin.
Lin Moyu smiled and said,
"Thank you for your trouble this time, friend Suli."
Suli quickly replied,
"It's we who are troubling Mr. Lin. How can you say it's trouble? Mr. Lin, you're being too polite."
Lin Moyu turned to Su Mao.
"While I'm in the ancestral land, please help me find more information, clan leader. Also, I'd like some historical materials about the origin continent. Your clan's records should be quite complete. If possible, please provide me with a copy." "Rest assured, Mr. Lin. I'll have someone compile it right away."
The historical materials Lin Moyu requested didn't involve the Celestial Fox clan's secrets. Such information could actually be bought from the Lufan Chamber of Commerce, but Lin Moyu asked them for it to cross-reference. No single source's information was complete, nor entirely correct. Only by combining and verifying multiple sources could one obtain relatively accurate results. The blood in the pool began to boil, and a powerful force burst out, shooting towards the sky. The blood hit the palace ceiling, which emitted a dazzling light, containing the blood. The blood continuously struck the palace, causing thunderous sounds. The space at the impact point shattered layer by layer, forming a passage along the blood flow.
"Mr. Lin, please follow me,"
Suli said, then turned and plunged into the passage first. Lin Moyu took a step and followed Suli into the passage. The passage wasn't spacious, only wide enough for the two of them. In the spatial tunnel, a force constantly pushed them forward, feeling somewhat similar to teleportation. Half a minute later, light appeared before Lin Moyu's eyes. The light instantly expanded, occupying his entire field of vision. His feet touched solid ground, a grassy field that felt soft. As far as the eye could see, there were vast grasslands and a series of small hills, undulating and extending towards the distance, seemingly endless. A gentle breeze blew, carrying the scent of fresh grass. It was very refreshing. If there were some small animals, this would be a beautiful place. Unfortunately, there were no small animals here. Despite the grass everywhere, Lin Moyu still sensed a faint aura of death. According to the materials Su Mao gave Lin Moyu, this land wasn't always like this. In the past, the ancestral land had living beings and many small animals. But for some unknown reason, the small animals became fewer and fewer until they completely disappeared. Suli stood beside Lin Moyu.
"The problem in the ancestral land seems to have worsened."
Lin Moyu asked,
"When was the last time you came in? What was the situation like then?"
Suli said,
"The last time I came in was about 2,000 years ago. There were no small animals then, but I could still feel that the grass had vitality. But this time, I sense death. Perhaps in a few thousand years, even this grassland will be gone."
Lin Moyu casually plucked a blade of grass, roots and all. It still looked green, but the roots were somewhat rotten. Lin Moyu said softly,
"Perhaps it won't take a few thousand years."
Suli said very sincerely,
"I hope Mr. Lin can help us solve the crisis in the ancestral land."
Lin Moyu said,
"I promised clan leader Su that I would do my best."
Lin Moyu looked around. No matter which direction he looked, the The scenery was exactly the same, and he had no idea which way to go. Among so many directions, only one was correct, and all others were wrong. This was also the first test after entering the ancestral land, finding the right direction. There was no guidance, and one had to rely on luck to make a choice. Lin Moyu smiled and asked,
How did you do it before?
Su Li said,
A long time ago, there was actually a method. We could observe the small animals. We would go in the direction where there were more small animals. But now, without small animals, we can only rely on luck.
Lin Moyu shook his head.
Luck is indeed important, but sometimes you need to look at methods and approaches. Luck can only be the icing on the cake.
His mind stirred, and the surrounding space distorted as skeleton generals flew out. The skeleton generals flew in all directions, quickly forming a map in Lin Moyu's mind. With enough skeleton generals covering all directions, there was no need to gamble on luck. Su Li stood there stunned.
Are these Mr. Lin's puppets?
Lin Moyu said,
You can think of them that way. Let them scout the path, and we'll quickly find the correct route.
Su Li was dumbfounded. Originally, he wanted to use his experience to help Lin Moyu, but now it seemed unnecessary. The grassland was deathly silent. The skeleton generals used their undead eyes but didn't see a single living being along the way. A moment later, Lin Moyu suddenly asked,
Is the correct path a valley?
Su Li quickly nodded.
Yes, it's a valley. We call it the 10,000 Flower Valley because there are many flowers in it. Then we're not mistaken.
Lin Moyu said as he flew forward, with Su Li hurriedly following. They flew over the grassland for at least 100,000 li before seeing the valley. The valley's terrain was lower than the grassland, like a basin. From a distance, the entire valley looked like a giant beast curled up on the grassland. The skeleton generals stood in front of the valley, unable to enter. A force spread out from the valley, forming an invisible wall blocking the way. From outside the valley, one could see many different kinds of flowers inside. Hence its name 10,000 Flower Valley. The valley seemed like the end of the map, impossible to cross. In Lin Moyu's view, anyone could find the valley. Even if they went in the wrong direction initially, they would eventually find it, just taking more time. In practical terms, people with good luck could find it accurately, while those with less luck might need to search a few more times before finally finding it. The so-called first test wasn't much of a test at all. Su Li looked at Lin Moyu with admiration.
Mr. Lin is indeed extraordinary, finding the 10,000 Flower Valley so easily.
Lin Moyu said.
It's just the first step.
Su Li immediately said.
The beginning is always the hardest. I believe the following tasks won't be difficult for Mr. Lin either.
The two came to the valley entrance. Lin Moyu said.
According to the materials clan leader Su provided, to enter the 10,000 Flower Valley, we need to cultivate a flower.
Su Li nodded.
We call this flower the Flower of Destiny. Different flowers of destiny will also make subsequent tests different.
Lin Moyu asked.
So if we cultivate different flowers of destiny, will we be separated in the valley?
Su Li said.
Yes, the tests in the valley must be completed independently by each person, but after passing through the valley, we'll reunite. Then let's go.
Lin Moyu walked to the front of the valley and immediately encountered the invisible wall guarding it. Lin Moyu followed the instructions in the materials, gently moving his soul power to communicate with the valley. The next moment, an unopened flower flew out from the valley and came to his hand. This flower was the Flower of Destiny. It would absorb his luck and then bloom. Su Li explained.
This is the Flower of Destiny. It will absorb Mr. Lin's luck. The better the luck, the faster it will bloom.
3175 3175. Chapter 3175. The difference between 8 minutes and 10 seconds. Su Li's words were cut short, unable to continue. The Flower of Destiny in Lin Moyu's hand had already bloomed brilliantly. It was fast, incredibly fast. Lin Moyu asked,
Is this sufficient?
Su Li's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, mumbling.
How can it be so fast?
An 8th level Tao Venerable, at this moment, seemed to lose his composure. Although Su Li was startled by Lin Moyu's speed, he quickly regained his senses, trying his best to remain calm.
Mr. Lin's luck is the strongest I've ever seen in my life. For others to make the flower of destiny bloom, it takes 10 minutes at the fastest, and half an hour at the slowest. The highest record in our clan took a full 8 minutes to make the flower of destiny bloom, but Mr. Lin.
From the moment Lin Moyu received the flower of destiny until it bloomed, it took no more than 10 seconds. 8 minutes versus 10 seconds, the difference was too vast. Lin Moyu asked,
Is there any significance to this?
The materials Lin Moyu received mentioned the flower of destiny but didn't explain whether the speed of blooming would have any impact. The materials couldn't possibly detail every aspect, which was why Su Li was brought along as a guide. In fact, being a guide was secondary. Su Li's true purpose was to explain various occurrences within the ancestral land to Lin Moyu.
Su Li explained.
In the 10,000 Flower Valley, everyone will face their own unique path. Generally speaking, the stronger one's luck, the faster the flower of destiny blooms, and the weaker the challenges faced after entering the valley. Our clan's ancestral land primarily tests luck. As long as one's luck is strong enough, other factors become secondary. If luck is insufficient, then the requirements for cultivation realm will increase.
Through Su Li's explanation, Lin Moyu understood the mechanism of the Celestial Fox clan's ancestral land trials. Luck was the primary factor, with cultivation realm as a secondary consideration. The ancestral land required Celestial Fox clan members to be at least 7th level Tao Venerable to enter, but there was no such requirement for outsiders. Although there was no realm requirement for outsiders, the trials inside hadn't changed. Almost every trial had a cultivation realm requirement up to the Tao Venerable level. There was only one exception: if one's luck was exceptionally good, the cultivation realm requirements would naturally decrease. Once, an outsider had entered. At that time, he was a 5th level Tao Venerable, but his luck was very good. The trials he faced were only at the 4th level Tao Venerable standard. That outsider passed through all the challenges and finally gained the recognition of the ancestral land spirit, becoming an adopted member of the Celestial Fox clan. This was one of the differences between the Celestial Fox clan and other beast clans. The Celestial Fox clan allowed the existence of adopted members. Adopted members could enjoy considerable rights and benefits from the Celestial Fox clan, such as access to some of the clan's secret techniques and treasures. To become an adopted member of the Celestial Fox clan, one of the requirements was to gain the recognition of the ancestral land spirit. But compared to Lin Moyu, that person was clearly far inferior. Lin Moyu smiled and said,
This rule is reasonable. One can't have it all. Forcing it would lead to the opposite effect. Choosing one of the two maintains the balance of yin and yang. Your clan's ancestor understood this principle well.
Su Li smiled but didn't dare to respond. He wouldn't presume to comment on his clan's ancestor. Lin Moyu said,
If that's the case, I'll go in first. See you after the valley?
Su Li nodded.
Be careful on your way, Mr. Lin.
Lin Moyu, holding the flower of destiny, entered the 10,000 Flower Valley. The invisible barrier of the valley naturally dispersed, and Lin Moyu walked in without any obstruction. At the moment of entering the valley, Lin Moyu still felt the power of the Celestial Fox clan's ancestor. The barrier outside the valley was strong enough to block a 9th level Tao Venerable. If one didn't follow the rules, even a 9th level Tao Venerable couldn't enter the valley. This also indicated that the Celestial Fox clan's ancestor was a Great Tao Realm expert. Only those at the Great Tao Realm had such abilities. The 10,000 Flower Valley lived up to its name, with countless flowers blooming inside. After entering the valley, Lin Moyu looked back and saw no way to retreat. At the moment of entry, he had entered an independent space, a space that belonged only to him. Even if Su Li had entered with him, they would eventually be separated into different spaces. The scenery inside the valley was picturesque, with flowers in full bloom and fragrant scents permeating the air. The flower of destiny in his hand emitted a soft glow, its light intertwining in front of Lin Moyu, guiding the way forward. After walking about 1,000 meters, 3 different paths appeared ahead. All 3 paths were covered in flowers, but each path had different types of flowers. The left path was filled with bright red flowers. At first glance, they looked like blazing flames, burning fiercely. A second look made them seem like a churning sea of blood. The middle path was mainly yellow flowers, appearing much softer in color and seemingly unremarkable. The right path was filled with ink-black flowers, the entire road tinted black. Red, yellow, and black, 3 paths of different colored flowers lay before Lin Moyu, requiring him to make a choice. Just by looking at these 3 paths, Lin Moyu couldn't tell what lay ahead. Only by entering would he know. The flower of destiny in his hand intertwined its light, pointing towards the right path. This was the guidance given by the flower of destiny. It would indicate the easiest path to take. As long as one followed its guidance, there generally wouldn't be any problems. Lin Moyu understood clearly that while the flower of destiny seemed to be nurtured by his luck, what truly made it bloom was his destiny. The root of luck lies in destiny. Strong destiny leads to strong luck. If destiny is average, luck becomes unstable, sometimes good, sometimes bad. If destiny can remain consistently strong, then luck can also remain consistently good. The flower of destiny absorbed luck, but what truly played a role was destiny. The reason he could make the flower of destiny bloom so quickly was primarily because his destiny was strong enough. The flower of destiny connected with the rules inside the 10,000 flower valley, providing different paths based on one's level of destiny. These paths weren't just one, but could be divided into different difficulties. The flower of destiny would point out the easiest path, but if one wanted a challenge, they could choose other paths. Given these rules, Lin Moyu naturally wouldn't make things difficult for himself and would choose the simplest path. His goal was to reach the end of the ancestral land and see what problems had occurred, not to be tested by the ancestral land. As he approached the rightmost path, about to enter, his spiritual sense suddenly felt uneasy. The foot he had raised was instantly withdrawn. Lin Moyu greatly trusted his spiritual sense. Whenever there was danger, his spiritual sense would surely react. This time, although his spiritual sense didn't give a clear warning, the feeling of unease still surprised Lin Moyu.
There's danger here.
The unease in his spiritual sense must mean danger existed. But because he hadn't entered yet and hadn't truly encountered the danger, his spiritual sense was only uneasy. Lin Moyu realized that as his cultivation realm increased, his spiritual sense was becoming stronger.
Why would there be danger on the safest path indicated by the flower of destiny? What kind of danger could it be?
As his thoughts moved, the destiny talisman of the Soul King began to glow brightly. 3176 3176 Chapter 3176. It really is the Black Blood Realm. The Destiny Talisman was the first Tao pattern Lin Moyu had fused. Its function was to predict the future. When Lin Moyu first fused the Tao pattern, he could only see events 2 seconds into the future through the Destiny Talisman. This time was too short and mostly useless. Now, with his realm improved and more Tao patterns fused, the Destiny Talisman had naturally strengthened. Lin Moyu activated the Destiny Talisman, and the scene before his eyes changed. He saw what might happen in the future. He saw himself step onto the path full of black flowers. In an instant, countless black flowers rose up, transforming into flower demons wielding sharp swords. These flower demons numbered in the tens of thousands, each with battle power equivalent to a third-level Tao Venerable, matching his own realm. The next second, the flower demons charged at him with their swords. The vision ended there, lasting 6 seconds in total. The time he could see into the future had increased from 2 seconds to 6 seconds. Although still brief, it was much more powerful than before.
Flowers turning into swordsmen, black flowers, black swordsmen. Is this a coincidence?
Lin Moyu pondered. Why would the flowers transform into black flower demon swordsmen? Was it related to the Black Blood Realm? Combining this with the vision he saw in the misfortune earlier, Lin Moyu tried to connect the dots. But the information was still too scarce to reach an accurate conclusion. After thinking for a moment, Lin Moyu approached the middle yellow flower path and used the destiny talisman again. This time, the flowers didn't become swordsmen. The moment he entered the flower path, all the yellow flowers melted, turning into highly corrosive poisonous water. He immediately flew up, avoiding the water. Lin Moyu had a feeling that the yellow path seemed simpler compared to the black path. Finally, for the red flower path, under the destiny talisman's prediction, it turned into a sea of fire, but the fire's power wasn't strong enough to harm Lin Moyu. After viewing all three paths, Lin Moyu discovered that the most dangerous was actually the path indicated by the flower of destiny. The left red flower path and the yellow flower path could be passed through using extremely simple methods, with almost negligible difficulty. But on the right black flower path, the flower demons that evolved into swordsmen were at the same realm as him, numbering over tens of thousands. For other cultivators, facing such a situation would be certain death. This could no longer be called a test. It was simply sending someone to their death.
It seems the ancestral land really has a problem, and it's not a small one. What should have been the safest path has now become the most dangerous. I hope Suli can make it through.
Lin Moyu once again walked towards the rightmost black path. After the destiny talisman's prediction, Lin Moyu had changed his mind. Originally, he wanted to take the simplest path to quickly reach the end of the ancestral land and see what had happened. But now, Lin Moyu wanted to see if there was any connection between the swordsmen on the Black Flower Path and those from the Black Blood Realm. The Destiny Talisman could only show him future scenes, but seeing isn't always believing. Some things needed to be experienced personally to understand. Moreover, what were tens of thousands of swordsmen evolved from the Black Flower Path in front of him? When it came to numbers, Lin Moyu was never intimidated. Stepping onto the Black Flower Path, the passage behind him instantly disappeared, leaving Lin Moyu with no way to retreat. Countless black flowers flew up from their roots, transforming into black flower demon swordsmen in midair. This scene was identical to what he saw through the Destiny Talisman. The swordsmen evolved from the flowers were all third-level Dao Venerables, each just slightly larger than a fist, rushing towards Lin Moyu like a torrential rain. The flower demon swordsmen reached Lin Moyu, their small sharp swords slashing and stabbing, falling like rain. Lin Moyu remained unmoved, ignoring them and allowing the swords to fall on his body. An invisible force naturally appeared on his body, his blood essence vibrating and emitting a faint rumbling sound. All attacks were blocked by this layer of invisible force. This was a protective barrier formed by fusing the power of the Tao with his physical body and blood essence, perfected through hundreds of attempts. Similar to the protective divine light of the outer realm gods, it didn't need to be activated and could take effect at any time. Lin Moyu's current abilities naturally couldn't be compared to the outer realm gods, but blocking these mere third-level Dao Venerable Flower Demon Swordsmen was effortless. Lin Moyu walked forward amidst the attacks, while carefully sensing these flower demon swordsmen.
Judging purely from the attacks, there doesn't seem to be any problem. It's a pure force attack, without any impurities.
After sensing for a while, Lin Moyu reached out and grasped one of the flower demon swordsmen in his hand. His soul power stirred slightly, wanting to sense with his soul power. Perhaps he could see some information from them. The moment his soul power touched it, the flower demon swordsman exploded with a bang, turning into dust and completely dissipating.
Not allowing me to look.
Lin Moyu muttered to himself. The more this happened, the stranger he found it. He then grabbed several more flower demons in succession. Each time they shattered at the instant of soul contact. After repeated shattering, Lin Moyu finally discovered a clue. At the moment of shattering, two forces would emerge. These two forces were very small, deeply hidden, and even he had difficulty sensing them. One of the forces was unfamiliar to him. He didn't recognize it. But the other force was very familiar. He had been dealing with it since entering this world.
It really is the Black Blood Realm.
Lin Moyu could not mistake it. It was definitely the power of the Black Blood realm. It was just that the other side had hidden it very deeply, and the power was extremely weak. At this point, it could be confirmed that the anomaly in the Celestial Fox clan's ancestral land was indeed the Black Blood realm's doing. As for how they did it, that was still unknown. Having confirmed his suspicions, Lin Moyu lost interest in playing with them. He threw out several punches in succession. The power of the Tao roared, his blood essence boiled, and terrifying fist power instantly enveloped the surroundings. In an instant, tens of thousands of flower demons were completely wiped out. Third-level Tao venerable beings were truly not worth mentioning in front of Lin Moyu. Without using any techniques, purely with his physical strength, Lin Moyu was capable of contending with fifth-level Tao venerables. Killing third-level Tao venerables was child's play. Lin Moyu continued walking forward on the flower path. More black flowers ahead evolved into flower demons, but Lin Moyu couldn't be bothered to look. With one punch, he cleared them all out completely. Wherever he passed, not a single black flower remained, leaving the previous flower path bare. The flower path wasn't long, only 10,000 meters. Soon, Lin Moyu reached the end and calmly walked out. The view in front of him became broad again. Completing the flower path meant he had left the 10,000 flower valley. The flower of destiny in his hand automatically flew up, heading forward and leaving a trail of intertwining light. Lin Moyu didn't move, he was waiting. He believed Su Li should have a way to cope, even if Su Li encountered the same flower demon swordsman as he did. It shouldn't be too difficult for him. As he killed his way through, Lin Moyu discovered that the black blood power contained in the flower demon swordsman was very weak, unable to evolve into overly powerful flower demons. At most, they would be 5th-level Tao venerables. Su Li, being an 8th-level Tao venerable, should be able to handle them without much difficulty. After waiting for a while longer, the space behind him suddenly began to distort slightly. Su Li finally walked out of the 10,000 flower valley. At this moment, Su Li's expression was extremely unpleasant, and he had suffered some injuries. Su Li said in a low voice,
"Mr. Lin, it's terrible."
3177 3177. Chapter 3177. A bold idea. Lin Moyu released a stream of life force, enveloping Su Li. Su Li's injuries immediately began to heal. His wounds were all superficial and not really serious.
"Don't rush, explain slowly,"
Lin Moyu said calmly. Having already figured out the root cause, there was naturally no need to hurry. The most troublesome thing in this world is not having a powerful enemy, but not knowing who the enemy is. Once you know who the enemy is, you've already won half the battle.
Su Li said.
"Following the flower of destiny's guidance, I chose what should have been the easiest path, but it turned out to be extremely difficult. There were tens of thousands of flower spirits inside, all at the 5th-level Tao venerable realm. I fought my way through, but there were too many. I couldn't kill them all and had to find a way to break out. In the end, they gathered together and formed a giant 7th-level Tao venerable flower demon. This giant flower demon was very powerful. I barely managed to kill it before finally escaping."
The Celestial Fox clan was clever but not adept at fighting. Among those of the same realm, the Celestial Fox clan's combat power had always been on the weaker side, unable to compare with warrior races like the Golden Lion clan. Just look at Su Li. Despite being an 8th-level Tao venerable, he was injured by a 7th-level flower demon. This showed how truly weak their combat power was. After listening to Su Li's account, Lin Moyu didn't speak but fell into deep thought. Su Li wanted to say more, but seeing Lin Moyu's expression, he closed his mouth. The situation Su Li encountered was similar to what Lin Moyu had imagined. The power from the Black Blood realm had infiltrated this place, affecting the ancestral land. However, there was also another force within the ancestral land resisting it. Otherwise, Lin Moyu might have faced 5th-level Tao venerable flower demons instead of 3rd-level ones.
"It seems the ancestral land spirit hasn't completely fallen and still has some resistance against the black blood."
After understanding this, Lin Moyu casually said,
"Let's go." We can talk as we walk.
Lin Moyu immediately followed the last intertwining light trail left by the Flower of Destiny. Although the flower had been affected, its general direction wouldn't be wrong. At the same time, Lin Moyu sent out a large number of skeleton generals to explore in all directions. Not far ahead were continuous high mountains with countless ancient trees and dense forests. The skeleton generals once again proved their usefulness. Suli followed behind Lin Moyu, with a hint of anxiety.
Mr. Lin, do you know what's happening?
Lin Moyu nodded.
I have a general idea. A force has invaded your ancestral land, changing some of the rules inside. That's why the Flower of Destiny's guidance became misleading. If you hadn't followed the flower's guidance and chosen one of the other two paths, it might have been much easier.
Suli was stunned for a moment, then showed a bitter smile.
So that's how it is.
For countless years, they had become accustomed to trusting the Flower of Destiny's choice and naturally wouldn't have any doubts. They would only think that if the easiest path in the changed ancestral land was this difficult, the other paths must be even harder. Who could have imagined that the other paths hadn't become more difficult, but rather the Flower of Destiny had been affected? Suli asked.
Then is the direction we're going now correct?
Lin Moyu said.
It's probably correct. The main function of the Flower of Destiny hasn't changed, but we need to be careful about the details. Your ancestral land's spirit must be resisting that force. Otherwise, you might have encountered 6th or 7th level Dao Venerable Flower demons instead of 5th level ones.
Suli smiled bitterly.
If that were the case, I wouldn't have even made it out of the 10,000 Flower Valley. Mr. Lin, since you know so much, do you know where this opposing force comes from?
Lin Moyu said.
I know, but I can't tell you. When we return, I'll explain it to clan leader Su Mao. If you want to know, you can ask him. However, I think he won't tell you either. If you really want to know, become the clan leader. As clan leader, you'll naturally know.
Suli made a sound of acknowledgement and didn't pursue the matter further. He knew that many things were only privy to the successive clan leaders. He didn't have that qualification yet. Lin Moyu continued.
If we encounter danger later, follow my instructions.
Suli nodded.
Please give your orders, Mr. Lin. I'll follow them without question.
As they approached the dense forest, Lin Moyu suddenly stopped. A sense of deathly stillness emanated from the forest. Though it appeared lush and ancient, it was actually filled with a deathly aura. Yet within this heavy death aura, there were still living beings. Activating his undead eye, Lin Moyu saw numerous soul flames densely scattered throughout the forest, too many to count. The soul flames varied in size. The weaker ones were below the Dao Venerable Realm, while the stronger ones reached the 6th level Dao Venerable Realm. He didn't detect any above the 6th level Dao Venerable Realm. Lin Moyu said,
According to the materials, this dense forest is the third trial. Tell me in detail, what is the trial here?
Suli quickly explained.
We call this place the 10 Directions Forest. There are formations covering the forest, creating different pathways between them. We need to advance along the paths formed between the formations. If we accidentally enter a formation, we'll be attacked by various creatures within it. We must find a way to escape the formation and then find the correct path again.
Lin Moyu asked.
What does this have to do with luck?
Suli said.
Because we of the Celestial Fox clan basically don't understand formations, and the formations here are very profound. So luck becomes particularly important.
Lin Moyu further inquired.
Even if you don't understand formations, as long as you can find some formation-related treasures, you should be able to detect the specific locations of the formations, right?
Suli shook his head.
We've tried that method too, but it was useless. No magical tools could detect the formation's locations. Some clan members even specifically learned about formations. Although our talent for formations isn't high, we still made some achievements, but it was equally useless. In the end, we found that luck was still the most important factor.
As Suli explained, Lin Moyu also observed the dense forest ahead. With his attainment in formations, apart from a very few natural formations, basically no formation could escape his eyes. But after a thorough look, he found no formations in the dense forest, not a single trace of any formation. At this time, the skeleton generals sent out had all reached the boundaries of the ancestral land, touching the space barrier and unable to advance further. Several other skeletons had arrived at the front of the dense forest. There was more than one mountain here, and more than one entrance. According to the information returned by the skeleton generals, there were 10 entrances in total. Lin Moyu said,
There are 10 entrances in total?
Su Li nodded.
Yes, that's why it's called the 10 Directions Forest. Once inside, it's a 10,000 li mountain path. Although the distance isn't far, every step must be taken with great caution. If you accidentally enter a formation, it becomes very troublesome.
Lin Moyu asked,
Are the creatures in the formations very strong?
Su Li said,
They're not too strong, usually just 6th or 7th level Dao Venerables. Those of us who enter are all above the 7th level, so we can handle them. The trouble is that these creatures have some bizarre abilities. Some creatures release poison, some have illusory abilities, and some can paralyze souls. After mistakenly entering a formation, a lot of time is wasted, and time affects the ancestral land spirit's recognition of us.
Lin Moyu found it strange. The creatures he saw were all below the 7th level Dao Venerable Realm, with the strongest being only 6th level. Moreover, there were 10 entrances, but the Flower of Destiny only pointed to this one. Lin Moyu said,
I have a bold idea. I'm not sure if it's appropriate to mention.
3178 3178. Chapter 3178. No need to be so troublesome. They can't get through. Su Li instinctively felt that Lin Moyu might be about to do something big. Lin Moyu said,
The Flower of Destiny has already had problems. Now it's guiding us here, but no one knows if this path is the most difficult. I see many creatures in the dense forest, but none above the 7th level Dao Venerable Realm. Something must have changed in the forest. It's possible that even the formations inside have changed, perhaps becoming much more dangerous. And as you said, although these creatures aren't strong in combat, they're quite troublesome. Even if I'm confident in my luck, with the ancestral land changed, relying on luck alone might not work anymore.
Su Li felt Lin Moyu's words made a lot of sense. The ancestral land had indeed undergone some unpredictable changes, and their past experiences might no longer be useful. Not only might they be useless, but their past experiences could even become a deadly poison. Su Li said,
The clan leader instructed that as long as Mr. Lin can remove the danger from the ancestral land, you can do whatever you want.
Lin Moyu said,
Don't agree so quickly. I plan to level this 10 Directions forest, regardless of what formations or creatures are inside, and flatten it all to the ground.
Su Li was startled. Lin Moyu's idea was so bold. He suppressed his shock and said,
Mr. Lin, the 10 Directions forest is protected by the ancestral land spirit's power. Even a 9th level Dao Venerable couldn't topple it.
Lin Moyu smiled.
Do you think the ancestral land spirit can still manage these things now?
Su Li then realized that the ancestral land spirit might indeed be unable to manage these things now. Lin Moyu continued,
I suspect the ancestral land spirit is already struggling to protect itself and has no energy left to manage other things. If it really still has the power, I'll stop in time and think of another way.
While saying this, Lin Moyu had already thought of a second method. The second method was actually quite simple. Continuously use the Destiny Talisman to predict changes in the next 5 seconds, ensuring they wouldn't take a wrong path. However, this would be very slow and troublesome, and Lin Moyu disliked trouble. After much thought, Su Li felt Lin Moyu was indeed correct. If the ancestral land spirit really had the power to manage this place, they could stop then. Moreover, no one could guarantee that the current 10 Directions forest was still the same as before. Su Li said softly,
If that's the case, then Mr. Lin, please go ahead.
Lin Moyu smiled slightly.
Then I'll begin. Let's test it.
With a thought, the five elements sword demon appeared beside him. Suli looked at this little creature, barely larger than a fist, wondering what use it could have. The five elements sword demon's aura was concealed, at least not noticeable before it took action. The sword Tao appeared, surrounding the five elements sword demon. The demon's aura suddenly erupted. Empowered by the sword Tao, a towering sword aura surged from its body, reaching the 7th level Tao Venerable Realm. Technique: 5 elements sword C. 5 swords of different attributes flew out from the sword Tao. The 5 elements sword demon pointed with its small hand, and the 5 swords immediately slashed towards the dense forest ahead, followed by countless swords filling the sky. The swords formed a sea, with huge waves reaching the sky, enveloping the dense forest ahead. Suli felt the power of this sword attack and was moved. This attack was very strong. Even though he was at the 8th level Tao Venerable Realm, if faced with this attack, he would have to retreat. If he tried to withstand it head-on, he would inevitably be injured to some extent. He never expected such a small body could unleash such astonishing power. Lin Moyu calmly said,
"If the ancestral land spirit still has power, it should use the rules within the ancestral land to stop this attack."
Suli nodded.
It should. In the past, ancestors have used great force in the dense forest, trying to destroy it, but their power was always suppressed, and they even received punishment.
Lin Moyu said,
"Your ancestors set the rules, and the ancestral land spirit maintains and enforces them. The ancestral land spirit is like a steward. You could say it's useful, indeed very useful, but you could also say it's useless, as it doesn't really have much use."
In Lin Moyu's view, the ancestral land spirit was similar to a tool spirit. When the ancestral land was intact, it was the great steward within, second only to the celestial fox ancestor. But no matter how strong it was, it relied only on the rules within the ancestral land, originating from the celestial fox ancestor. When the ancestral land's rules had problems, its power would greatly weaken. This attack could be seen as a test, to see what state the ancestral land spirit was truly in. As the sword sea fell, ancient trees in the dense forest collapsed, and the creatures within died under the sword sea. The sword sea covered hundreds of li, plowing through this ancient land again and again. Mountains crumbled under the sword sea, emitting rumbling sounds. In the blink of an eye, the high mountains before Lin Moyu had turned into a pile of ruins. Yet even so, the ancestral land spirit showed no reaction, and no formations appeared either. Lin Moyu asked Suli,
"What do you think?"
Suli said,
"It seems the ancestral land spirit indeed has no energy to spare. In the past, it would have definitely intervened to stop this. But why didn't the formations appear?"
Lin Moyu said,
"It's simple. The formations weren't actually here. The previous formations were also controlled by the ancestral land spirit. They could be instantly deployed when needed and withdrawn when not. That's why you couldn't discover the formations by any method. Now it has no energy to manage other things, so naturally, the formations won't appear. If I'm not mistaken, in the past, the ancestral land spirit could clearly see your destiny. People with strong destiny, as long as they weren't too lacking in other aspects, could gain recognition. Those with weak destiny, unless they excelled in other areas, couldn't gain recognition."
Su Li's eyes were full of shock.
"You're talking about destiny? Not luck?"
Lin Moyu nodded.
"Yes, destiny, not luck. I can sense the power of destiny here. I guess your ancestor must have comprehended the Tao of destiny, so he could see destiny. Strong destiny leads to strong luck. What's truly being tested in the ancestral land is destiny, not luck. Your bloodline should have inherited part of your ancestor's ability, which is why you can see others' luck."
Su Li's eyes flashed with light.
"Mr. Lin, can you see destiny?"
Lin Moyu said,
"I can see it, which is why I could analyze the root of the problem. From the current situation, the ancestral land spirit doesn't seem to be in a good state. It definitely has no energy to manage this place. The creatures in the 10 Directions forest have been alerted and are coming towards us. I guess they've also been affected by the invaders.
Su Li also sensed a large number of creatures rushing towards them. His expression changed slightly.
I'll clear them out.
Lin Moyu shook his head.
No need to be so troublesome. They can't get through.
With a point of his finger, space violently distorted, and the skeletal hell appeared in response, instantly expanding to its maximum size, enveloping most of the 10 Directions forest within it. Hell fiends flew out, biting at the creatures rushing in. No matter how many creatures rushed in, the skeletal hell accepted them all. The hell fiends didn't just eat creatures. They ate everything else too. The 10 Directions forest collapsed at a visible speed. This time, not even ruins were left. It completely vanished into thin air. 3179 3179. Chapter 3179. Your Tao heart is too weak. Su Li witnessed firsthand how the 10 Directions forest of their ancestral land was completely annihilated, from existence to nothingness. Countless hell fiends left an indelible memory in his soul. Even after countless years, if he became a higher-level being, the scene from today would still shock him. Su Li opened his mouth a few times, seemingly wanting to ask something, but ultimately said nothing. The skeletal hell devoured everything. Those creatures that rushed over were all consumed by the skeletal hell. Not a single one escaped. After clearing a large area, Lin Moyu moved to another location and continued using the skeletal hell. After several rounds, the 10,000 li deep 10 Directions forest was completely leveled. Not even a single branch remained. However, from start to finish, the ancestral land spirit never came to stop them, and those creatures were different from what Su Li had encountered before. Su Li noticed that all those creatures' eyes were glowing with blood-red light, which wasn't there before. But he didn't have time to look closely before the skeletal hell had devoured them all. With the path ahead cleared, Lin Moyu said,
Friend Su, please continue to lead the way.
Su Li was pulled back from his shock and quickly said,
All right, please follow me, Mr. Lin.
Now that the flower of destiny was gone, Lin Moyu didn't know if it had been devoured along with everything else by the skeletal hell, but that no longer mattered. Having Su Li by his side was proving useful. He had been to the ancestral land many times and could certainly lead the way without problems. Walking on the land that should have been the 10 Directions forest, Su Li felt somewhat emotional, wondering how the ancestral land had come to this state. For some reason, Su Li felt a bit dazed and confused at this moment. He thought, if even the ancestral land spirit couldn't stop the enemy, could their side succeed? He certainly wasn't up to the task, and Lin Moyu was at most a third-level Tao Venerable. How strong could he really be? Suddenly, Lin Moyu grabbed Su Li, and the wings of time unfurled simultaneously. The two shot towards the sky like lightning. Su Li was startled awake.
What happened?
Lin Moyu looked towards the ground.
See for yourself.
Su Li looked down at the ground. The former 10 Directions forest, after Lin Moyu's sweep, had been turned into flat land. Now, on that flat land, a large amount of black mist had emerged. Within the black mist, there were trickling streams, but the water in these streams was also black, looking quite eerie. When Su Li saw the black mist and black water streams, an uncontrollable sense of disgust welled up in his heart. This disgust was something Su Li had never experienced before. It came from his soul and was hard to control. He had an urge to rush down there and use all his life strength to eradicate all the black mist and streams. This urge was very abnormal. Su Li struggled to suppress his impulse and asked with horror,
What is this? Why do I feel such disgust towards it?
Lin Moyu said,
This is the invader I told you about. It's normal to feel disgust. That's forcibly given to you by the Tao. This is nothing yet. When you truly see the opponent, the disgust will be 100 times stronger than now. At that time, don't rush to fight them to the death. Learn to restrain yourself.
The horror on Su Li's face didn't disappear. He understood Lin Moyu's words and realized how terrifying the invader was. Horror filled Su Li's face.
Disgust forcibly given by the Tao. Does that mean it's an enemy of the Tao?
Lin Moyu patted his shoulder.
Some things are better left unknown to you. Your Tao heart is too weak. When you return, you should spend a few thousand years at the Foxtail Sword to temper your Tao heart.
Su Li said.
I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Lin.
Lin Moyu looked at the streams below.
If I'm not mistaken, there should be an origin spirit vein beneath your ancestral land. That thing first polluted the origin spirit vein. Using the origin spirit vein, it took root here. By the time the ancestral land spirit discovered it, it was already impossible to expel. It also relied on the origin spirit vein to gradually strengthen itself and occupy your ancestral land.
Lin Moyu gestured for Su Li to continue leading the way. He didn't bother with the black mist on the ground. This was just a surface phenomenon, not the real source. Once the source was dealt with, the surface phenomenon would naturally dissipate. Soon, the two flew out of the 10 Directions forest area and entered a vast grassland. On the grassland, 3 roads paved with blue stones extended towards the distance. The 3 roads gradually spread out, leading in different directions. In the distance, mist permeated the air, like cloud layers scattered between heaven and earth. The blue stone roads disappeared into the cloud layers, looking like paths to immortality. Su Li said,
Under normal circumstances, after passing through the 10 Directions forest, we would step onto the Azure Cloud Road. Based on our performance in the 10 Directions forest, each person can walk a different Azure Cloud Road. If one performs well enough in the 10 Directions forest, the Azure Cloud Road they can walk will lead directly to the ancestral land's core. At the core, there's a high probability of gaining the ancestral land spirit's recognition. If the performance is average, then their Azure Cloud Road will be difficult to reach the core, but they'll still receive some rewards. If the performance is poor, the Azure Cloud Road will directly send them out of the ancestral land.
Lin Moyu asked,
3 Azure Cloud Roads represent 3 outcomes, which means whether one can gain recognition is actually decided in the 10 Directions forest.
Su Li nodded.
Yes, it's decided in the 10 Directions forest.
Lin Moyu continued to ask,
Are there no other tests on the Azure Cloud Road?
Su Li said,
There's a little more, but not much.
He pointed to the distance.
After entering the mist, we'll step onto the Azure Cloud steps. Sometimes the steps are false and we'll step into empty air. If we fall, we'll directly leave the ancestral land, losing the chance to be recognized by the ancestral spirit. Besides that, there are no other requirements. As long as one performs well in the 10 Directions forest, generally, they can complete the Azure Cloud Road.
Lin Moyu understood. The Celestial Fox clan's ancestor indeed didn't test Cultivation Realm too much. He mainly tested destiny and a bit of carefulness. This was somewhat similar to the Cloud Mist sect in the previous Great World. The 3 Azure Cloud Roads represented 3 outcomes. No gain, some gain, and recognition. After being recognized, one could unlock the bloodline shackles and advance further. One could also gain the qualification to become the clan leader. As for the possibility of stepping into empty air at the end, Lin Moyu thought this was also related to destiny. Lin Moyu smiled and said,
So which of these 3 roads should we take?
Su Li shook his head.
I don't know either. In the past, there was only 1 road. Now there are 3, and I don't know which to choose.
The 3 Azure Cloud Roads looked identical, but the results were completely different. In the past, after passing through the 10 Directions forest, there was no need to choose. Now that Lin Moyu had leveled the 10 Directions forest, all 3 Azure Cloud Roads were revealed, and they had to make a choice. Lin Moyu looked at the 3 Azure Cloud Roads, trying to find the correct one. But the 3 roads had no differences at all. They were completely identical. Su Li thought for a moment and said softly,
Why don't you level the Azure Cloud Roads too, Mr. Lin?
After all, the 10 Directions forest had already been destroyed, so what difference would the Azure Cloud Roads make? Lin Moyu shook his head.
Actually, it's not that complicated. These 3 roads aren't difficult to choose.
3,183,180. Chapter 3180. going to meet the uninvited guest. Su Li indeed couldn't see the difference between the 3 azure cloud roads. But since Lin Moyu said so, he must have seen it.
Su Li humbly asked.
Please enlighten me, Mr. Lin.
Lin Moyu said,
Of the 3 roads, one leads directly out to the exit of the ancestral land. Another also leads to the exit, but before leaving, one will receive some insignificant rewards. Among the 3 roads, only one leads to where the ancestral land spirit is, which is the core area of the ancestral land. If you try to connect the 3 azure cloud roads with the direction of the origin spirit vein, you'll find that except for the road leading to the core area, the other 2 head towards the branches of the origin spirit vein. So we just need to find the direction of the main vein of the origin spirit vein to know which road to choose. As for whether we'll step into empty air at the end, that's just a test of destiny.
Lin Moyu descended to the ground, his feet touching the earth. He extended his spiritual perception to the extreme, beginning to sense the direction of the origin spirit vein. Su Li watched with curiosity, his eyes unblinking. What Lin Moyu was doing now seemed incredible to Su Li. The origin spirit vein was hidden underground, intertwined and extremely complex. Even if one knew of the existence of the origin spirit vein, it would be impossible to understand its direction. To figure it out would require some special methods and a vast amount of time. The entire process would take hundreds of years, and the higher level the origin spirit vein, the longer it would take. Only special spirit beasts like the heaven-devouring rat could understand the direction of the origin spirit vein in a short time. But Lin Moyu himself possessed an origin spirit vein, so he had some understanding of them. Moreover, he had encountered multiple origin spirit veins and had a certain degree of understanding of origin spirit veins of all sizes. The saying goes,
All things come from the same source.
No matter how the form of the origin spirit vein changes, its main form won't deviate much. It must have a main vein, and the power of the main vein must be stronger than the branches. So Lin Moyu, with his keen spiritual perception, had a good chance of finding the main vein. He carefully sensed the origin spirit vein, looking for the spirit veins corresponding to the 3 azure cloud roads. Comparing them to each other, after a moment, Lin Moyu basically determined which azure cloud road corresponded to the strongest part of the origin spirit vein. The strongest one was likely the main vein, which would be the correct path. But this alone wasn't enough to be completely certain. Lin Moyu raised both hands and began to draw runes. Runes formed at his fingertips one by one, floating in mid-air, shining brightly. Su Li was stunned again. He never imagined that Lin Moyu would know runes.
I didn't expect Mr. Lin to be a rune master as well.
In the origin continent, rune masters weren't uncommon. Even among beast races, there were quite a few. Rune masters could do some amazing things using runes. Some powerful rune masters could even use runes in battle, and the power of runes was no less than some spells. But beast race rune masters were somewhat different from human rune masters. Beast race rune masters' understanding of runes basically came from bloodline inheritance. Unlike human rune masters who learned and researched runes themselves, eventually mastering them. Comparatively, human rune masters started at a lower point but mastered runes more comprehensively and had a broader future. Beast race rune masters started at a higher point and progressed quickly, but their upper limit was lower, unable to compare with human rune masters. Su Li had seen some beast races with rune bloodlines and had also dealt with human rune masters. Comparing those rune masters with Lin Moyu, he found that whether beast race or human rune masters, they were far inferior to Lin Moyu. When Lin Moyu drew runes, it felt completely natural, as if he wasn't drawing profound runes at all, but simply painting or writing. Most crucially, Lin Moyu used both hands simultaneously, drawing completely different runes with each hand, without any interference between them. Su Li watched with admiration, his eyes full of respect. Lin Moyu had once again broken his understanding. Lin Moyu quickly drew hundreds of runes, which surrounded him, floating freely. Then Lin Moyu waved his hand, and the hundreds of runes quickly combined to form 3 rune formations. These 3 formations were identical with no differences.
Su Li murmured.
Most human rune masters are also formation masters. I should have known that Mr. Lin's attainment in formations must also be strong. Mr. Lin is truly a prodigy. In less than 3,000 years, he's not only cultivated to the third-level Tao Venerable Realm but also achieved such accomplishments in runes and formations.
Su Li was completely in awe of Lin Moyu, thinking that when he was 3,000 years old, he had just become a Tao Venerable far inferior to Lin Moyu. The three formations descended onto the three azure cloud roads, which immediately burst into dazzling light. The origin spirit vein beneath the azure cloud roads was activated by the formations, and powerful streams of origin force burst out from underground. At the same time, mist rose in Lin Moyu's eyes as he observed the destiny of the three azure cloud roads. All things, from a speck of dust to the infinite Tao, have their own destiny. The azure cloud roads were no exception. They also had their own destiny, and the road connected to the main vein would naturally have stronger destiny. By activating the power of the origin spirit vein, he could distinguish their strength. Combined with observing their destiny, he could determine their superiority. With these two methods combined, Lin Moyu immediately locked onto the correct path.
Lin Mo beckoned to Su Li.
I've found it. Let's go.
He walked towards the azure cloud road on the left. Su Li didn't doubt Lin Moyu's judgment at all and immediately followed. Now he completely trusted Lin Moyu, believing that any decision Lin Moyu made wouldn't be wrong. Stepping onto the azure cloud road, an invisible force descended. Lin Moyu's body sank slightly. He knew that the rules of the azure cloud road prohibited flying. They couldn't fly here. At the moment he stepped onto the azure cloud road, the way back disappeared, and spatial barriers appeared on both sides. He had no way back and could only advance along the azure cloud road, which was only 10 meters wide. The rules in the azure cloud road came from the Celestial Fox Clan's ancestor. The rules were strong, and Lin Moyu couldn't resist them without using his full power. Lin Moyu didn't bother to resist and simply followed the rules. He said softly,
I judged earlier that the invader's first step was to pollute the origin spirit vein. The azure cloud road is also built along the main vein of the origin spirit vein, so it might have been polluted by the opponent as well. If so, the rules inside must have changed. You need to be careful.
Su Li nodded.
I understand. Mr. Lin, please be careful too.
Lin Moyu smiled slightly.
Let's go. Let's meet the ancestral land spirit and that uninvited guest.
The two advanced quickly on the azure cloud road. At first, there were no tests on the road. The tests would only appear after entering the clouds and mist. In the past, the azure cloud road at most had the risk of stepping into empty air, losing the chance to be recognized by the ancestral land spirit, but there was no danger. But now it was hard to say. Soon, they completed the first half of the azure cloud road and entered the clouds and mist. Steps began to appear ahead, and the azure cloud road started to climb upwards. The moment they stepped onto the first step, Lin Moyu smiled.
It's as I thought. What's being tested is destiny.
3181 3181. Chapter 3181. The Black Blood Sword Saint. The Azure Cloud Road, a path of ascending to the heavens. In any era, those who could ascend this road were all people with strong destiny. If one's destiny wasn't enough, they couldn't go far. They would either reach their limit early or perish at some point. Destiny is incredibly important for every cultivator. The origin spirit vein can suppress destiny. Building one's power on an origin spirit vein is also aimed at gathering destiny, continuously strengthening one's own destiny, and ultimately ascending to the heavens. In Lin Moyu's view, this was the meaning of the Azure Cloud Road. Entering the mist, steps appeared one after another. This was the true Azure Cloud Road. Lin Moyu could feel his destiny being absorbed by the Azure Cloud Road. After absorbing destiny, the Azure Cloud Road would manifest steps. Only with enough destiny could one stand firmly on each step. If destiny was insufficient, the steps would become intangible, and one would step into empty air. Therefore, every Celestial Fox clan member who could walk to the end and gain the ancestral spirit's recognition wasn't necessarily strong in power, but had very strong destiny. In the Celestial Fox clan, this meant they were very lucky. This was the final screening in the ancestral land, relying entirely on destiny. It also proved that the ancient Celestial Fox ancestor had mastered the Tao of Destiny. Otherwise, such an arrangement wouldn't be possible. Lin Moyu shared his discoveries with Su Li, who listened with great amazement. They only knew about luck, never imagining the Tao of Destiny behind it. The two levels were vastly different. What the Celestial Fox clan saw was just the tip of the iceberg. Lin Moyu had directly seen through to the essence, showing Su Li a new world. Lin Moyu said,
Your bloodline should be able to comprehend the Tao of Destiny. Humans have a saying, the one closest to the water gets the moonlight first. The Celestial Fox clan has an advantage over any other race in this aspect. Some things may require the efforts of many generations to bear fruit. If you want to restore your ancestral glory and get closer to your ancestor, some things must be done no matter how difficult.
Su Li nodded.
I will remember Mr. Lin's teachings. I'll relay your words to the clan leader when we return.
Lin Moyu said,
This Azure Cloud Road has been polluted. The requirement for destiny is much higher than before. You won't be able to ascend it normally.
Su Li immediately asked,
What should we do?
Lin Moyu said,
Don't worry, let's keep walking for now.
Lin Moyu continued to climb. Normally, from the appearance of the steps, there were 10,000 steps in total on the Azure Cloud Road. After crossing 10,000 steps, one could see the ancestral spirit. The Azure Cloud Road hadn't changed, but some of the rules inside had. Now, each step required more destiny than before. Step by step, to complete the entire Azure Cloud Road, it would consume at least 3 times more destiny than before. With this requirement, no one in the Celestial Fox clan could reach the top, not even the old clan leader Sumao. When they reached the 6,000th step, Lin Moyu stopped.
If you take another step forward, you'll step into empty air.
Su Li didn't doubt Lin Moyu's words and didn't try.
Then what should we do?
Lin Moyu didn't answer.
You can try first.
Su Li extended one foot, trying to step on the next step. The step that was visible to the eye was empty when he tried to step on it. He was shocked and quickly withdrew his foot. Lin Moyu said,
Perhaps you could have completed the Azure Cloud Road before, but now, you can only reach this point.
The Azure Cloud Road was magical. Though it looked like everyone was walking together, each person was stepping on their own steps. The rules in the Azure Cloud Road absorbed everyone's destiny, forming steps that only that person could step on. In other words, the steps were composed of one's own destiny. Lin Moyu walked up 2 more steps. His destiny far exceeded Su Li's, so naturally he had no problem.
Now I give you 2 choices. One is to go back, and I'll walk the rest of the way alone. 2 is to continue following me, but there might be danger ahead, and I can't guarantee your safety.
Lin Moyu gave Su Li 2 choices. Lin Moyu was confident in his own abilities and had no problem protecting himself. But whether he could protect Su Li, Lin Moyu wasn't completely sure. After all, they were facing beings from the Black Blood realm, and Lin Moyu wasn't clear how strong they were. But the fact that the Black Blood realm could invade the Origin continent in alliance with the Divine realm indicated that their strength wouldn't be weaker than the Outer Realm gods. Su Li didn't hesitate at all. His expression was resolute.
If Mr. Lin can take me across, I want to see with my own eyes what kind of enemy we're facing. Even if it means death, I'm willing to risk it.
Lin Moyu smiled.
All right then. This is your own choice. Everyone must be responsible for their own choices.
As he spoke, a hazy path appeared at Lin Moyu's feet. The Tao of Destiny manifested. Su Li saw this hazy path and felt his heart racing. His soul trembled. He exclaimed,
My bloodline is stirring! My bloodline is stirring!
When Su Li saw the Tao of Destiny, his bloodline resonated with it. This resonance was very weak, but it was real and the feeling was genuine. Su Li seemed to hear a call from the deepest part of his bloodline. At this moment, he fully understood Lin Moyu's words. Their bloodline was very close to the Tao of Destiny. Their ancestor must have controlled the Tao of Destiny. The ancestor had paved the way for them, but the descendants were too useless to comprehend the Tao of Destiny. They were self-satisfied with just a bit of superficial benefit, which was actually nothing. Lin Moyu said,
"This is the Tao of Destiny. Your ancestors should have comprehended it too. You can feel it carefully. I will use the Tao of Destiny to enhance your destiny, but this enhancement is temporary. It can't change anything fundamentally, just enough for you to complete the Azure Cloud Road."
As he spoke, Lin Moyu pointed with his finger. An invisible force rose from the Tao of Destiny and fell on Suli. Suli felt something extra on him, but couldn't describe it clearly. He suddenly saw that the luck transformed into dragons on Lin Moyu had increased from 10 to several dozen. In other words, Lin Moyu's destiny had at least multiplied several times. If someone had told him before that luck transformed into dragons could have so many, he would never have believed it. But now the fact was right before his eyes.
Lin Moyu against Suli's destiny.
Let's go. Don't keep the ancestral spirit waiting.
Suli came back to his senses and instinctively took a step forward. The step that was empty before now felt solid under his foot. The two continued to climb upwards. With the boost from the Tao of Destiny, they completed the last 4,000 steps without any obstacle. Above the steps, the mist cleared, revealing a green world. Before them was a hilly area, mostly covered in green, full of small green grass, seemingly nurturing vibrant life. But the other half was occupied by black. Green and black each occupied half, clearly in mutual opposition. Where the two colors met, enormous forces collided, like two powerful armies constantly charging at each other. Terrifying shockwaves from the collisions were shooting across this land. Suli said in a low voice,
"Such powerful forces. Is this the invader?"
Lin Moyu nodded.
"Yes, this is the invader."
He looked at the black world. In the center of that world, a black-robed figure stood in midair, holding a long, narrow sword. From the sword's tip, drops of black liquid fell like blood. The Black Blood Sword Saint. 3182 3182. Chapter 3182. What is his background? This green land was considered a sacred existence in the words of the Celestial Fox clan members. They called this land Qingqiu, and it was said that the Celestial Fox ancestor achieved enlightenment through cultivation on this land. After achieving enlightenment, Qingqiu became the ancestral land of the Celestial Fox clan. Now, half of Qingqiu had been occupied by darkness. Anger surged in Suli's eyes, and he was filled with killing intent. This feeling came not only from the pollution of the ancestral land but also from the Tao itself. The darkness from the Black Blood realm was despised by the Tao. When Suli saw it, a natural feeling of disgust arose from the depths of his soul. Especially when he saw the Black Blood Sword Saint, he almost impulsively wanted to rush over and kill him. A low growl came from his mouth, and powerful forces surged within him. Lin Moyu gently patted his shoulder.
"Hold fast to your Tao heart. Don't be deluded by external things. Even the Tao shouldn't become your heart demon."
Lin Moyu's words were like a great bell, like thunder, exploding in Suli's soul world. Suli immediately came to his senses, realizing his loss of composure. He immediately guarded his Tao heart, forcibly suppressing various distracting thoughts. Lin Moyu sighed lightly.
The Tao heart is too weak."
As he spoke, Lin Moyu flew towards the Black Blood Sword Saint.
"Follow me, don't fall behind."
Suli immediately followed. He knew that they might face real danger soon, and couldn't stray too far from Lin Moyu. It was quite inconceivable that an 8th-level Tao Venerable needed protection from a 3rd-level Tao Venerable human.
"What are you doing here?"
Suddenly, an authoritative voice echoed through heaven and earth. In the sky, a 1,000-meter white fox appeared. The white fox had 7 tails, was completely snow-white, and emitted a terrifying aura. Its gaze coldly regarded Lin Moyu and Suli. Suli's body trembled, and he immediately knelt down,
Celestial Fox Clan member Su Li greets the ancestral spirit.
Lin Moyu cupped his hands and said,
Human Lin Moyu greets senior ancestral spirit.
As the Celestial Fox Clan leader, Su Mao only had 6 tails. It was said that their ancestor had 9 tails. The number of tails was an important symbol in the Celestial Fox Clan. The higher the cultivation realm and the purer the bloodline, the more tails one would have. The ancestral spirit had 7 tails, so its status and cultivation realm were a level higher than Su Mao's. Lin Moyu could sense that the ancestral spirit had the aura of a 9th level Dao Venerable. With the rules of the ancestral land, it should be able to exert combat power beyond the 9th level Dao Venerable realm. However, that was before. Now that the rules of the ancestral land had been polluted and the origin spirit vein contaminated, it was hard to say how strong the ancestral spirit really was. The ancestral spirit directly ignored Lin Moyu and looked at Su Li.
What are you doing here?
Su Li said,
There's a problem in the ancestral land. 2 senior clan members are trapped inside, so the clan leader sent me to take a look. After all, the ancestral land is crucial to the Celestial Fox Clan.
The ancestral spirit interrupted Su Li.
All right, since you're here. Follow me.
The ancestral spirit turned and flew away, never acknowledging Lin Moyu, as if he didn't exist. After all, whether a 3rd level Dao Venerable human was present or not really made no difference. Su Li looked at Lin Moyu apologetically.
Mr. Lin, shall we go over as well?
Lin Moyu wasn't concerned about the ancestral spirit's attitude.
Your family's ancestral spirit is quite proud. Let's go. It's good to take a look.
After all, this ancestral spirit had been dealing with the Black Blood realm for so many years and should know some information. Following the ancestral spirit, the 2 crossed Qingqiu and arrived at a lakeside. The lake rippled with blue-green water, reflecting mysterious waves of light. There were a few small wooden cabins nearby, making the whole scene look harmonious. But the black sky in the distance reflected in the lake water shattered this harmony. By the lake, 2 Celestial Fox Clan members were sitting there. Lin Moyu could see from afar that both were Dao Venerable Realm powerhouses. Needless to say, these were the 2 prospective clan leaders trapped here. They were called Su Jin and Su Shin, 2 brothers. Su Jin was the older brother, and Su Shin was the younger. If either of them could gain the ancestral spirit's recognition, they would be qualified to become the clan leader, and Su Mao could retire with honor. Unfortunately, both were now trapped here. Both men looked up at the same time. When they saw Su Li, they frowned simultaneously. They naturally recognized Su Li, Su Mao's grandson, who was also a rare genius in the clan and might be a future clan leader candidate. Then, when they saw Lin Moyu, they showed strange expressions. The ancestral spirit flew down to the lakeside, its huge body rapidly changing into an old man with white hair and white clothes. Except for the 7 tails that still existed, in all other aspects it was no different from a human. After landing, Su Li immediately bowed to the 2 men.
Su Li greets the 2 clan uncles.
Su Jin asked,
What are you doing here?
Su Li said,
The clan leader was worried about the 2 clan uncles, and grandfather wanted to resolve the crisis in the ancestral land, so he sent Mr. Lin to help. I'm here accompanying Mr. Lin.
Mr. Lin? The 2 looked at Lin Moyu, a little 3rd level Dao Venerable fellow actually being called
Mr.
However, Su Li said that Su Mao had sent this Mr. Lin to help, so clearly Su Mao had confidence in him. Both men greatly respected Su Mao. Since Su Mao had done this, they naturally would give face. Lin Moyu cupped his hands and said,
Human Lin Moyu greets the 2 seniors.
Su Jin said,
Since the clan leader calls you Mr., you must have extraordinary abilities. Celestial Fox Clan Su Jin greets Mr. Lin.
Su Shin also said,
Su Shin greets Mr. Lin.
Although they called him
Mr.
It was clear they didn't take Lin Moyu seriously. The ancestral spirit looked at Lin Moyu and Su Li.
Several humans came before, but they all died in the 10,000 Flower Valley. Your luck is good to have made it through the 10,000 Flower Valley.
Lin Moyu said,
Why doesn't Senior mention the 10 Directions Forest?
The ancestral spirit said,
I had already taken away the creatures above the 7th level in the 10 Directions forest. With this little one here, you naturally could pass through.
At this moment, Su Li's expression was a bit strange, as if he wanted to say something but didn't. The 10 Directions forest had been completely leveled. Not even debris remained. Yet the ancestral spirit knew nothing about it. Clearly, this ancestral spirit had completely lost control over the 10 Directions forest. Couldn't even control the 10,000 Flower Valley and the Flower of Destiny. This meant that the ancestral spirit had lost control over the ancestral land.
Lin Moyu said.
It seems the situation is more serious than imagined. At least 70% of the origin spirit vein has been polluted.
The ancestral spirit's gaze suddenly focused.
How do you know?
Lin Moyu looked at Su Li.
You explain it. I'll take a look at the formation ahead. It seems the current one won't work.
Saying this, Lin Moyu ignored the shocked ancestral spirit and flew directly towards the front. Ahead was a formation group composed of 1,000 formations forming a whole. The level of the formation creator was very high. Individual formations weren't strong, but when combined, their power increased significantly. Although he hadn't personally experienced the power of the formation, he could roughly sense that its power should be around the 8th level Dao Venerable Realm. Among the formations Lin Moyu had seen, it was second only to the Sealing Formation at the bottom of the Realm Sea. Lin Moyu guessed that this formation group must be the work of a great Dao realm powerhouse. Su Li detailed their experiences since entering, emphasizing Lin Moyu's analysis of the entire ancestral land situation, and also added some of his own opinions. The ancestral spirit, Su Jin, and Su Shin listened with wide eyes and open mouths. The 10 Directions forest had actually been destroyed, yet they still passed the test. The ancestral spirit said in a low voice,
What is his background?
3183 3183. Chapter 3183. Tell me what you know. In Su Li's words, Lin Moyu's various actions were almost deified. Especially when he mentioned that Lin Moyu had comprehended the Tao of Destiny, it startled the ancestral spirit. The ancestral spirit's expression at that moment was incredibly complex. As the spirit of the ancestral land created by the celestial fox ancestor, the ancestral spirit was most familiar with the ancestor. It knew clearly that what the celestial fox ancestor had comprehended was the Tao of Destiny, and it understood the true meaning of the ancestral land's existence. The celestial fox ancestor used the ancestral land to test the luck of the celestial fox clan members. Only those with the strongest luck would have a chance to comprehend the Tao of Destiny. But this was something it wouldn't tell. It would only inform a few clan leaders. Unfortunately, through so many generations of clan leaders, not a single one had comprehended the Tao of Destiny. After hearing Su Li's words, the expressions of Su Jin and Su Shin were equally complex. The elder brother, Su Jin, said in a low voice,
According to what you say, Mr. Lin isn't just called Sir by our clan leader, but other royal clan leaders also address him as Sir?
Su Li nodded.
Before, I also thought that Mr. Lin was only at the 3rd level Dao Venerable Realm. How strong could he be? It wasn't until we entered the ancestral land that I witnessed Mr. Lin's miracles and realized that sometimes one really can't measure by cultivation level alone.
Su Shin said,
I hope this Mr. Lin is really as strong as you say, able to resolve the crisis in the ancestral land.
Su Li had extreme confidence in Lin Moyu.
He definitely can.
Boom! The world suddenly darkened. The previously distinct darkness suddenly began to spread towards Qingqiu. The ancestral spirit said in a low voice,
It's starting again. Prepare to resist.
Su Jin and Su Shin made a sound of acknowledgement and returned to their original positions. The ancestral spirit waved its hand, and 2 formations descended, landing precisely on the 2 of them. These formations resonated with the distant formation group. Su Jin and Su Shin controlled the formations, activating the distant formation group. Their power, using these 2 formations as a link, continuously flowed towards the formation group. The formation group emitted dazzling light, which transformed into giant hands, dispersing the encroaching darkness. The entire process was familiar to them, clearly having been done countless times. Lin Moyu watched the activated formation group. Within the formation group, there were numerous living beings. Without exception, all these beings were at or above the 7th level Dao Venerable Realm. They should have been in the 10 Directions forest before, increasing the obstacles for the Celestial Fox clan members entering the ancestral land. But now they were here, providing power for the formation. The entire set of formations was controlled by the brothers Su Jin and Su Shen, who commanded them, but a significant part of the formation's power came from the numerous beings within the formation group. These beings were clearly under the command of the ancestral spirit.
Indeed, it's a good formation group, but this alone is not enough.
After watching for a moment, Lin Moyu had a general understanding in his heart. At this time, the ancestral spirit flew over to Lin Moyu's side.
Mr. Lin, what do you think of this?
The ancestral spirit also addressed Lin Moyu as
Sir?
Which surprised Lin Moyu a bit. He knew Su Li must have said something. Otherwise, given the ancestral spirit's proud demeanor, how could it be so polite to him? Lin Moyu said,
This is a good formation, and the idea is good, but a prolonged defense will eventually fail. Purely defending will one day be unable to hold. I think, initially, the formation group wasn't here, and at that time, that fellow hadn't occupied so much space.
The ancestral spirit was silent for several seconds before slowly saying,
Is there anything else?
Lin Moyu smiled.
Of course there is. What we see now is just the surface phenomenon. Even if you block the dark erosion here, you're helpless against what's happening in the origin spirit vein. As the spirit of the ancestral land, you can manipulate the rules within, but now your power is gradually weakening. So to solve the problem from the root, we need to start with the origin spirit vein.
His demeanor was full of confidence, a confidence that came from the soul, making Lin Moyu's words extremely convincing. The ancestral spirit said,
I understand what you're saying. The key is how to solve it.
Lin Moyu said,
To solve a problem, we naturally need to understand its essence first. So I have a few questions. I hope you can answer them truthfully so I can think of an appropriate solution.
The ancestral spirit said,
Ask away. I'll tell you what I know.
Lin Moyu looked towards the deepest part of the darkness. There, a black blood sword saint stood motionless, holding a blood-dripping sword, seemingly still in slumber, not yet awakened. His existence gave Lin Moyu a strong sense of disgust, originating from the Tao and emanating from the soul, identical to facing the outer realm gods. Lin Moyu was experienced. From this disgust alone, he could sense the opponent's strength. Currently, it seemed the opponent's strength was still within the Tao Venerable Realm, not yet surpassing it. Otherwise, the ancestral spirit and others wouldn't have been able to hold out for so long. Lin Moyu said,
You see that black-robed swordsman, right?
The ancestral spirit nodded. It had encountered the opponent many times and naturally knew. Lin Moyu said,
Then you should also know that he comes from the Black Blood realm, right? I don't know what you call him, but I call him the Black Blood Sword Saint.
The ancestral spirit showed a hint of surprise.
You actually know about the Black Blood realm?
Lin Moyu said,
I learned about it by chance, but that's not the main point. What I really want to ask is, what's the story with that Celestial Fox clan member behind the Black Blood Sword Saint?
The shock on the ancestral spirit's face could no longer be hidden. His tone quickly rose.
You even know about that?
Lin Moyu said,
That's not important either. Please tell me what you know. Only then can we solve the problem from its root.
The ancestral spirit finally realized that Lin Moyu was even more incredible than Su Li had described. Just knowing about the Black Blood realm was already extraordinary, but he could even see the Celestial Fox clan member in the deepest darkness. Su Li wanted to ask how he could see that, but Lin Moyu had also said that this wasn't important. What was truly important now was how to solve the problem. Lin Moyu looked at the ancestral spirit, waiting for its answer. After a moment of silence, the ancestral spirit slowly said,
"The Celestial Fox clan member you see is actually a servant of the Celestial Fox ancestor. When the Celestial Fox ancestor achieved enlightenment, entered the Great Tao realm, gained immortality, and created the Celestial Fox ancestral land. At that time, he had a servant named Su Pu. Su Pu became the first clan leader of the Celestial Fox clan. But Su Pu's talent was limited, and he could never enter the Great Tao realm, which he was very unwilling to accept. So he exhausted all methods to try to enter the Great Tao realm. I'm not clear on the specifics. At that time, I had just been born and didn't have as much control over the ancestral land as later. I only know that he disappeared for a long time, about several 100,000 years. When he returned, he was already at the pseudo-Great Tao realm. Although the pseudo-Great Tao realm isn't the Great Tao realm, barring accidents, it could last for a long time. But at that time, he did have an accident. When he returned, he was severely injured and near death. So he went into slumber to heal in the ancestral land, sleeping for countless years. Starting from some unknown year, black chi began to emanate from his body. By the time I discovered it, the black chi had already polluted the origin spirit vein. I wanted to clean it, but found I was powerless to do so. But I didn't do nothing. For all these years, I've been trying my best to nurture Celestial Fox clan members, hoping for someone to comprehend the Tao of Destiny and inherit the ancestors' bloodline. Only this way could we solve this trouble. But unfortunately,
3184 3184. Chapter 3184. The Celestial Fox Ancestors Backup Plan. The ancestral spirit explained in detail, basically telling everything it knew, including some secrets of the Celestial Fox clan. Lin Moyu listened carefully and analyzed the description, roughly understanding the situation. Years ago, the servant of the Celestial Fox ancestor, the first clan leader of the Celestial Fox clan, exhausted all methods and traveled to many places in pursuit of the Great Tao realm. Presumably, some of these methods weren't very good. Later, he finally obtained the immortality he had dreamed of, entering the pseudo-Great Tao realm. The so-called Great Tao realm was actually similar to the method currently sold by the three ancestors. It could break through the 9th level Tao Venerable realm, no longer being limited by the lifespan of the Tao Venerable realm, and the strength was also somewhat stronger than the 9th level Tao Venerable. But it wasn't the true Great Tao realm, belonging to the bottom tier of the Great Tao realm. Moreover, even the Great Tao realm couldn't truly achieve immortality. Accidents could still lead to death, let alone the pseudo-Great Tao realm, which was even weaker. Once one became a pseudo-Great Tao realm, it was basically impossible to advance further in this lifetime. It was a foolish method of forcing growth and cutting off one's roots. It was only chosen when there was no other way out. At that time, after Su Pu became a pseudo-Great Tao realm, he was severely injured and returned to the ancestral land, using the spirit veins in the ancestral land to heal. Unexpectedly, he carried black blood from the black blood realm on his body. Unknowingly, the black blood polluted the spirit veins in the ancestral land. By the time the ancestral spirit discovered it, it was too late. Although the ancestral spirit was the spirit of the ancestral land, it only had management rights, not control rights. This was especially true for the origin spirit vein under the ancestral land. The ancestral spirit could borrow power from the origin spirit vein, but it couldn't refine the origin spirit vein, so it had no way to deal with the black blood. Things became increasingly troublesome later. The black blood regenerated through the origin spirit vein, evolving into the black blood sword saint. This was also the most troublesome aspect of the black blood realm. They were like a stubborn disease, very difficult to truly clean up. Just one drop of blood could continuously grow and strengthen, eventually becoming a calamity. After finishing, the ancestral spirit looked intently at Lin Moyu.
That's how things are. Can you think of a solution?
Lin Moyu looked at the half-black, half-green Qingqiu world. At this moment, the darkness had been pushed back, and the surroundings were returning to calm. The invasion of darkness was just a surface phenomenon. The true root was in the origin spirit vein. Mist appeared in Lin Moyu's eyes as the Tao of Destiny had unknowingly raised his destiny to the extreme. At the same time, in his soul world, a drop of silver tree sap was consumed by his soul, instantly making his soul's thoughts clear. His eyes gleamed with divine light, searching for something in the world. After a moment, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly.
The celestial fox ancestor, worthy of being one who comprehended the Tao of Destiny, is indeed extraordinary.
The ancestral spirit's eyes lit up.
Have you thought of a solution?
Lin Moyu smiled and said,
It's not that I've thought of a solution, but that the celestial fox ancestor had foreseen this and prepared a backup plan early on.
The ancestral spirit was stunned.
The ancestor prepared a backup plan?
Lin Moyu smiled.
You don't understand the Tao of Destiny, so you won't understand what it can see. The celestial fox ancestor must have seen something, predicting some possible future events, so he prepared a backup plan. If you really could nurture a celestial fox clan member who comprehends the Tao of Destiny, it could indeed solve the current crisis. But not in the way you imagined, like refining the origin spirit vein. Instead, it's about activating the backup plan left by the celestial fox ancestor to solve this problem. The celestial fox ancestor was truly powerful, and also very intelligent, much smarter than many great Tao realm beings.
The ancestral spirit quickly asked,
What kind of backup plan did the ancestor leave?
Lin Moyu smiled.
We'll know soon. Before that, I need you to take me to where the origin spirit vein is located.
Although Lin Moyu could find the location of the origin spirit vein himself, it would take considerable time. Having the ancestral spirit lead the way would be much more convenient. The ancestral spirit didn't doubt Lin Moyu.
Please follow me.
Although the origin spirit vein was the most crucial and important part of the ancestral land, it trusted Lin Moyu. After all, no matter what, the situation couldn't get worse than it already was. The ancestral spirit led Lin Moyu back to the lakeside. Its 7 tails suddenly enlarged, heavily slapping the lake surface. The lake surface churned up waves, parting to reveal a wide passage. The ancestral spirit flew into the passage, its 7 tails continuously slapping, stirring up waves of powerful force to maintain the passage. Lin Moyu followed the ancestral spirit into the lake. The fox and the human slowly sank, quickly reaching the lake bottom. At the bottom of the lake was a formation flickering with faint light. The ancestral spirit said,
We need to pass through this formation to reach the origin spirit vein.
Lin Moyu nodded and directly walked into the formation. The ancestral spirit also entered the formation and activated it. After a brief teleportation, Lin Moyu arrived at the location of the origin spirit vein. The origin spirit vein was deeply buried underground, maintaining contact with the outside world while existing in an independent space. If one were to dig straight down from the surface, they wouldn't find the origin spirit vein even if they dug through the entire Earth. Only through some special methods could one enter the independent space where the origin spirit vein was located. A strong aura of origin essence rushed towards them, mixed with a repulsive odor. Lin Moyu looked at the complex and massive origin spirit vein before him.
This origin spirit vein is of a very high grade.
The ancestral spirit said,
It's an 8th grade origin spirit vein, personally buried by the ancestor back then. What a pity!
Lin Moyu sighed lightly. The origin spirit vein displayed a gorgeous color, indescribable in specific terms. But now, there was an additional black hue in the origin spirit vein. Dense blackness covered the surface of the origin spirit vein, occupying a large area. The entire origin spirit vein was covered with black in many places, about 60 to 70% of it. Lin Moyu asked,
Can we find the main vein?
The ancestral spirit nodded.
We can, but it's not easy to approach the main vein now.
Implying that the situation of the main vein was even worse, to the point where they couldn't even get close. The Black Blood Realm beings, regenerating through the origin spirit vein, would naturally set up good defenses. Lin Moyu said,
It's all right, take me there.
The ancestral spirit led Lin Moyu through the origin spirit vein. quickly arriving at the location of the main vein. In the main vein, black light was dense. Clusters of black blood fell like waterfalls on the main vein, continuously irrigating it in a cycle. The power of the black blood realm was thus constantly eroding the origin spirit vein. As Lin Moyu approached, clusters of black blood suddenly transformed, becoming miniature versions of the Black Blood Sword Saint. Although small in size, their power was not weak. Each was at least at the 7th level Dao Venerable Realm. Most crucially, their number was astonishing, roughly counting to tens of thousands. Even a 9th level Dao Venerable would have to think twice when facing tens of thousands of 7th level Dao Venerables, though it wasn't impossible to resolve. The ancestral spirit explained,
These Black Blood Sword Saints are evolved using the power of the origin spirit vein. They can't be completely killed off. Previously, I came with the brothers Su Jin and Su Shin, trying to clean up the black blood here, but we ultimately failed.
The large number wasn't the problem. The key was that they couldn't be completely eliminated. Even a 9th level Dao Venerable couldn't endure it. Now that the 8th grade origin spirit vein had become an aid to the Black Blood Sword Saints, it was indeed difficult to deal with. Lin Moyu looked into the depths of the origin spirit vein, as if searching for something. He didn't approach closer. The miniature Black Blood Sword Saints were only on guard and didn't initiate an attack. After a brief standoff, Lin Moyu suddenly spoke.
Found it.
3185 3185. Chapter 3185. You can't regenerate faster than I can kill. Lin Moyu took action, his hands moving to draw runes. The runes weren't complex. In fact, they were quite simple. Even someone who had never encountered runes before could successfully draw them with a bit of practice. The difficulty was that these runes had to be drawn using the Tao of Destiny. The entire rune consisted of just a few strokes, emitting a special hazy aura. In the blink of an eye, the rune was completed. Lin Moyu pushed it gently, and it floated slowly towards the depths of the origin spirit vein. The miniature Black Blood Sword Saints immediately reacted, swinging their swords at the rune. Their swords passed through the rune without any effect. It was as if they existed in different dimensions, with no intersection between them. The rune was purely illusory, while the power of the small Black Blood Sword Saints was a real attack, naturally unable to touch it. If it hadn't been condensed into the form of a rune, they wouldn't even be able to see it. The rune smoothly reached its destination, ignoring the black blood covering the main vein and merging into the spirit vein. The ancestral spirit stared intently at this scene, watching the rune descend and then seeing no further movement. The ancestral spirit couldn't help but ask,
Did it not work?
Lin Moyu smiled and said,
Don't rush, give it some time. After being dormant for many years, even if it's reviving, it needs a moment.
The ancestral spirit said,
I'm not in a hurry, but these fellows are clearly anxious.
After failing to deal with the rune, a large number of small Black Blood Sword Saints finally targeted Lin Moyu and the ancestral spirit. The ancestral spirit wasn't afraid. Although its power was limited, it didn't need to worry. Unless it wanted to die here, it could leave at any time. As for Lin Moyu, the ancestral spirit felt it could protect him. But it saw that Lin Moyu's demeanor showed no concern at all. Swoosh! The small Black Blood Sword Saints transformed into 10,000 black lights, rushing towards Lin Moyu.
Be careful!
The ancestral spirit shouted lightly. Before it could act, a burst of fire rose to the sky, forming a sea of flames that engulfed the first wave of small Black Blood Sword Saints. Space distorted, and the skeletal hell appeared beside Lin Moyu. The sea of fire boiled, and the world of the origin spirit vein instantly became a domain of flames. These small Black Blood Sword Saints were quickly burned to death. But as they died, the origin spirit vein rumbled, and a large number of new small Black Blood Sword Saints appeared. For each one that died, a new one appeared, seemingly endless. At the same time, black light burst from the origin spirit vein, immediately suppressing the flames. The ancestral spirit said,
This is how it is. Not only can they not be completely killed, but the origin spirit vein also helps them suppress your power.
Lin Moyu chuckled lightly.
Interesting.
Purple lightning flashed as the lightning lich made its first appearance. Its small body was wrapped in pure lightning, looking somewhat noble. Then, a lightning Dao appeared. The lightning Dao was the source of all lightning-based Daos, from which all lightning-based Daos evolved and were governed. Similarly, all lightning-based Daos contained the origin power of the lightning Dao. Summoning the elemental lich used a fragment of the purple lightning Dao, but it pointed directly to the source, obtaining the power of the lightning Dao. Empowered by the lightning Dao, the lightning lich's power increased. Although still at the 7th level Dao Venerable Realm, it was very close to the 8th level, much stronger than the small black blood sword saints. Technique: Chain Lightning. A bolt of lightning appeared in the firelight, striking one of the small black blood sword saints. After hitting the first small black blood sword saint, the chain lightning quickly split, from 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 8, striking at the other small black blood sword saints. In an instant, lightning erupted violently, illuminating the entire space of the origin spirit vein. In less than half a second, tens of thousands of small black blood sword saints were all hit by lightning attacks, and the power didn't diminish at all. Each small black blood sword saint received exactly the same attack. In just a moment, all the small black blood sword saints were completely wiped out. Lin Moyu clapped his hands.
All clean.
The effect of chain lightning was unexpectedly good, and Lin Moyu was very satisfied. Empowered by the lightning Dao, chain lightning could severely injure ordinary 7th level Dao venerables. For those weaker 7th level ancestors, it might even be an instant kill. Moreover, Lin Moyu could use ancestral water and faith to further enhance chain lightning's power. He estimated that chain lightning's power could reach the 8th level Dao Venerable Realm, instantly killing most 7th level Dao Venerables. Chain lightning and the 5-element sword demon's 5-element sword C each had their advantages. One was for multi-point kills, while the 5-element sword C was for large-scale indiscriminate attacks. Used in combination, they could greatly enhance combat flexibility. The ancestral spirit stared blankly.
What technique is this?
Lin Moyu smiled and said,
A very practical technique.
Seeing that Lin Moyu wouldn't elaborate, the ancestral spirit didn't ask further. After instantly clearing out the small black blood sword saints, black light surged in the origin spirit vein, once again evolving a large number of small black blood sword saints. At this moment, another chain lightning struck, giving these small black blood sword saints no time to prepare, directly taking them out. Unlike the 5-element sword C, which could only be used once an hour, chain lightning could be used repeatedly. As for how many times it could be used, even Lin Moyu didn't know. In any case, several hundred times was no problem, enough to buy time. Wave after wave of small black blood sword saints evolved, and wave after wave were eliminated by chain lightning. This continued for a full 10 minutes, eliminating who knows how many small black blood sword saints. Finally, the rune Lin Moyu had placed in the origin spirit vein took effect. The origin spirit vein suddenly began to shake, emitting rumbling sounds. A hazy mist emanated from the origin spirit vein, quickly enveloping the entire space. The space shattered, and countless soil appeared around. The origin spirit vein returned from its independent space to reality. Under the mist's cover, the black light receded, no longer evolving small black blood sword saints. The power of the black blood realm was suppressed by the mist. The ancestral spirit was incredibly surprised.
Is this the backup plan left by the ancestor?
Lin Moyu said,
Yes, this is the power of the Tao of Destiny, left in the origin spirit vein by the celestial fox ancestor back then. It's one of the final measures. It seems your ancestor has truly perished.
The ancestral spirit asked.
Why do you say that?
Lin Moyu said,
I just sense that this origin spirit vein is now ownerless. If your ancestor were still around, the origin spirit vein should be in an owned state, and it wouldn't have been so easy for the black blood realm to pollute it.
The ancestral spirit sighed.
The ancestor did say back then that he would face a great tribulation. It seems he didn't overcome it.
Lin Moyu said,
Even great Tao realm beings aren't truly immortal. I've seen several great Tao realm beings perish. You'll get used to it. Alright, the origin spirit vein has revived. There's still more to do. Let's see if your ancestors' methods can completely eliminate this annoying pest.
As Lin Moyu spoke, he shot up into the sky, breaking through the thick layer of soil and bursting out of the lake. At this time, the Qingqiu land was also covered in mist, but the mist only occupied half, while the other half was enveloped in darkness. Lin Moyu's hands moved continuously, drawing rune after rune. A large number of runes flew towards the sky. Some runes flew into the darkness. The power contained in the darkness couldn't stop the illusory runes. The entire sky suddenly lit up, and more mist surged out. In the mist, a golden nine-tailed celestial fox appeared. 3186 3186. Chapter 3186. An unexpected turn of events.
Great Ancestor! Great Ancestor!
Seeing the nine-tailed celestial fox appear in the mist, the ancestral spirit trembled violently, instantly transforming into a celestial fox and flying into the sky, prostrating itself before the nine-tailed celestial fox. Not just him, but Su Jin, Su Shen, and Su Li also transformed into their original forms and knelt before the nine-tailed celestial fox. Its body shimmering with silver light, exuding nobility, with 9 tails. This was the image of their ancestor. The nine-tailed celestial fox raised its head and let out a long howl. The mist immediately began to churn violently. The black world formed by the black blood realm collided with the mist, like the clash of water and fire, erupting in violent tremors. Powerful forces surged wildly through this ancestral land called Qingqiu. Endless mist continuously spread towards the black world, as if to drive out this uninvited guest. At the same time, the mist also enveloped the origin spirit vein, dispersing the black blood within it. This was the Tao of destiny belonging to the celestial fox ancestor, his final measure left here. He had once foreseen that the celestial fox clan would face great tribulation, so he left this measure. The two forces collided violently, shaking the entire ancestral land. In the dark world, the black blood sword saint slowly opened his eyes. His cold, merciless blood-colored gaze fell upon the celestial fox ancestor. The celestial fox ancestor continued to howl, staring intently at the opponent. Then the black blood sword saint looked at Lin Moyu, and suddenly a voice rang out.
You should die.
Lin Moyu sneered.
I don't know if I should die, but you should go and die.
The celestial fox ancestor suddenly charged forward mid-howl, transforming into a silver light, moving at an astonishing speed, killing its way into the dark world. Silver light burst from its body, and darkness retreated wherever it passed, shattering space layer by layer. The black blood sword saint suddenly swung his sword, slashing out countless blood-colored sword lights. The celestial fox ancestor neither dodged nor evaded, allowing the sword lights to strike its body. Its huge body instantly became illusory, and the blood-colored sword lights passed through its body without effect. The celestial fox ancestor instantly passed through the sword lights, arriving before the black blood sword saint, and bit down. This time, the celestial fox ancestor changed from illusory to solid, biting down firmly. Bang! Half of the black blood sword saint's body exploded, and he retreated in a sorry state. As he retreated, the black blood sword saint's body rapidly recovered, returning to normal in the blink of an eye. The people of the black blood realm had extremely fast recovery speeds. This was their characteristic. This characteristic was somewhat similar to the outer realm gods, but the black blood realm's recovery speed was faster, and they were harder to kill. As long as a single drop of blood remained, they could find a way to revive. For outer realm gods, it was difficult to injure them, but once their defense was broken, there wasn't much difference. The celestial fox ancestor forcefully tore through the dark world, chasing the black blood sword saint again. Its 9 huge tails directly lashed out. With a tremendous sound, the black blood sword saint's entire body exploded, turning into countless drops of black blood. At this moment, the celestial fox ancestor suddenly spewed out a large amount of mist. The black blood made sizzling sounds in the mist, rapidly dissolving. A large amount of black blood frantically fled, evolving into small black blood sword saints along the way. Then the small black blood sword saints combined again, turning back into the large black blood sword saint. But the celestial fox ancestor caught up again, its 9 tails lashing out like lightning, once more shattering the black blood sword saint. The entire battle was one-sided, with the black blood sword saint completely outmatched by the celestial fox ancestor, being utterly suppressed.
The ancestor is so strong.
The ancestral spirit watched the celestial fox ancestor suppress the black blood sword saint, its eyes filled with admiration. Su Li and the other 2 were equally excited. This was the celestial fox ancestor, a truly legendary existence. Being able to witness its battle firsthand was a lifetime's honor. Even though what they saw now was just a measure left behind by the celestial fox ancestor, it was still the celestial fox ancestor. Lin Moyu observed all this, his heart also somewhat shaken.
The measure left behind by the celestial fox ancestor should still be at the 9th level Dao Venerable Realm, perhaps at the peak of the 9th level, but definitely hasn't broken through the 9th level. However, its understanding of the Dao is too profound. Using the Dao of Destiny, it shifts between illusion and reality, and predicts the opponent's movements, thus controlling every step of the opponent.
Lin Moyu understood the Dao of Destiny, so he saw more clearly, understanding the principles behind it. The shifting between illusion and reality and predicting the future of the Dao of Destiny were the root reasons why the celestial fox ancestor could suppress the opponent. While observing the battle, Lin Moyu was also learning. Regardless of what realm the measure left by the celestial fox ancestor was at, its battle experience was real. Lin Moyu could learn a lot from it. From the celestial fox ancestor's fighting style, it was clear that it was very skilled in combat, striking fast, accurately, and ruthlessly, giving the opponent no chance to counterattack. Once it gained the upper hand, it would press the advantage to the death. Compared to the current Celestial Fox clan, their combat power was not even in the same league. The current Celestial Fox clan was known for not being good at fighting, but the Celestial Fox ancestor was not like this.
I really don't know what you've lost. No wonder you have the bloodline but can't comprehend the Tao of Destiny. Combat is the most important ability for survival in this world. You've taken the wrong path.
Lin Moyu sighed inwardly. Through generations of inheritance, the Celestial Fox clan was becoming weaker because they had taken the wrong path. They abandoned combat and only pursued luck. Although this made the Celestial Fox clan's destiny flourish and produced many powerful individuals, these powerful individuals had lost the sharpness of true strength. So the Celestial Fox clan lacked combat power, and their Dao hearts were very fragile. Only a few would go to the foxtail sword to temper their Dao hearts. Lin Moyu's gaze swept over the ancestral spirit and the 3 others. They were watching the battle between the Celestial Fox ancestor and the Black Blood Sword Saint, not noticing Lin Moyu's actions.
I hope you can understand.
Lin Moyu thought to himself. He couldn't tell Su Mao that their race had taken the wrong path. He wasn't the Beast Emperor, nor was he the Celestial Fox ancestor. What right did an outsider have to say such things? Moreover, setting aside the desire to help others and respecting others' destinies had always been Lin Moyu's principle. If he hadn't seen the black blood this time, Lin Moyu wouldn't have come. The black blood was repeatedly scattered, its power growing weaker and weaker. The black blood force in the origin spirit vein was also mostly dispersed, and the darkness could no longer receive sufficient replenishment. In the struggle for the origin spirit vein, the black blood realm was also at a disadvantage. The origin spirit vein originally belonged to the Celestial Fox ancestor. As an outsider, the black blood realm naturally couldn't compete with the Celestial Fox ancestor. The Black Blood Sword Saint grew weaker and weaker, increasingly unable to withstand the onslaught.
If nothing unexpected happens, it should end soon. But why do I feel like something unexpected is about to happen?
Suddenly, a black light shot down from the depths of Qingqiu towards the Celestial Fox ancestor. The celestial fox ancestor seemed to have anticipated this situation, its paw striking out in advance, dispersing the black light. However, because of this, its fierce attack on the Black Blood Sword Saint paused for a moment. The Black Blood Sword Saint roared in anger, his body exploding with blood light. Powerful forces surged, forcibly pushing back the celestial fox ancestor. He took the opportunity to transform into a line of blood, flying towards the depths of Qingqiu. The celestial fox ancestor didn't pursue, only coldly watching the depths of Qingqiu. This sudden turn of events surprised the ancestral spirit and the others. Lin Moyu smiled slightly.
Indeed, something unexpected has occurred.
His spiritual perception once again proved useful, confirming that something unexpected had indeed happened. The mist continued to surge, occupying more territory, reclaiming all the areas previously taken by the Black Blood Sword Saint. The Black Blood Force on the Origin Spirit Vein was also retreating, the Origin Spirit Vein returning to its original state, and the entire Qingqiu was recovering. The celestial fox ancestor stared at the depths of Qingqiu, its large eyes extremely sharp. From the depths of Qingqiu, another equally large celestial fox flew out. It was completely black, with 8 tails swaying slowly behind it in the air. The black celestial fox emitted an even stronger power than the celestial fox ancestor, seemingly having broken through the 9th level Dao Venerable Realm. The Black Blood Sword Saint stood on its head, his sword pointing at the celestial fox ancestor. 3187 3187. Chapter 3187. The Grudge of a Grain of Rice. Su Pu, once the servant of the celestial fox ancestor, became the first clan leader of the celestial fox clan after the ancestor achieved enlightenment. This shows that Su Pu was highly trusted by the celestial fox ancestor. However, later on, in pursuit of the Great Dao Realm, he traveled to many places and did many things. What exactly he did and where he went, no one knows. In the end, he became a pseudo-Great Dao Realm being, returning severely injured to enter a deep slumber in the ancestral land. Because of his special status, even the ancestral spirit had no authority over him. Unexpectedly, he brought back black blood, laying the roots for today's disaster. Now, Su Pu had become a being of the Black Blood Realm, opposing the celestial fox ancestor. Of course, the celestial fox ancestor before them was not the true celestial fox ancestor but merely an incarnation left behind by him, containing a trace of the celestial fox ancestor's will. Regardless, it was still something left by the celestial fox ancestor. As Su Pu, he should show some respect for it. Lin Moyu observed that there was a killing intent in Su Pu's eyes as he looked at the celestial fox ancestor, as if he were looking at an enemy. If he had already been polluted by the Black Blood Realm and completely lost himself, it would be understandable. But Lin Moyu could see that there was still rationality in his eyes. Su Pu retained his rationality yet harbored such hatred for his former master. This was quite intriguing. The celestial fox ancestor looked at Su Pu without saying a word. Clearly, this incarnation from the celestial fox ancestor had already recognized Su Pu. The Black Blood Sword Saint looked at the celestial fox ancestor and said coldly,
"Your true body was slain long ago. This incarnation is your last trace in this world. Unfortunately, after today, even that trace will be erased."
The Black Blood Sword Saint didn't attack immediately. Lin Moyu could tell he was recovering. Speaking was just a way to buy time. The celestial fox ancestor remained silent as well, staring at Su Pu as if asking why. He clearly didn't care about the Black Blood Sword Saint. The ancestral spirit flew to the side of the celestial fox ancestor and shouted at Su Pu.
"Su Pu, you are the servant of the ancestor. How dare you think of attacking him? Do you know what crime you are committing?"
Su Li and the other two also approached the celestial fox ancestor, staring intently at Su Pu. Between the first clan leader and the ancestor, they decisively chose to stand with the celestial fox ancestor. A flowing clan leader versus an ironclad ancestor. Anyone who wasn't foolish would know how to choose. Su Pu looked at the ancestral spirit with disdain in his eyes.
"What are you? Just a mere lackey spirit. You're nothing and dare to speak to me like this." When he achieved the great Tao and gained immortality, he clearly had the ability to help me reach enlightenment but chose not to. He said I should become clan leader when in reality he just wanted to use me to manage his power and gather destiny. I traveled across realms and even risked going beyond this world to find opportunities and achieve greatness. Though severely injured, as long as I achieved my great Tao status, I would be immortal and could recover from any injury. It was only after achieving my great Tao status that I realized why he didn't help me reach enlightenment. It was because he didn't want me to share in his destiny. I once swore that once I achieved enlightenment, I would exterminate all of his descendants. He created Qingqiu and appointed you as a spirit. Do you think he wanted to cultivate Celestial Fox clan members? You know nothing. He anticipated that he would face a great calamity and left himself a backup plan. This Qingqiu ancestral land is his source for future resurrection. To revive? Not a chance. I will eradicate your entire clan and sever his destiny so that he can never resurrect.
As soon as Su Pu spoke, his voice was filled with deep hatred. This hatred had accumulated over countless years, becoming an obsession that occupied his soul, deep-rooted and unchangeable. The power of the Black Blood realm only needed to guide his hatred slightly. It didn't even need to pollute him, because his heart had long been tainted. Lin Moyu watched all this unfold and had analyzed most of it already. Years ago, after achieving enlightenment, the Celestial Fox ancestor hadn't helped Su Pu reach enlightenment, but instead left him on the Origin continent to manage the Celestial Fox clan. Whether one could achieve greatness depended on opportunity and talent. Su Pu clearly lacked talent but wasn't without opportunity either. If only he had developed the Celestial Fox clan well and gathered their collective destiny, he could have tried for enlightenment. But he believed that the Celestial Fox ancestor didn't want to help him achieve enlightenment. Instead, he was simply using him. Then he sought out his own path to greatness. During this search process, his hatred for the Celestial Fox ancestor deepened continuously. Ultimately, encountering remnants from the Black Blood realm allowed him to achieve pseudo-great Tao status, but at a significant cost. Thus, he returned to heal while also allowing Black Blood to pollute the ancestral land. From the moment he encountered Black Blood, his hatred for both the Celestial Fox ancestor and clan had become irreparable. After piecing together much information, Lin Moyu couldn't help but chuckle coldly.
It's truly a real-life scenario of a grain of rice brings kindness while a bushel brings enmity. You were given too much kindness. It became habitual. When it's no longer given later on, it turns into enmity. How laughable. The cleverness of your Celestial Fox clan has been misapplied. This Tao heart is truly weak.
Su Pu looked at Lin Moyu with disdain.
You're just an insignificant insect. How dare you speak so presumptuously?
Lin Moyu sighed lightly and shook his head.
You'll soon find out who is truly an insect and who is just a frog at the bottom of a well.
At this moment, the ancestral spirit was about to speak, but the incarnation of the Celestial Fox ancestor turned its head and glanced at him, silently stopping him with its eyes. The Celestial Fox ancestor looked at Su Pu and slowly uttered one word.
Fight.
There were no more unnecessary words. Things had reached this point where talking was pointless. Only fighting remained. The ground suddenly cracked open wide as the Origin spirit vein completely revealed itself. Covered by dense mist, all Black Blood forces on its surface had been completely dispersed. The Origin spirit vein soared up from beneath the earth and quickly merged into the body of the Celestial Fox ancestor. The aura of the Celestial Fox ancestor surged violently. Silver light overflowed from its body in dazzling brilliance. Using the power of the Origin spirit vein, its incarnation crossed into pseudo-great Tao realm status, though not true great Tao realm status, similar to Su Pu's pseudo-great Tao realm existence. Although their realms were identical, their combat powers were vastly different. There was no doubt that the combat power of the Celestial Fox ancestor could crush Su Pu without effort. Su Pu sneered coldly.
I've been waiting for you.
At that moment, the Black Blood sword Saint thrust his sword forward, and the long sword vanished into space without a trace. Boom! A loud explosion sounded as a massive hole suddenly opened in the body of the celestial fox ancestor. The aura that had just surged began to weaken rapidly. Worse than before, the recently merged origin spirit vein separated again from it. This sudden turn of events caught both the ancestral spirit and Su Li's group off guard. Su Pu laughed coldly.
You've been dead for so many years. Do you really think this origin spirit vein still belongs to you?
Lin Moyu saw a drop of jet-black blood pulsating in the deepest layer of the origin spirit vein. The black blood force on the surface of the origin spirit vein had been cleared, but the black blood force hidden in its deepest part still existed. After the ancestor merged with the origin spirit vein, the black blood sword saint could launch attacks from within the celestial fox ancestor's body through the origin spirit vein. This attack not only interrupted his fusion with the origin spirit vein but also injured the celestial fox ancestor. Su Pu said,
Without the origin spirit vein, what do you have to fight me with?
With a cold laugh, Su Pu suddenly attacked. Although injured, the celestial fox ancestor's fighting spirit didn't diminish. It stirred up dense mist, and its 9 tails lashed out fiercely. The ancestral spirit and the other 4 also moved to action. They naturally had to help their ancestor. 3188 3188. Chapter 3188. Time to get serious. Su Pu battled the celestial fox ancestor's incarnation, while the black blood sword saint fought against the ancestral spirit and the others. Terrifying forces surged wildly through the Qingxiu ancestral land. The first to be sent flying was Su Li. With just one collision, Su Li was severely injured and forced to retreat. Although he was at the 8th level Dao Venerable realm, he still couldn't contend with a 9th level Dao Venerable. Moreover, his 8th level Dao Venerable combat power was somewhat undeserving of the title. If it were an 8th level Dao Venerable from the Thunderlight Purple Stripe Tiger clan or the Golden Lion clan, they might have been able to join in. The Black Blood Sword Saint, previously injured by the Celestial Fox Ancestor's incarnation, hadn't fully recovered yet, and his power was greatly reduced. Yet he could still hold off the ancestral spirit Su Jin and Su Shin, showing how strong his combat power was. The pseudo-great Dao realm Su Pu and the Celestial Fox Ancestor fought fiercely, seemingly evenly matched for now. Although the Celestial Fox Ancestor had been ambushed and his power somewhat weakened, this was his territory with his backup plans in place, so his power was still formidable. Lin Moyu watched the battle as if enjoying a show, just short of bringing out a watermelon. Unable to participate in the battle, Su Li came to Lin Moyu's side.
Mr. Lin, please think of a way to help.
Lin Moyu smiled.
Isn't this fine as it is? Your ancestor doesn't seem to be losing.
Su Li said.
But the opponent is at the Great Dao realm.
Lin Moyu smiled.
Let me correct you. It's the pseudo-Great Dao realm, not the true Great Dao realm. Moreover, the injury he suffered long ago hasn't fully healed even after all these years.
Lin Moyu could see that Su Pu's soul was still injured. His wound hadn't completely healed. Clearly, when he entered the pseudo-Great Dao realm back then, he paid an extremely heavy price. This price was so heavy that even after sleeping for countless years, it hadn't healed. Lin Moyu could understand his thinking. The Great Dao realm had unlimited lifespan. Given enough time, any injury could heal. But reality wasn't so simple. Some injuries couldn't heal no matter how much time passed. Su Li said.
But even so, he's still much stronger than a 9th level Dao Venerable, isn't he?
Lin Moyu shook his head.
Not necessarily. The pseudo-Great Dao realm is indeed stronger than the 9th level Dao Venerable, but not by much. At least your ancestor isn't afraid of him. If they fight, the most likely outcome is that both will be injured.
Su Li was still very anxious, but since Lin Moyu wasn't taking action, he had no choice. Lin Moyu suddenly said,
Su Pu is right. Your ancestor did leave himself away back here. Do you want your ancestor to be revived?
Su Li instinctively replied.
Of course. If the ancestor could come back to life, our bloodline would evolve.
Lin Moyu smiled.
If I were your ancestor and saw you in this state, I'd slap you all to death in one go.
Su Li was stunned, his mouth twitching.
Surely not that bad?
Lin Moyu said softly.
Your two 9th level Dao Venerables together might not be able to defeat a single 9th level Dao Venerable from other royal clans. Look at your ancestor's combat power. If he saw you in this state now, of course he'd want to slap you all to death.
Su Li said with a bitter face.
Even if we're slapped to death, I still hope the ancestor can come back to life. If Mr. Lin can bring back the ancestor, we'll do our best to fulfill whatever Mr. Lin asks for.
Lin Moyu looked at Su Li.
You're not the clan leader. Your words don't carry much weight. But whether your ancestor can be revived actually depends on his own luck. However, as a master of the Tao of Destiny, his luck shouldn't be bad.
Lin Moyu looked towards the battlefield, which had now been clearly divided into two parts. One belonged to the Black Bloodsword Saint and the Ancestral Spirits group, the other to Su Pu and the Celestial Fox Ancestors incarnation. The battle's shockwaves had shattered the entire Qingqiu land. If not for the 8th grade origin spirit veins supporting it, the entire ancestral land might have already crumbled. Lin Moyu said,
Don't worry about your ancestor. Su Pu can't do anything to him. But this Black Blood Sword Saint, if left alive, will be a disaster.
The Tao of Destiny appeared beneath his feet, and Lin Moyu's body became hazy. Lin Moyu lightly pointed a finger at the Black Blood Sword Saint, and the Tao of Destiny immediately began to churn violently. A mist suddenly appeared above the Black Blood Sword Saint's head, falling like a waterfall onto him. When the mist touched the Black Blood Sword Saint, it was like ice and fire colliding, causing a violent explosion. The Black Blood Sword Saint was stunned by this sudden attack. He roared in anger.
You're seeking death.
Lin Moyu smiled.
Then you can try to kill me.
The illusory power of the Tao had an extremely strong killing effect on the Black Blood Sword Saint. Earlier, when the Celestial Fox Ancestor repeatedly bit and shattered the Black Blood Sword Saint, Lin Moyu had already discovered this point. Now seeing it in action, the effect was indeed good. However, Lin Moyu's realm was too weak. Although the Tao of Destiny could affect him, it wasn't easy to kill him. Lin Moyu hadn't expected the Tao of Destiny to kill him. He was just testing its effect while also attempting to lock onto the enemy with the Tao. The Black Blood Sword Saint roared, his blood light surging, forcing back the ancestral spirit and the other two. At the same time, he transformed into black lightning, rushing towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu remained calm. A drop of ancestral water flew from his fingertip, faith power burned fiercely, and a beast warrior corpse appeared beside him.
Origine level technique, corpse explosion.
Boom! With a violent explosion, the Black Blood Sword Saint staggered. Although not blown away, he was forced back several steps. Then a series of continuous explosions occurred, with the Black Blood Sword Saint constantly under attack, being repeatedly blasted back. Lin Moyu used the Beast Warrior corpses to continuously launch corpse explosions. The Beast Warriors were all 7th level Tao Venerables. Using their corpses as weapons, plus the enhancement from Ancestral Water and Faith Power, was enough to instantly kill a 7th level Tao Venerable. Even killing an 8th level Tao Venerable wouldn't be difficult. Although he was now blasting a 9th level Tao Venerable, it was enough to prevent him from approaching. Corpse explosion couldn't be dodged, only endured. In the blink of an eye, the Black Blood Sword Saint had been blasted back to his original position. The Black Blood Sword Saint roared in anger but couldn't advance a single step. The Ancestral Spirit and the other two also noticed this. They quickly closed in on the Black Blood Sword Saint, attacking with full force, determined to surround him. Lin Moyu smiled.
You're angry, but it's useless. You're formed from black blood, so your blood essence should be very strong, right?
Without giving the Black Blood Sword Saint time to react, skeletons stood up from within. 3,000 skeleton kings stood upright in midair, locked onto the Black Blood Sword Saint along Lin Moyu's Tao. Tao technique, blood kill. The vast majority of blood kill's power was determined by the target's blood essence strength. The stronger the blood essence, the more powerful the blood kill attack. Blood kill couldn't be defended against unless one could comprehend the Tao of power like Lin Moyu, using the Tao of power to govern all the body's blood essence. Only then could one block the blood kill attack. Obviously, the Black Blood Sword Saint didn't have this ability. At the same time, he was indeed evolved from black blood, his entire body composed of blood. His blood essence was naturally terrifying. In fact, his very existence was blood essence. 3,000 skeleton kings simultaneously swung their swords to unleash the blood kill technique. Suddenly, blood-colored sword light erupted from the Black Blood Sword Saint's body. For a moment, the roaring sound drowned out his howls. Countless cracks appeared on the Black Blood Sword Saint's body, but they quickly healed. Blood kill was powerful, but the Skeleton Kings weren't strong enough. If the Skeleton Kings were also at the 9th level Dao Venerable Realm, this attack would have been enough to scatter the Black Blood Sword Saint. Lin Moyu said softly,
"The experiment is done. It's time to get serious."
As his words fell, the space beside him distorted, and the Lightning Lich and Destiny Lich appeared simultaneously. 3189 3189. Chapter 3189. Soon you won't see anything. The Destiny Lich and Lightning Lich appeared simultaneously. At the same time, another drop of ancestral water flew from Lin Moyu's fingertip, landing on the Lightning Lich, while faith power burned fiercely. The Lightning Lich summoned the Lightning Dao, and with its empowerment, its power increased significantly. At this point, the Lightning Lich had already entered the 8th level Dao Venerable Realm. At the 8th level Dao Venerable Realm, combined with the Destiny Lich, it could launch attacks directly from the Dao of Destiny, greatly enhancing its power. But this wasn't enough. Lin Moyu then took out his Divine Soldier Army Seal.
Enhance.
With a thought, the Divine Soldier Army Seal emitted dazzling light, and the power of the two Liches increased greatly again. Now the Lightning Lich's power was almost touching the 9th level Dao Venerable Realm, just a hair's breadth away. But even this wasn't enough to deal with the Black Blood Sword Saint. A peculiar aura suddenly emanated from Lin Moyu. Origin Technique. Strengthen troops. The Lightning Lich's aura rose again, and the damage it could inflict would be amplified tenfold. As Lin Moyu used the Origin Technique, the Black Blood Sword Saint suddenly turned to look.
Origin Technique.
His voice was noticeably higher than before, raised by several pitches, his eyes full of greed. Su Pu also looked over at this moment with a hint of excitement.
Actually an Origin Technique. You, a mere insect, actually possess an Origin Technique.
Lin Moyu ignored them, and with a thought, the two great Liches moved. The Destiny Lich used the Dao of Destiny to lock onto the Black Blood Sword Saint, directly finding his weakest point in past and future, locking onto the weakness and guiding the Lightning Lich. The moment the guidance was complete, the Lightning Lich's chain lightning suddenly struck out, the lightning falling into Destiny at an incomparable speed. Layer upon layer of empowerment made this strike terrifyingly powerful. Chain lightning, through the Dao of Destiny, attacked the Black Blood Sword Saint at his weakest moment. The Black Blood Sword Saint suddenly let out a miserable scream, his body shattering into countless drops of black blood. Previously, he had been shattered many times by the Celestial Fox Ancestor, but could recover in the next second, only suffering some losses but not being killed. But this time was different. Lin Moyu's fingertip again released a drop of ancestral water. Faith power continued to burn, and the Lightning Lich launched a second chain lightning. Chain lightning hit one of the drops of black blood. Then the lightning exploded, one becoming two, two becoming four, instantly becoming countless, evolving into a sea of lightning. Those shattered drops of black blood were immediately devoured by chain lightning. In the blink of an eye, the Black Blood Sword Saint was utterly destroyed, both form and spirit. Su Li stared blankly at this scene.
Is he dead just like that?
Lin Moyu shook his head.
Not yet. What I killed wasn't his true self. His true self is still hiding in the depths of the Origin Spirit Vein.
In the deepest part of the Origin Spirit Vein, there was still a drop of black blood. This drop was the true root of everything. Su Li asked.
Then what do we do?
The Origin Spirit Vein was the foundation of the ancestral land. If it was hidden in the deepest part of the Origin Spirit Vein, No one could do anything about it except the celestial fox ancestor who had once refined the origin spirit vein, unless the origin spirit vein was destroyed. An 8th grade origin spirit vein couldn't be destroyed easily. Lin Moyu said,
Everything has two sides. When it hides in the origin spirit vein, it feels safest there, and the origin spirit vein can help it recover. But the origin spirit vein has an owner. It can at most be considered a guest. Although this owner has perished, he also left behind a seed for resurrection.
Su Li tried hard to understand Lin Moyu's words, his eyes suddenly brightening.
You mean the ancestor's resurrection seed is also in the origin spirit vein?
Lin Moyu said,
Yes, but your celestial fox ancestor's method is even more brilliant. He merged the seed with the origin spirit vein.
The celestial fox ancestor not only left the resurrection seed in the origin spirit vein but also merged it with the origin spirit vein. In other words, this origin spirit vein was his resurrection seed. As long as the origin spirit vein wasn't destroyed, he had a chance to resurrect. And since he did this, how could he not have protective measures? It wasn't so easy for the Black Blood realm to take over. The origin spirit vein hadn't reacted before because it hadn't touched its essence. If it were touched, Su Li wasn't stupid and had understood Lin Moyu's words.
But how can we make the ancestor eliminate the black blood?
Lin Moyu shook his head.
It can't be eliminated. Even if your ancestor starts to resurrect, his initial power won't be very strong. He can't eliminate the black blood. However, since this origin spirit vein was initially refined by him, he can control its power and force the black blood out. Once it's forced out, it will be easy to deal with.
Su Li understood Lin Moyu's meaning and immediately said,
Please, Mr. Lin, take action.
Lin Moyu said,
My action is useless. For him to truly revive, it still depends on that fellow.
Lin Moyu looked towards the celestial fox ancestor's incarnation in fierce battle. The incarnation was the will left by the celestial fox ancestor, while the origin spirit vein was the life essence left by the celestial fox ancestor. Only by combining will and life essence could the celestial fox ancestor truly resurrect. And the entire process would be quite long, at least 1,000 years. At this moment, the celestial fox ancestor's incarnation and Su Pu were evenly matched, unable to determine victory. Lin Moyu sighed lightly.
It seems they can't decide victory in a short time. Looks like I can't just watch anymore.
Lin Moyu didn't want to drag this out any longer. The longer it dragged on, the more variables there would be. Moreover, that drop of black blood was trying to evolve again using the origin spirit vein, and Lin Moyu didn't want to give it another chance. Using the same method as before, Lin Moyu directly completed the Dao Lock on enemy. The moment the Dao Lock on enemy was completed, Su Pu glared over. He was a pseudo-Great Dao realm being with at least 1 foot in the Great Dao realm, so he could sense the Dao Lock on enemy. Previously, he had looked down on Lin Moyu, considering him just an insect. But the Black Blood Sword Saint had been dealt with so cleanly and decisively, he could no longer underestimate Lin Moyu. Moreover, Lin Moyu had an origin technique, so he had to be wary of him. However, his glaring eyes also carried greed for the origin technique. If not for the celestial fox ancestor blocking him, he would have definitely rushed over to kill Lin Moyu and seize the origin technique. Lin Moyu said softly,
Just keep watching. Soon you won't see anything.
Ancestral water flew out, faith power burned fiercely. The Destiny Lich guided the direction for the Lightning Lich, and the Lightning Lich, with various enhancements, struck out a thunderous attack along the Tao of Destiny. Boom! Terrifying lightning exploded on Su Pu's body, his flesh and skin peeling in the lightning. However, he wasn't blasted to pieces like the Black Blood Sword Saint. After all, he was a pseudo-Great Dao realm being much stronger than the Black Blood Sword Saint. Even being attacked through the Tao of Destiny wasn't enough to kill him. Su Pu, enveloped in lightning, roared at Lin Moyu.
You deserve to die.
His 8 tails swept out fiercely, and 8 tail shadows appeared in the world, falling towards Lin Moyu like a tidal wave. The celestial fox ancestor's incarnation also swept its tails, 9 tails appearing, intercepting Su Pu's attack midway, protecting Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu chuckled lightly.
What a pity. You can't kill me.
The lightning lich launched another attack, still striking at Su Pu's weak point along the Tao of Destiny. 3,193,190. Chapter 3190. If you don't look now, you'll miss your chance. Lightning filled the sky, following the Tao of Destiny, striking Su Pu in a strange and abrupt manner. The damage from the attack wasn't great, but it was extremely insulting. The numbing sensation brought by the lightning was very unpleasant. Su Pu roared incessantly, trying to kill Lin Moyu again and again, but most of the time he was blocked by the Celestial Fox Ancestor's incarnation. Now the Ancestral Spirit and the other two stood beside Lin Moyu. Even if the Celestial Fox Ancestor's incarnation missed something, they would step in to block for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's attack methods were powerful and strange, but they all realized that Lin Moyu himself was only at the third-level Tao Venerable Realm and could possibly be killed if they weren't careful. So they spontaneously protected Lin Moyu, allowing him to unleash his attacks freely. The continuous chain lightning attacks caused some trouble for Su Pu, and the Celestial Fox Ancestor's incarnation gradually gained the upper hand. Lin Moyu spread the wings of curse behind him, simultaneously empowered by the Tao of Time and the Tao of Space, forming a Tao true body. The wings of curse vibrated, sending curses along the Tao lock on enemy, falling on Su Pu. Su Pu was going mad. Although these methods weren't fatal, they did cause some interference to him. All in all, his strength had been reduced by at least 30%. The Celestial Fox Ancestor took the opportunity to attack more fiercely and sharply, completely suppressing him. The power of time and space fused together, forming space-time power. Lin Moyu pointed, and the space-time power descended, enveloping Su Pu.
Su Pu appeared momentarily.
The confusion of time and space still had some effect on him. Although this effect lasted only for an instant, the Celestial Fox Ancestor seized this momentary opportunity, biting hard on his body and tearing off a large chunk of flesh. Then its tails lashed out fiercely, sending him flying over 100 li. Powerful beams of light shot from its mouth, and its 9 tails also lit up simultaneously, shooting out a sky full of colorful light. A terrifying technique enveloped Su Pu like a great net. Su Pu roared in the attack, frantically breaking out and once again engaging in a great battle with the Celestial Fox Ancestor. The wounds on his body were rapidly healing, but the healing was slower than before due to the effects of the curses. Lin Moyu was using Su Pu as an experimental subject, constantly testing his techniques. Su Pu was an excellent test subject, being at the Pseudo-Great Tao realm, already possessing some characteristics of the Great Tao realm. For example, his recovery ability was particularly strong. His power was endless and basically inexhaustible. His soul defense was extremely strong, far surpassing ordinary 9th-level Tao Venerables. His physical body was the same, much stronger than ordinary 9th-level Tao Venerables. Based on the reactions to his techniques, Lin Moyu felt that Su Pu's physical strength was comparable to his own. Su Pu hadn't specifically cultivated his physical body, but as a beast race, his physical body should be a bit stronger. In other words, human cultivators at the Pseudo-Great Tao realm had physical strength not inferior to his own. Perhaps true Great Tao realm beings would be even stronger, but at least this was the answer obtained so far. Su Pu, who had slept for many years, found his first great battle after being awakened extremely frustrating due to Lin Moyu's presence. He was completely suppressed, his counterattacks becoming increasingly weak. Su Pu felt his old wounds were about to act up again, his power beginning to weaken. If this continued, he would surely die here.
You force me to this. If that's the case, then let's die together.
Su Pu roared.
His 8 tails suddenly merged together, changing from 8 to 1. On the tail appeared a red gemstone. The gemstone glowed brightly, emitting a crimson light. The light wasn't fire, but it was more terrifying than fire. Everything it passed over melted. When the light swept over the lake, the water instantly evaporated, leaving not a drop behind. The Qingqiu land instantly became like hell, the earth shattering, completely transformed. The ancestral spirit's face changed drastically.
That's the heaven-burning stone from the fire Tao. Only great Tao realm beings can withstand it.
Lin Moyu also sensed the powerful force contained in this gemstone. It was indeed the purest Tao power. From this, it seemed that when Su Pu had traveled everywhere seeking opportunities, even going beyond the sky, he had indeed gained something. But Lin Moyu was curious why Su Pu said they would die together. The next moment, Lin Moyu understood why he said this. The red light not only destroyed the Qingqiu ancestral land but also Su Pu's body. This heaven-burning stone had a strong backlash effect. The fur on Su Pu's tail was quickly burned off, exposing the skin. Then the skin began to burn, and soon even the bones were exposed. If he continued to activate the heaven-burning stone, he would also perish. The celestial fox ancestor's incarnation was swept by the heaven-burning stone. Half of its body instantly burned away. But this was just an incarnation. Amidst rolling mist, it quickly restored to its original state. The celestial fox ancestor's incarnation let out a long howl to the sky. In response to the howl, a mountain range rapidly flew over from the distance.
10,000 Flower Valley!
Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. The 10,000 Flower Valley had actually flown over. Then 3 azure dragons flew over, which were the 3 azure cloud roads he had seen before. The 3 azure cloud roads merged together, becoming an azure chain. The azure chain then bound the 10,000 Flower Valley. At this time, the outer shell of the 10,000 Flower Valley fell away, revealing its true form, a giant hammer. The giant hammer and the chain fused together, becoming a weapon similar to a meteor hammer. The weapon flew rapidly, landing in the hand of the celestial fox ancestor's incarnation.
A terrifying aura suddenly erupted.
Su Pu cried out strangely.
You actually hid it away. What exactly did you do back then? Why did you hide it away?
The celestial fox ancestor's incarnation didn't answer. With a roar, it swung the giant hammer towards Su Pu. Su Pu seemed very afraid of the giant hammer. He frantically retreated while directing the heaven-burning stone to attack the hammer. The red light from the heaven-burning stone struck the giant hammer, only making it slightly red, not even slowing its speed a bit. The powerful heaven-burning stone had met an even more powerful giant hammer. The giant hammer suddenly accelerated midway, shattering space and instantly appearing before Su Pu. Bang! Su Pu let out a miserable scream. His enormous body was smashed to pieces by the giant hammer, and the heaven-burning stone shattered into powder. Not only his body, but even his soul was almost shattered. Even though it didn't shatter completely, his soul was severely injured. Combined with his previous injuries, Su Pu's foundation had been thoroughly destroyed. His realm kept dropping, becoming weaker and weaker. Su Pu's soul kept growling. He tried hard to restore his physical body, but his efforts were doomed to be in vain. Looking at the plain and unadorned hammer, its power was extraordinarily great. This hammer strike had truly reached the Great Tao realm level. However, using this hammer also came at a great cost to the celestial fox ancestor's incarnation. The incarnation also shattered for the most part, barely maintaining its form. This was the trump card left by the celestial fox ancestor. If this hammer strike failed, his plan for resurrection would fail. Boom! The giant hammer fell to the ground. The celestial fox ancestor's incarnation no longer had the strength to control it. It stared at Su Pu, continuously growling, seeming to have lost even the strength to attack. Lin Moyu chuckled lightly, spread his wings of time, and with a gentle flutter, instantly appeared before Su Pu. Su Pu now had no strength to resist. With his soul foundation damaged, being able to remain conscious was already not bad. Even so, he still glared at Lin Moyu with hateful eyes. If not for Lin Moyu, he wouldn't be in this state. Lin Moyu smiled softly and said,
I told you, if you don't look now, you'll miss your chance. I keep my word.
In his palm, the world-burning fire danced slowly, carrying an aura that inspired fear. 3191 3191. Chapter 3191. wishing you a smooth revival and return to the great Tao. The world-burning fire blazed fiercely, emitting an aura that terrified the soul. The ancestral spirit cried out strangely.
The fire of heavenly punishment.
Lin Moyu didn't respond. His world-burning fire was extremely similar to the fire of heavenly punishment. As for whether the world-burning fire was actually the fire of heavenly punishment, this question had no answer for now. Whether it was or wasn't, to Lin Moyu, this was the world-burning fire capable of burning away the world, refining the world, and also burning away and refining souls. The world-burning fire wasn't strong enough yet to burn away the souls of Great Tao Realm beings. Fortunately, Su Pu's soul was only at the Pseudo-Great Tao Realm, and now severely injured, not even at the Pseudo-Great Tao Realm anymore. Such a rare material, how could Lin Moyu let it go? So he acted without hesitation. Fear showed in Su Pu's eyes, but he was powerless, only able to watch helplessly as the world-burning fire engulfed his soul. An indescribable pain came from the depths of his soul, and he couldn't even pass out. He would be refined by the world-burning fire in a conscious state, erasing the last trace of his existence from the world. For such an ungrateful fellow, the world-burning fire was his best destination. As the world-burning fire refined Su Pu's soul, the ancestral spirit and the others watched in astonishment. They never dared to imagine that someone could control the fire of heavenly punishment. The fire of heavenly punishment should be a power exclusive to the Great Tao. How could it be controlled by human power? But the fact was right before their eyes. Lin Moyu was indeed controlling the world-burning fire. The celestial fox ancestor's incarnation had finally recovered a bit of strength. It silently watched Lin Moyu, not making any moves. While refining Su Pu, Lin Moyu secretly collected some of Su Pu's bone fragments and flesh pieces. Whether used for corpse explosion or turned into revenants later, these were top-tier materials. This was a pseudo-Great Tao realm being stronger than 9th level Tao venerables. A moment later, Su Pu's soul was completely refined, turning into a soul crystal. The soul crystal was crystal clear, without a trace of impurity. Lin Moyu felt the pure power within the soul crystal and sighed lightly.
What a pity.
Su Pu's soul was too severely injured at the end, his realm directly dropping, not even maintaining the 9th level Tao Venerable realm. He fell from the pseudo-Great Tao realm to the 8th level Tao Venerable realm, and the refined soul crystal was about at this level. Lin Moyu placed the soul crystal in his soul world, directly throwing it to the 10-colored dragon soul crystal. The 10-colored dragon soul crystal called out excitedly, swallowing the soul crystal in one gulp, as if it had eaten a supreme delicacy, extremely excited. After dealing with Su Pu, Lin Moyu looked at the celestial fox ancestor's incarnation.
Now it's time to disperse the black blood, right? How about it? Will you do it yourself, or shall I?
The celestial fox ancestor's incarnation stared at Lin Moyu.
How did you come to know about the black blood realm?
Lin Moyu smiled.
Great ancestor, let's not ask such meaningless questions. It's better to solve the problem first. If you want to ask, wait until you truly revive.
The celestial fox ancestor's incarnation nodded slightly.
All right, I will merge into the origin spirit vein and expel the black blood. Are you confident you can deal with it?
As Lin Moyu had expected, the celestial fox ancestor's incarnation currently didn't have the ability to destroy the black blood, only to expel it. Now the black blood was within the origin spirit vein. Although it was using the origin spirit vein to recover, everything has its pros and cons. The origin spirit vein was also the black blood's prison. Once the black blood left the origin spirit vein, it was very likely to escape. If it couldn't be killed, there would be endless trouble. Lin Moyu thought for a moment.
I have about an 80% chance of taking out this fellow.
The celestial fox ancestor's incarnation said.
80% is enough.
Lin Moyu still looked relaxed.
Actually, it doesn't matter. Even if we don't kill this fellow, for it to recover would take tens of thousands of years, maybe not even enough in 1,000,000 years. It won't take you that long to recover to your peak, right? After all, this trouble was brought by your servant, and the karmic connection is on you. You'll definitely be able to find him then.
The celestial fox ancestor's incarnation thought for a moment, seeming to agree.
Alright, then I'll start merging with the origin spirit vein. Get ready.
Lin Moyu said.
I'm ready anytime, but before that, I have a question.
The celestial fox ancestor's incarnation said.
I'm just an incarnation, my memories are incomplete. I don't know if I can answer.
Lin Moyu said.
Just tell me what you know. If you don't know, it's fine. I'm just curious, how did you know Su Pu would betray you, that the Qingqiu ancestral land would face this calamity, and thus leave such a powerful backup plan?
The celestial fox ancestor's incarnation said.
I can answer this question. I didn't know Su Pu would betray me. I only knew that the Qingqiu ancestral land would face a calamity in the future, a crucial calamity that would determine whether I could be revived. As for how I knew this, someone told me. As for who that person was, I can't say. So I left a backup plan and left the celestial fox hammer here to deal with the calamity.
Unable to say, it seemed that the being who told the celestial fox ancestor about the calamity was very significant. Being able to see a calamity countless years in the future, Lin Moyu guessed that the other party must be either a cultivator of the Tao of Destiny or the Tao of Time. Besides these two, he really couldn't think of anything else. Lin Moyu said.
I have no more questions. Then I wish you a smooth revival and return to the great Tao.
The celestial fox ancestor's incarnation merged into the origin spirit vein. The origin spirit vein immediately began to hum, with numerous runes lighting up on it. These runes weren't the familiar ones to Lin Moyu, but the divine runes of the divine soldier army. This origin spirit vein had once been refined by the celestial fox ancestor. Now returning to his hands, the whole process was very smooth. Before long, the power of the origin spirit vein was under the control of the celestial fox ancestor's incarnation. Angry roars came from the depths of the origin spirit vein, filled with intense unwillingness. It was slowly leaving the origin spirit vein. It didn't want to leave but had no choice. The uninvited guest was being driven out by the owner. Lin Moyu lightly pointed his finger, and the skeletal hell appeared, covering the origin spirit vein, making a seamless connection. The moment the black blood left the origin spirit vein, it was immediately devoured by the skeletal hell. The black blood struggled frantically in the skeletal hell but couldn't escape. It came from the black blood realm and had inerasable characteristics, but before evolving into the Black Blood Sword Saint, its power wasn't very strong. In the Netherworld Black Pool, Big Head Song poked his head out. The black dragon first sized up the black blood for a second, then suddenly rushed over and swallowed it in one gulp. Lin Moyu seemed to hear the black blood screams, filled with utter fear. The skeletal hell devours everything. Even black blood could be erased by it. Just like in the great world before, the skeletal hell could erase the black blood tide. The netherworld black dragon burped contentedly, then shrank back. The ancestral spirit let out a long sigh of relief.
It's finally over.
Su Jin and the others also relaxed, thinking that the crisis in the Qingqiu ancestral land was finally over. Lin Moyu shook his head.
It's not over yet.
The ancestral spirit and the others' faces suddenly changed.
What other problems are there?
Lin Moyu said.
The great Tao reward is coming soon. You can think about what reward you want. You can ask for anything, as long as it's not too excessive. Generally, it can be fulfilled.
3192 3192